Well, the Crimson Desert review embargo is almost here, and given the time of day that it's landing, we decided to do a waiting room. So this will be a longer stream. If you're watching this later, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you're hitting the like button so you don't miss out on the shows. I wanted to give a bit of a recap, though, and respond to some of the criticism that I continue to get about my coverage of this game. Since the very first trailer, I have been pretty much captivated by the combat and their attempt to make a game that I said looked like Red Dead Redemption meets Skyrim, and I wanted to play it and was heavily interested, but I was also concerned about the ambition of the title. Some of the earliest footage looked incredible with respect to lighting, reflections, fast movement, and combat. Many of the sections you're in combat facing tons of enemies, not just 5 or 6, but sometimes you're fighting a boss or a battle or a fortress and there's around 20 people or enemies in the vicinity. And I was concerned about performance. NPC density can cause all sorts of issues in video games, especially one that has incredibly far draw distances and detailed textures and really good looking lighting. I would never say that this game looks bad. I've consistently maintained that it just doesn't look good enough to justify all of the performance issues that we've seen. Even a situation like that with like a robot in a village or castle fighting tons of enemies pouring from virtually everywhere. And the only footage we have now on a base console, which is one of my primary requests all of the months and weeks leading up to the release of the game, the base console footage is difficult to deduce anything. It is a 1080 30 FPS video. The capture doesn't even look that good. There is a consistent amount of oddities within the image quality and a blurring and a muddying effect. There even looks like there are frame rate issues and they're running quality mode, so they can't even maintain 30 FPS. Again, something you'll notice throughout all these trailers is the number of times there are particle effects and many enemies around in the midst of very fast-paced and very bombastic combat, which looks amazing. If you've got a really strong PC, you're probably going to have a great time with this game. I feel this game is going to be very polarizing. Those who don't want to deal with poor performance or issues within combat are going to be very frustrated. People on mid-level to low-level rigs are also going to be frustrated. We've been here before with games that I even enjoy. Jedi Survivor was one of my favorite games the year that it came out, and it launched and had significant performance issues. Performance issues, mind you, that were largely ignored by the gaming press. It got good scores, it got rave reviews, and keep something in mind about the reviews we're going to be looking at today. They will only be PC reviews. We will not get any feedback from anybody who has spent lengthy time on a base level console, a PS5, a Series X. Don't even get me started about the Series S. So, I'm continued to say I'm cautioning people against pre-order. I would not pre-order a game that has been evasive and elusive and has refused to show base level console footage, and to get combative and snarky with people asking for it, and then to celebrate a video on YouTube with all its wonderful compression and artifacting, a 1080 resolution 30 FPS video with, I would argue, poor capture, and as well, it's highly edited video. There are constant cuts. We don't get to see lengthy sections with lots of enemies. You will notice something about this entire trailer that I've been showing you. There is a consistent theme of big fights and big battles, and we seemingly get none of this in any of the footage on the PS5 Pro or the base level PS5. That is, I think, a big concern. There seem to be big poignant moments, big huge vistas and castles, villages, towns, fortresses, bases that you will be going into and engaging with large amounts of NPC, townsfolk, enemies, and what have you. These will be the times I think the game is going to struggle to perform well, and I think that's a concern. To hand wave that and say, oh, that's totally fine, you're being too picky, you're expecting too much from these consoles. I just booted up Ghost of Yotei last night on my PlayStation 5 Pro to test out the updated PSSR. They didn't push out an update for Yotei, but since it has it baked into the game, the original PSSR, you can turn on the setting in the PlayStation. And I was just struck by how gorgeous that game is, how far the draw distance is, the detail, the lighting, the shadows, and it runs incredibly well. And this game, even when there's nobody around, there's visible issues with texture pop-in, there's oddities within the foliage, as well as just the buildings. I really do think they have built a game that got too ambitious and had a lot of scope creep. And then areas like this, especially with lots of enemies, there are plenty of times in Yote you're in a full-on fortress battle, battling, 5 people while 5 wait their turn, roughly 10 enemies in the vicinity and more pouring in. Assassin's Creed Shadows had very similar fortress and base battles as well, where enemies were having to track you and move around. That means the game is processing those enemies and their thoughts and their aggro patterns. So I don't buy that this game is doing something that is so revolutionary that it would justify all the performance issues that I believe we are going to see. Now, none of this means this is a bad game. None of this means that this game is going to score poorly. I think people playing it on PC are going to score it quite well. That is another thing that you should be aware of. The Metacritic score is going to be touted as some sort of triumph, as some sort of Game of the Year frontrunner, and it is going to be a selected group of people who played the game on PC. It will not be a broad gamut of experience across all the various places that this game can be played. I think that is another thing to caution against. Don't run to Twitter and my feeds and my comments to say, you were wrong, it's a good game, it's getting a good score. You're getting ahead of yourself. I think they've built a very cool game. I think the combat, the open world, the exploratory purpose in the open world sounds like it is excellent. I actually think the combat is the other sort of shining star of the game. I don't doubt that they have built a good game. The issue the entire time with me has been optimization and performance. Cyberpunk ended up being an incredible game. Phantom Liberty ended up being one of my favorite expansions that I have ever played, and we all know how Cyberpunk launched. I think on console specifically, this game is going to have to go through weeks and maybe even months of updates and revisions to get it running at an acceptable place. It took Jedi Survivor basically 4 to 5 months to fix its performance mode. It was so egregious. I anticipate this game having similar issues in virtually any area where there are lots of NPCs or movement or fighting going on, especially with all those particle effects combined with the very, very far draw distance and the lighting and all the world detail. All of those things are going to make this thing, I think, struggle in those capacities. So the people that continue to say, oh, you're just hating on the game, you're hating it and you're bashing it and you're being a grifter and a hater, I am simply trying to warn the public that the marketing for this game has a ton of red flags and they have been very, very strange with what they allow us to see. Consistently now in this trailer, you can see there are fights. Look how many enemies are just in this one particular fight, in this one particular area. We have seen basically none of these fights on base level consoles. We didn't even get to see these types of fights on the PS5 Pro. The camera footage was cut early, and the one time John Linneman got into a fight with multiple guys in the one town, the frame rate dropped into the 40s. That is going to make those encounters extremely frustrating, and those are one of the shining moments of the game. Those are one of the things that they show off. I mean, look how many targets there are just in this one spot right here. I didn't even pre-watch this to prepare. This is the Crimson Desert Features Overview number 2 Combat and Progression trailer, and I forgot just how often they were showing these types of sequences. This is my concern. I hope that they can commit to patching it and improving it on base level consoles. I anticipate there being social media posts. I anticipate there being blogs and updates from the developer saying we're aware of performance issues on console and we're committed to fixing it. I can practically write it for them. We have been here so many times where games launch with known performance issues. They know about the optimization issues. They launch anyway. They take your money anyway. They're celebrating. They're out here touting and celebrating just how many people have already purchased the game. That should tell you something. The PR is more concerned with celebrating the number of people who have bought it and paid for it, their sales, their money. They're more concerned with touting that than showing you base level console footage. We had to go to Digital Foundry for PS5 Pro footage. We had to go to PlayStation Japan for a very muddy, very low quality 1080 30 FPS video 2 days before the game comes out. The PR is more concerned with bragging about how well the game is selling than bragging about how well the game runs on the consoles that they would like you to pre-order it. I think that is very telling, and that, I think, is a huge cause for concern. Now, I will be playing the game tomorrow at the immediate time that it is playable. I will play it on the PS5 Pro, I will play it on the base PS5, and I will play it on the Xbox Series X. Yes, I am buying the game twice. I don't have a Series S. Apologies to the boys on the Series S. I don't have one. I never had a need or an interest in one. Even my Series X doesn't get used all that often anymore. But I am going to do that so that you can see the game moment one. After my experience last night testing out Ghost of Yotei on my PS5 Pro, I am going to be, pretty critical of an open world game with lots of things to do, coming from an open world game with lots of things to do, and being told that this is somehow way more ambitious and way more, expansive. And if that's the case, I still expect the game to run well. I think that is a reasonable expectation to buy a game and expect it to run well and to perform well. I had that expectation when I bought Jedi Survivor, and I held the devs to a standard. I was highly critical of that game and how it launched, and I'm going to continue to do that with any game that comes out. That's my commitment. If you call it hate and you're defending the game and trying to encourage people to pre-order before live, I guess my question would be, are you being paid to do that? Because if not, maybe stop acting like you're on the payroll and take up for the consumer instead. So, that's the basic show open. I didn't even write a script for that. I just did that kind of off the top of my head, and I really, really hope they can nail it. I think people on, middle to high level PCs are probably going to have a great time with this. I don't think that those people necessarily need to be concerned. I basically think it's everybody else that, PlayStation 5 owners, Series S owners, Series X owners, setting up that pivot. I'm not setting up a pivot. I have been saying from the very beginning that I think the game looks good and the combat looks good. I have said that from the very beginning. I've said I'm concerned about performance. I've said it time and time again. Your failure to listen or understand or misinterpret, cautioning people to not pre-order, that's your own mistake. I've not once ever said that the game would be bad. I have been interested in this game since the very beginning. I kept telling people the combat looked crazy. It looked too good to be true. There was so much going on. It's like it seemed to me like it was going to severely struggle as a game. And that is a concern. We're at a time where the company should be getting better at building and optimizing games for console. That's what we were told. We were told early on that that's what happens. Later in the gen, things get better. Later in the gen, things get more optimized and more impressive. Comparing this to Yotei is an odd one, but why? Why is it an odd one? Yotei is a giant open world. It's a giant open world, and it has really impressive lighting, really impressive draw distances, the texture detail, the graphical vibrance. And you can literally go into a town or a base, and there's 10 to 20 NPCs that have to be tracked. Their aggro patterns have to be measured and running. The CPU is probably doing that. I don't understand why you can't compare this to other open world games. These are open world games with great graphics, plenty to do, plenty of enemies, plenty of, I just hop on my horse and ride off into wherever I want to go. I don't understand why that's a bad comparison. Even if you think Yotei sucks, just look at it a technical breakdown. Let's say you think Yotei sucks. You thought it was boring or lame. That's immaterial. I don't care about that. I'm talking about the technical aspects of Yotei. It's empty? It wasn't empty at all. That simply isn't true. I think they did a very, very good job with the world and its density. You don't have to ride very long on your horse to get to a town or a village or a base or some kind of an interchange of people roaming the countryside, or one of the little things they would have you do, like a collectible or a sword or like a climbing puzzle. They had those all over the place. I thought the world was actually quite balanced in that regard. I don't want a world stuffed to the rim. I thought AC Shadows was too dense and too stuffed. It made the open world kind of frustrating when you were trying to clear it. There was I think there was too much in AC Shadows. But technically speaking, at a technical level, if you look at the technicality of what you could do in Yotei and AC Shadows, this game is not miles outside of those games. This game is certainly bigger. The areas are bigger. The map is bigger. Where you can go is bigger. Bigger is not always better. That's the only thing I can really see as far as the difference. There's bigger landscapes, bigger mountains. I mean, you could climb everything in Yote, by the way, so it wasn't like a fake background. There was also real mountains in Death Stranding 2, so you could compare it to that also. You could compare it to Death Stranding 2's size, scope, draw distance, climbability, explorability. You could compare it to the density of a map in AC Shadows. You could compare it to Yote. Is mostly flat and empty. That's completely false and untrue. He's spoken like somebody who didn't play it. It's obviously a game that you can go anywhere. There are lush forests and mountainous areas and hillish areas. That is not true at all of Yote. Like, it's mostly flat and empty. I think you guys are just speaking from a hater position to try to get, like, I guess, a debate about the game. I'm talking technicality, though. I'm talking technicality. This game is bigger. It's got more NPCs in it. Does that justify the performance issues that we're seeing? So if you look at, let's think about it another way. Instead of saying that, like, oh, I think Yote looks completely fine, I think Death Stranding 2 and AC Shadows look completely fine. Look at it another way. If those are like the biggest and the densest games that you can play right now on console, I would say AC Shadows is probably the biggest and the densest. There's just tons of stuff on the map. I'd argue there was too much. So let's just say that's how dense that you can go right now, okay? And then this game is bigger. Do you think this game being bigger than the most dense game available, do you think that that's justification for the performance issues? Not justifies, but it explains. But why does it explain it? Why? It doesn't make any sense to me. Just because you go bigger doesn't mean you can't use loading screens, you can't use render distance and draw distance to ensure that wherever I am runs well. That doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. The scalability of a world like AC Valhalla is enormous. AC Valhalla is probably the biggest Assassin's Creed game ever made. That game runs fine on a console. There's no issues there at all. Number of NPCs too. I would compare Valhalla to this game as far as like the raiding, and when you go to like a village and stuff, I would say that the number of NPCs, the number of enemies, the size of the game, there are big huge mountainous areas in Valhalla. I would say AC Valhalla is comparable to this game in like size and density. Oh, Odyssey's bigger. Yeah, Odyssey's bigger. Odyssey used a lot of water, though, and that can obviously pad a game's, size, like big, huge, like water areas. Loading screens, blasphemy. Never seen Starfield's critics. You can use loading screens from time to time. If you load into a new region or like a castle or something, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, honestly, a lot of the times the loading screens these days are so quick, they don't even feel like loading screens. Density matters. Valhalla does not have that much density. All I remember playing in Valhalla was it was huge, and I'd go raid a village, and there'd be people everywhere. There'd be these big, huge fights, and it was like, oh my gosh. So the issue I have is, this game is bigger. This game has more NPCs. If that's going to be the blank check, everybody's going to hand wave and excuse poor performance. This is something that's interesting to me as a content creator over the years of me covering games. To me, it's weird that when you're excited for a game, you will defend flaws before playing it. You'll defend performance issues before playing it and be like, oh, but it's so big. Oh, but there's tons of NPCs. Okay, so if they're okay with giving you lots of performance issues all throughout the game just because they made it big and ambitious, doesn't that cause concern with just overall quality of the game, that like that wasn't a priority that they have? The best console you can buy right now as far as draw power is a PlayStation 5 Pro. And the PlayStation 5 Pro has performance issues in sections where there's lots of NPCs. And when you watch this trailer here, one of the primary things that they show off in this is just how many times you're in these big, huge fights. There's NPCs everywhere. There's guys coming out of the woodwork. You like launch yourself into like a fortress or what have you, and there's like 20 guys standing there. Or you're in like a castle or like a village, and there's just, there's people everywhere. Isn't that a concern that they did all that and then it's going to run poorly in those areas? Like, who cares if it runs fine? Like, look how many people are in this area fighting this bear. Like, obviously riding on a bear, and then there's tons of people in this area too where he's fighting with robots. See, there's like people up the stairs, through the castle. So to me, again, I don't really understand why one of the things they're showing off that's supposed to be like one of the best things about it, you're just okay with performance being bad. I don't get people defending bad performance. You don't make sense to me. Like, we're 6 years into the gen and you're like, yeah, that's totally fine. If that area runs poorly and I'm dealing with like dropping from 60 FPS to like 30s and 40s, like, I don't understand defending bad performance. It's just such weird energy to me. It really is. Like, we don't demand excellence and we don't demand good things from games every other time a game comes out. That video is not what I would consider poor performance. You're being reductive. I don't think you understand what the word reductive means. Those sections are from a trailer, first and foremost, which is not indicative of what you're going to experience on console, because all of the capture and all the preview events were on very, very strong PCs, okay? So, right now, the only footage we have of lots of NPCs on the PS5 Pro, there are a bunch of frame issues documented by Digital Foundry. I think it's safe to say when there's even more NPCs on the screen, like an area like this where he drops into a fortress, there are more NPCs in these areas than we even saw in the Digital Foundry video. So I think it's completely logical and reasonable to say that those performance issues are going to be consistent throughout. Number one, we know that is a challenge in games. It was a challenge in Dragon's Dogma 2. This is just basic pattern recognition that some of you are failing to achieve. This has been a problem in games for a very long time. If you put too many things in an area, you put too many people in an area, guess what's going to happen? It's going to mess with performance. The Dragon's Dogma, you'd go to a town and all the NPCs were eating up CPU because they were actively thinking. What do you think is going to happen in a game like this when you go into an area and we've already seen, lots of NPCs reacted and drew aggro on John Linneman and the frame rate was terrible? It was like in the 40s out of 60s. That's not going to be a fun time. That's going to look blurry and it's going to mess with everything. It's going to mess with frame pacing and frame timing and your iframes and your dodges and your swings. It's going to make all of that feel terrible. Why doesn't the description waste to say when the embargo is? I actually can't get I thought it was at 5 p.m. Eastern, but now I'm seeing 6 p.m. Eastern, so I didn't want to put the wrong time in the description. I tell you what, we can get the goal up. I can get a timer going for you guys. Is it 6 p.m.? I thought it was 5 p.m. You're neglecting the fact that it's a proprietary engine? No, I'm not neglecting that fact. I'm only analyzing what we've been able to see. They're the ones that won't show us the footage, brother. What do you mean? I'm analyzing footage that they've shown us. It's been very cranked. It's clearly on a very strong PC. And the minute the game was somewhere else, there were performance issues. Is it 6 p.m. Eastern? Okay, I'll put a timer in the corner for you guys so you don't have to keep asking when it is. A 5-bomb from Wired Rope, and that's a Han shot first, and so did you over there on Twitch. And then Big Pac Fan renewing his Member Plus, and then a £2 super chat coming in from DMC. Says, finally worth being PS5 Pro owner. This and PSSR 2. Guys, I would not expect PSSR 2 to fix all this game's woes and troubles. PSSR 2 is not... It's not a miracle worker, guys. Crimson Desert Review Embargo. Okay, I've got this handy little timer tool I can use. The 18th at 6 p.m. set, start, show. There you go. There you go. And we're literally just going to hang out and have a conversation today. We are just going to have a conversation today. The people that are trying to run narrative on me and claim that I'm being a hater and that, you're going to change your tune when you play it. I have not once hated on this game or said it was going to be bad. I said, combat looks amazing. Open world exploratory purpose consistently has been praised by the people that have played it. My concern since the first time I laid eyes on this game has been performance. Because I don't want to play on a PS5 Pro especially and have performance issues. That's not why I bought the device. If I can play Death Stranding 2, Yote, and AC Shadows and have zero problems with performance, I absolutely do not want a game like this to give me consistent performance issues. I just don't. gameplay slices that weren't final. Big open world games almost always look rough before launch, and Pearl Abyss is known for improving optimization significantly as development gets closer. Yeah, well, Geomag, I just don't trust it. I think waiting. And thank you for the 5 gifted members over here on YouTube, Mr. Sorcerer. We can show people the kind of generous and positive community we are, even though folks are claiming that I'm hating. I think folks running narrative on me, I honestly think you're embarrassing yourselves, because you're making it very clear you'd rather cheer for a company and help them make money than take up for the consumer. And I think it's embarrassing. Derpus, now that's a name right there. Derpus with a brand new member plus. Thank you so much. Let's add you to the total. We're trying to get 600 people. To become paying members. We're currently at 530, so the number keeps going up. Doom and Gloom Lono activated. Everybody panic and cancel your pre-orders right now. It's over, boys. The game will run at 5 PS. I mean, basically being a liar is not a very good trait. You look like a liar. I've not been doom and gloom, and I've not said cancel your pre-orders. I've cautioned people against pre-ordering a game that won't show us footage. I think that's fair and measured. Your exaggeration and inflation of my position just makes you a dishonest person. If you want to engage with what I'm saying, go for it. I think it's totally fair to say you've got a big, huge, ambitious game, and they won't show us the game on base console. The only base console footage we have looks terrible. I don't know why everybody is taking that 1080 30 FPS video and saying that, oh, it's going to run great. Let me give you an example of a game that had a quality mode, okay, and the performance mode was poor. Because people right now are saying, oh, quality mode proves the game's going to run just fine. No, it doesn't. Not at all. A game that's massive is naturally going to have rough edges in previews, but that doesn't mean the final product will run poorly. Again, you're presuming and assuming to their benefit, and you're also not representing what has happened. I feel like some of you guys are in here being willfully dishonest. Either you're on the payroll or you're just trying to stir up trouble. I want you to track with what happened. The previews were glowing, so fault number 1 in your argumentation. You've already made a glaring mistake. The previews were glowing. Nobody came back from playing it on PC at the preview events and said that there were performance issues. So mistake number 1 and misrepresentation number 1, okay? We're going to talk facts today. We're not doing this lie thing that people like to do. So that's a huge mistake you're already making. Nobody came back from the preview events and said there were performance issues. Nobody. They praised it. They heaped on the praise, okay? And I kept saying, it really looks like all the footage we're seeing are on really, really strong PCs. I would like to see the game on a console. You're marketing the game on the PlayStation channel. You've got a month-old trailer right here with 1 million views, okay? You're running gameplay footage on the PlayStation channel that the PlayStation users are not going to experience, okay? They're not going to experience that. So that's fault number 1 in your argumentation. Fault number 2, trusting developers to fix noticeable performance issues up to the very end, I think is fine, but they haven't shown us the game. They have been evasive. They have been combative when people have asked for footage, and I would not call performance mode dropping into the 30s and 40s a rough edge. A rough edge is like a stutter or a hitch. A rough edge in an open world is like an NPC gets stuck in something. Going into an area that has lots of NPCs to get into a fight and it drops into the 30s and 40s, that's not a rough edge. I believe that's fault number 3 in your argumentation. I think your argumentation is totally wanting. It's like you're convinced the game's going to be fine, and it's like, but everybody had glowing praise for the previews. Why? Because they were playing on really strong PCs. They didn't only praise the game from the preview. You literally haven't done any research. A lot of people said they had issues, bugs, and puzzles, also crashes as well. You are being dishonest. No. I was saying that nobody came back from the previews and said, oh, it's going to run poorly. Oh, it's got performance issues. Bugs and puzzles and crashes are a separate category. I don't find those to be the same categories as like performance issues with frame rate. I watched numerous videos of people who came back from the preview event, and nobody was like, oh yeah, performance was bad. It was stuttering. The frame rate was bad. Nobody was talking about that. I had people, the 5 or 6 previews that I watched, they mentioned issues with puzzles. They mentioned issues with, like, they don't really teach you much. There are people that mentioned issues with controls because there's, like, tons of things you can do in the game. There's, like, lots and lots of different combos and combat things you could do, and they said it got a little clumsy and confusing. Now, most of them said eventually you get over that and the combat's incredible. It's just a rough start. They basically don't walk you through or teach you, like, anything, okay? So, but I don't remember anybody saying that there were lots of performance issues from the preview event. I don't remember anybody coming back and saying that. The previews were glowing. Everyone was like, it's so fun, it's so amazing, believe the hype. Like, people were heaping on glowing praise. Digital Foundry put out a new video last night about the game. It was their story about how they got the review copy. It wasn't really any footage or anything. 8-Bit Dad with 36 months. Thank you so much for renewing over there on YouTube. Pretty much every preview said the same thing, and it had a bit of a learning curve. Yeah, tons of people came back and said there was, like, learning curves, and some of the puzzles didn't make sense. But I don't remember anybody coming back from the preview event and saying that there were performance issues or there were frame rate issues. The previews were, like, by and large, very, very positive. So no, I was not being dishonest. I was summarizing, I think, the previews very fairly. I don't remember a single one, if you can point to one, that came back. Fighting Cowboy himself specifically spoke to performance and said it ran fine, and then he went on to ask them about the console footage. Now keep in mind, what they told Fighting Cowboy didn't even end up happening, so that's just one more piece of dishonesty from the studio. They told Fighting Cowboy that the console footage was so impressive that we wouldn't believe them, and they were going to send it to Digital Foundry. They didn't do that. They showed up at John Linneman's house with the PlayStation 5 Pro and the game pre-installed. Now, I don't know about you, but that's bizarre. Do you want to know what is also interesting about Linneman's footage? He doesn't show almost any of the stuff I just showed you in the combat video. It's like, I don't understand. You played for 20 hours. You didn't find any of these areas? You didn't get into any of these fights? Redemption says, so take their word for it. I don't understand. Even if the game doesn't run at full 60 frames on a base PS5, the game itself is still going to be cool. I understand we all have been burned before. I don't think you're engaging in what I'm saying. I didn't say that the game was going to be bad. I'm saying I'm concerned about performance issues. I am. I remember looking at the Jedi Survivor reviews. I remember looking at the Jedi Survivor reviews and being very excited because I loved the first game. And then you know what happened? I played it, and the performance issues were egregious. It wasn't playable. You got to the first, like, area, the first, like, it was like the worst planet, right? It was the first planet, and the first planet was the worst. It was the worst planet. It had screen tearing, it had hitches, it had snags. It was, like, unplayable. I didn't hear that from the reviews. I didn't hear that from the previews. I didn't get that from any of the trailers. I just got to experience that day one and was incredibly frustrated. I will feel similar frustration if Crimson Desert has performance issues like that. When the PR is more concerned with celebrating their sales on Twitter than giving you console footage, I think that should be a cause for caution. I think you should be cautious and be like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I should pre-order this. This is kind of weird. You're not showing us the game. Victor with 58 months in the VIP. Many do not understand the main criticism is the performance during large battles and where there are lots of NPCs on console. They can't separate the different pieces and simply go to you're hating. Thank you, Victor, for 58 months, adding to the total of 104. Previews demonstrate features, not final performance. Yeah, but they said they weren't even playing demos and slices, Geomag. They literally said that they weren't playing slices. They were playing the full game. He said he was taking save states to these events. If they were just doing vertical slices, I mean that would make even more concern rise in me. Right? If they were if they were letting people play vertical slices, you can make a vertical slice look incredible. It's not the full game. They made it sound like they weren't playing vertical slices at the preview events. That's why I've said time and time again, if you're on like a middle to high level PC, you're probably going to be just fine with this game. I don't think you're going to have all the performance issues that we're seeing on the consoles. You're about to witness history today. I don't even think the reviews today are going to compel me because the reviews today are only PC. Like, you don't... I can't imagine being okay with this, the way they've marketed this game. Let's just run down the facts, okay? Let's just run down the facts. They have uploaded 30 minutes of highly produced, like highly cranked PC footage to the PlayStation channel. Over 30 minutes, okay? You're going to be fine on the Pro. Have you seen the Pro footage? Anytime there's lots of NPCs, the frame rate's terrible. What are you talking about? That's not fine. Thank you, Fortage, for the 20, I don't know what that is, currency is. Thank you for the super chat. So they upload 30 minutes of PC footage to the PlayStation channel, okay? Asking people to pre-order. Okay? Asking people to pre-order. Then, when people ask for base console footage, they're told, it's so good you won't believe it, we're going to send it to Digital Foundry. That doesn't happen. That's not true. So that's like dishonest, misleading marketing number 4. Like 3 different videos of just PC footage on the PlayStation channel, and it's cranked, okay? It's cranked. Then you get into questions about console footage, and we're told something that is also not true, and it doesn't come to fruition. Doesn't come to fruition. It's more misleading marketing. Oh, it's so good you're not going to believe it. We're going to send it to Digital Foundry. Guess what we don't get? We don't get base console footage from Digital Foundry, and guess what? It's not so good to be true that we don't believe it. It's like, no, there's performance issues, there's pop-in, there's frame rate struggles, and this is the Pro. This is the strongest console in the market. Right? Then, when people point out that we're not getting base level console footage, we get snark and sarcasm, and we get a combative attitude from PR. I get blocked. I get blocked for simply saying, yeah, what your video team doesn't need to rest. They've not even been doing anything. Digital Foundry is the one that put up the latest footage, not the video team at Pearl Abyss. So then we finally get base level console footage on the PlayStation Japan channel, and it's 1080, 30 FPS, quality mode with lots of cuts and edits, and we can't even deduce what the game really looks like from a qualitative standpoint because the video looks so bad. And then, in the lead up to the game coming out, PR is celebrating how much the game has sold and how much the game has been pre-ordered on Twitter instead of giving us base level console footage. Right? Base level console footage. It's just too hard to provide it. I don't understand what's so difficult about providing base console footage. It doesn't make any sense to me. The game is installable tomorrow. Actually, no, I'm sorry. The game's installable right now. And people are like, oh, day one patch. Okay. Do you want to know what they could do at the studio? They could boot up the game right now on a PlayStation 5 and an Xbox Series X with the day one patch and let us see it. Let us see the footage. Is that too difficult? Is the video team still resting? Are they taking a nap still? Like they need to sleep? They don't. That's too hard. That's too hard for them. They can't do that. It's one of those things where it's like Social Destruct with a $5 super chat. Seeing a lot of people pre-download Crimson, and Sony is notorious for not allowing refunds once it's downloaded. Just a point. That's right. That's right. I don't get why people think it looks great. It looks great on the base PS5. He's looking at a cutscene. He's looking at a cutscene. Like, this is not compelling as a comparison. Like, I like Jor Raptor, but this is not a good comparison at all. This is a cutscene. This is not in game. This is not in combat. There are sections in that base PS5 footage on PlayStation Japan. There are sections in that footage when the minute he gets into combat, the image quality absolutely takes a dive. It absolutely takes a dive. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. Watching a cutscene isn't compelling at all. Footage has been out for days. No, it is not. Base PS5 footage only went out yesterday, and it's on the PlayStation Japan channel. It's 1080-30. I can't believe people are watching that footage and saying it looks amazing. DK Bager with a gifted member. Thank you so much. Getting us to 105. Thank you, Mr. DK Bager. Do you think the 10 gig 3080 is going to be able to run this at 60? I couldn't tell you. I'm not an expert on the different video cards that are out there. I can only tell you what they've said. They're recommending a 2080. So wherever your card, gauges from there. PC guys are going to have a huge advantage. PC guys are going to have a huge advantage. You guys can turn ray tracing off. The console users can't. That's going to be a big detriment, I think, to console users' performance. Is we can't turn the ray tracing off. The embargo lifts. I've got the timer right next to me. A 3080 will be fine. It's the CPU. Yeah, the CPU might be the concern because it was John Linneman's theory that when all those NPCs were flying around and causing issues on the PS5 Pro, he was saying that's CPU intensive. More than likely, anytime you go to a town, a village, or a fortress and there's lots of NPCs around, that's going to be the concern, is that the same thing happened in Dragon's Dogma 2. This isn't our first rodeo with lots of NPCs causing performance issues. That was one of my concerns about this game. It wasn't just like, oh, when you go to town, it might stutter and be bad. They have fights, they have fortresses, they have castles where you're battling, and there's NPCs everywhere. I'm not saying your argument is 100% valid, but I'm not going to be playing on console, and all this negativity is not helping with my personal hype for the game. I'm not trying to yuck your yum. I'm not. I've said numerous times, if you're on a mid-level or high-level PC, you're going to have a good time. I am trying to caution consumers to not spend their hard-earned money until they have enough information. That's not hate. I think people like to say that it's hate. I think people come in here in bad faith and they're clip farming and they want to get me riled up, so they'll say that it's hate. They're trying to get me all distracted from having good conversations with good-meaning people. But I also think there are people that just, when they're excited about a game, they don't want to hear anything negative. And it's like, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be an extension of a company's marketing. I'm not. I'm going to let people know that, hey, I don't think you have enough information to pre-order right now. I think you should wait. I'm going to do my darndest to get you the information as soon as I possibly can. I'm going to buy the game twice. I'm going to set up 3 consoles in my office so that you can see this game on 3 different platforms. That's what I'm going to do. That's not hate. That's called coverage. Like that's what that's what you're supposed to do. Like, we're not supposed to be the irony here is the gaming community gets so fed up with shilling and people hand-waving problems and basically being extensions of the marketing of companies. You guys get so tired of that, and then you'll actively do it yourselves just because you're excited about a game. It's like, why be an extension of their marketing? Let them market their game. Let them earn your money. That's what they're supposed to do. You're not supposed to do... Wait, I don't think that guy, listen to his... Oh, okay, no, yeah. Never mind. I thought that guy was talking to somebody else. That's their job. It's their job to earn your money. It's what they're supposed to do. Like, why would you do their job for them? Why would you come and give me grief and yell at me, call me names, tell me I'm hating because I'm saying I would hold off on pre-ordering until we see more. This game could have lots of performance issues. This game's going to have lots of performance issues. I would hold off on pre-ordering. It sounds to me like some of you guys in here are literally acting like you're on the payroll. Why is the embargo being lifted so late in the day? It's a Korean-based company, and Korea is 13 hours ahead of us. So basically, the review embargo is dropping for us. I think like when the game goes live for them. I think that's how it's working, which not a great embargo window either. Also, all the reviews are only on PC. Thank you, Behemoth, for a huge super chat. I appreciate your coverage, Lono. Here's a little to support you. Thank you. This guy says, F you, I do not believe you that it's still 8 hours. You scamming me? I'm not scamming you. This is the literal countdown to when the embargoes go live, homie. I'm not trying to do anything other than to let people know when they're going to go live. Like, I have nothing. What would I have to gain by being dishonest about when the embargo drops? Y'all remember how how hard it was for Wild Hearts to run? I had a friend who had to buy a top-end PCU, a CPU to play that game. Oh, I'm so glad you bring that one up, Judarian. Do you guys remember Wild Hearts? That was another game where I warned people. I said, I think this game looks like it's running poorly. A game of this magnitude is bound to have some bugs either way, so going to hold off a few months, let them iron out the last issues. I will say this. A lot of people who are a fan of Black Desert Online and Pearl Abyss, a lot of them have said that. They have said these guys will commit to fixing the game. And boy, I hope you're right, because I think the game looks awesome. I want to play the game. I want to play the game and not have dropping into like 40 frames per second the minute there's a lot of enemies to fight. That's going to be very frustrating because it seems like that's a very common trend in the game. If you watch, what was the one we were watching? This one. If you watch this trailer, watch it on your own time, or I'll put it up here in a moment for you guys just to see full screen. If you watch this section, I'm sorry, not this section. If you watch this trailer consistently shows that one of the themes of the combat is there are lots of people around. John Linneman's video only did this once or twice, and there was noticeable frame rate issues the minute there were lots of NPCs. A couple of the fights he showed, it was like 2 or 3 guys. Like, look at how many, and they just kind of keep coming. They're like coming down the hillsides, coming out of doors, coming, like chasing you across a field, like right here. This is a common thing that they were selling us. And one of the reasons this is a great selling point, and one of the reasons this looks cool, is because it feels like this big open world like battle. Like, look at this fortress. Look how many NPCs are in here. We counted yesterday. There's over 25 NPCs in this fortress alone. It's a consistent theme of the marketing that you're going to get into fights and there's NPCs everywhere. And the biggest times where we're seeing performance issues on a PlayStation 5 Pro is when this is happening. So you can't call that a bug or a glitch or a rough edge. That's going to be endemic to your experience anytime you go to get into a fight and there's lots of enemies, which they seem to be indicating in these trailers. That will be one of the themes. Look at this. He's going to charge in to a fortress, and we've seen this sequence in another video somewhere. Not only are you fighting NPCs in this section, NPCs are coming in and helping you. That's an awful lot of people that the console is going to have to, be using CPU power. I want to like the game, but it looks so generic. No early reviews is a red flag. Can you show us the frame drops in the PS5 Pro? Yes, I have no problem showing you that. We watched that video many times. There's a specific section in Linneman's video about it. It's a section which he called the Battle for Bug Hill, and then there's a section where they are like in they're in like a Let me get to it. He's in like a village, and he picks a fight. Let me back this up. Okay, so he also gets weird frame issues in a small area there because of water or something. So he's got a nice 60 FPS mode running here. Okay, but then when he gets into proximity, it drops to 50. And you'll notice nothing major's going on. You'll also notice significant pop-in. Right up here in the sky, a huge thing's going to pop in. So there are things that aren't even loaded in yet, and he's already dipping into the 50s, okay? And then bink, a big pop-in of some kind of a hot air balloon, okay? It's just going to get worse the more he goes. There's another one. Maybe those are being teleported in. I don't know. Maybe that isn't pop-in. In any case, he's not fighting. He's not doing anything. He's not doing any of the spells that cause particle effects, none of that. And he's now in the 30s. Now, keep in mind, the trailer that I was just showing you has moments that blow this out of the water. They blow this out of the water. We just watched a trailer about combat, and there were way more NPCs, and there were way more things of action going on, and this, I'm telling you, this is going to be one of the common themes of the game. You're going to go into areas like this. That's why I thought the game looked so cool, but I also thought it looked too ambitious, okay? Now, you might say, well, that's just that section with the bugs. There's too many bugs, right? Because arguably you can look in the sky and you can see there's probably 50 some. Look at this town here. Does this look familiar to you? This looks like the trailer that we just watched. This looks like every single fight in the trailer that we just watched, and it's in the 40s. How many times did it show us getting, and here he's like, oh, it's running fine. Yes, you're in a big open area. There's no NPCs except for the 3 you're fighting. There's no other NPCs watching or coming running or anything like that. So again, even if you want to argue that it was just the bugs, all right, this right here is the theme of the combat in all the marketing up to this point. There's a chunk of people standing around, they could join in the fight. I don't know. Yeah, some of them join in. All right. And the frames are dropping into the 40s. That's going to feel terrible and laggy and framey and hitchy. And then if we watch this combat and progression trailer, you will notice consistently he's in fights and there are just enemies everywhere. Which I actually think is one of the cool things about the game. They show these vistas, these towns, these villages, these castles, these fortresses, and you're like, this game looks sick. I'm going to go get into these amazing fights and these amazing battles. And the PlayStation 5 Pro is dropping out of the 60s down into the 30s and 40s when you're in sections like that. I think the most interesting thing about the Digital Foundry footage is that so much of what we see in these trailers, the snowy areas, the desert areas, the beachfront areas, the water and all that, we don't see any of that. It's all the same area. This game looks like open world slop. I don't think it looks like open world slop. I think it looks like a great game to me. I think that this was a Ubisoft game. If this was a Ubisoft game, this conversation would be very different. If it was a multiplayer game, the performance issues would be a big issue. How could you possibly say that? Can you imagine fighting a big battle, fighting 10 enemies, 20 enemies, or a big boss and having performance issues and being like, that's fine? So is this going to be any different with builds and stuff? Is this a full-on RPG? I've never played it. They have said that it is not an RPG. Like, you don't, level. You don't. You get, I think you get, gear and abilities, but you don't, level your character. Now, they did say, one of the previews said that if you leave an area too soon and come back to it later, you'll be really strong. And I'm like, oh. So that sounds like an RPG to me. I think it's going to do numbers. Oh, I think it's going to sell incredibly well. It's already selling incredibly well. The hype is there. People are anxious to play this game. They're very excited. At what time is the review embargo? I don't know where you live, so I have a countdown next to me. I can't give you the time because you could be across the ocean or, 10 miles from me. I don't know where you live. The game doesn't look terrible. I don't think the game looks terrible at all. I think the people that want to, put me into a box and claim I'm hating, I'm sure they'll grab tons of clips out of context to make that narrative because that's what dishonest people do. I have consistently stated that I'm excited for the game. I've been following the game for a while. The number one thing that got my attention was the combat. There was one of those early fights where he was doing wrestling moves and he was dashing around and jumping. And I was like, this looks sick. Then the more they revealed, I was like, I don't know. This looks like it's going to run really poorly on consoles. It just seems way too ambitious. You're going to be live for 7 hours just to wait for the reviews? Yeah, I'm a live streamer. This is kind of what I do for a living. I live stream and talk to people. Controller features have been released. I think it was Maximilian who was concerned about controls. I think it was Maximilian. I think he said that some of the controls and some of the way that it handles in combat's a little clumsy. He was hoping that they had kind of polished some of that. A guy said, why are you so hung up on FPS? What's the oldest game that you played? Tell me. The oldest game I've played would be Pong. And then I played games on my dad's Coleco. And then the original Nintendo. I love when people try to gamer cred check me. I was probably building a PC when you were playing on the playground. Don't reach, young blood. People try to pull my gamer cred card. It's always comical. It's very comical to me. I'm 44 years old. I've been there since the old Magic was written. You're sounding like a negative Nancy. How could you see all these issues and with the experiences that we have had with performance in games that we're looking forward to, how is that not concerning for you? Look at this fight right here. Look at this fight right here. Not this one. The next one. Right? Look at this. This is a larger size group, or roughly the same size group that John Lindemann was fighting in the one footage, and it was dropping into the 40s. That's a terrible experience, man. Y'all are sounding like simping Sams. Yeah, when people simp for a girl and people are like, she's not going to sleep with you? Homie, Pearl Abyss isn't going to pay you. They're not going to pay you money to be in my chat running Defense Force for the game and encouraging people to pre-order. Which do you think is more respectable? Encouraging people to pre-order something just as a random, or encouraging people to not pre-order? Which looks better, do you think, if you don't even work for the game company? Detective C's at the $5 super chat. Don't dare call Crimson Desert an RPG. I did. I was immediately corrected. They don't like that. Rainwater's renewed over there on purple. 13 months. That's a long time. Did you text me, Seeds? I think you did. There are 2 different embargoes. Oh. Some are at 6 p.m. Some content creators had to move their embargoes to tomorrow. Oh my gosh. This can I read this out loud, Seeds? What you sent me? And a 10 bomb comes in from Hidden Siriu, getting us to 116. Boys, let's have a big day. Do me a favor. Hit that like button. Get us to 300 likes, man. There's a lot of people here. Let's get the like button up. Toxic positivity is just as toxic negativity. That's what I'm saying. Can I read this, Detective Seeds? Seeds is making a pretty worrisome claim here. This also tracks with, I don't know. How do you think the Series S will be? The Series S is going to be a nightmare playing this game. Don't read the last part. It came from so-and-so. I'll keep it generic, y'all. If you want to review this game and have your embargo hit tonight, you got to play ball. You got to agree to things. I don't know. This is not surprising at all. A $5 super chat from the Goaty. It'll be better as the years goes on. Day one patch will definitely improve the experience. $2 super chat. Saw review embargo leaked. Mech, dragons, and lasers and ships. Yeah, I think the game's going to review well on PC. I think people with good PCs are going to review. It's going to review well because I think people went to the preview events and largely liked it. $809 line says, one thing this game is exposing is the bias people have when they attach themselves to a game. No matter how many red flags they see, they will excuse. I agree with you, 809 Lion. I agree with you. To be fair, basing a game off of its console performance is irrelevant. Irrelevant. So trailers that have around 1 million views on the PlayStation channel selling to an audience of 90 million consumers, you think it's irrelevant? You use the word irrelevant in a very strange way. They have literally uploaded trailers to the PlayStation channel. Each trailer on its own, each individual trailer clocks about 1 million views. They have roughly 3 million views of marketing, 30 minutes of footage on the PlayStation channel, and they're marketing pre-orders to 90 million consumers. There's 90 million PlayStation 5s in circulation. And you think that performance on console is, quote, irrelevant? I would see if Pearl Abyss is hiring. You could do good PR for them. You could tell people to use their brains and dizzy us with the logic that you just put in chat. I predict 68 to 72 on Metacritic. Something seems off about this game. No, I think it'll score well on Metacritic. It's just going to be PC reviews. A lot of your community is just dumb. I don't know who that was that said that. What do you mean? Drew, I don't have an IQ test to hang out here, brother. A $20 super chat from Drew says, so some reviewers are being forced to wait until launch date to have their embargo lifted. If that's not a red flag, I don't know what is. That is what is being claimed to me. Detective Seed spoke with somebody who indicated some content creators are not, their review embargo is basically tomorrow. There was basically disagreements about terms or something. Do you guys want to know what I think? I think that they were probably told what not to show. And there were people that I'm not going to do that? What? Watch the PlayStation video from yesterday. PlayStation Japan. Watch it. And then watch John Linneman's Digital Foundry stuff. And you'll notice there are certain moments in certain sections that they just cut the camera. They don't let you see. We never see some of these sections. We never see some of these fights. It's very bizarre. It's extremely bizarre. You also have to remember, John Linneman recorded footage on a PlayStation 5 Pro that was brought to him. Pearl Abyss showed up at his house. Somebody from Pearl Abyss, I don't know if it was Will Powers, showed up to John Linneman's house with the PlayStation 5 Pro. I don't even know if he let him keep it. I don't know how it worked. Was he there for the weekend and came and gathered it back? I don't know. They talked about it. They talked about it on the latest Digital Foundry video. Super bizarre. I don't know how you could look at that and be like, it's gonna run fine. That's totally normal. Huh? What? What? Go watch the recent gameplay of the base PS5. It's a low quality video. It's 1080/30. You can't make a decision based off of that. Lona, when a developer is confident reviews come out a week early, why wait till the last minute so people don't have enough time to find out if it's optimized? That's what I'm saying. PR is celebrating how much the game has sold right now on Twitter. They're celebrating how much the game has sold instead of giving you information. And you've got an embargo that's ending at the last minute. And there's even people now that are claiming they can't put their embargo up at the same time as everybody else. Just watch it anyway. We watched it a bunch yesterday. I mean, I'll pull it up. If you really want to see it. If you really want to see it. Axel King Julian. I'll show it to you. I'll let you see it. Pause. Here. This is the best section to start watching the one on PlayStation Japan. Yeah, they conveniently do similar things here that Digital Foundry did. It's like you don't get to see the village. You don't walk around the village. Anytime the camera goes to let you see, like, oh, it cuts. Not the one they uploaded yesterday, the one they uploaded today. I'm pretty sure the 11-minute one is just a glorified trailer, brother. You talking about this? Brother, this is an 11, isn't this like an 11-minute trailer? I mean, I'll play it. Let's see what we got. It's probably gonna be 1080-30 again. Stats for nerds. Yes, it's a 1080-30 video. Wonderful. Now, does this look anything like what they showed? Come on. People are saying it looks amazing. What are we talking about? Rainwaters with 1,000 bits. This is the original footage that they marketed. Look, let me just show you what we're looking at. This is the PlayStation trailer. This is what it looks like when they're like, "Hey, buy our game." And then this is the game on base PS5. You deserve this. You do. Everybody that's been yelling at me, everybody that's pre-ordered, you deserve that. That image right there. This is for you. This is for you. Let's just come here. Marketing, delivery. You pre-order the game, install the game. Oh my goodness. Look at all that lighting and detail and draw distance. Ooh, look at that frame rate, boys. I don't believe it, right, Tommy? They said their console footage was so impressive that we wouldn't believe it. Yeah, do you want to know what we wouldn't believe? We wouldn't believe your marketing up to this point. This looks nothing like the marketing. Explain how this is bad? Homie, every single piece of lighting and texture detail that they've been showing off, it's not even remotely the same. This is the marketing. Look at the level of detail. I need some of the zoomed out sections. Hang on, let me get the play controls. I run an extension that hides the play controls so they don't pop up like when I'm showing you guys stuff. Let me see if I can get a section with like the big draw distances. Yeah, here we go. Here's a good section, I think. Right here. Look at that. Look at the rocks and the mountains. Bear says, "Who is defending this? This is as cut and dry as I can find it. It's compressed like crap, but the difference is not. The difference is not okay." Okay, right here. Here. Let me get the play controls out of the way. Okay, this is marketing. This is the product. So this is why they would not show us the game on a base level console. This is them putting up a trailer on the PlayStation channel that has 1 million views and is telling you to pre-order. Look at the detail. Look at the sharpness of the shadows and the lighting. And then this is what you're going to be playing on your base PS5. Oh, and also, Also, we've seen visible performance issues with frame rate on the PlayStation 5 Pro. You deserve this if you've been defending this game and all in and calling me a hater. You deserve this. This is what you deserve. You deserve this rug pull. Close your eyes, plug your ears, consume product. This is a rug pull if I've ever seen one. 30 minutes of video footage. Here, I'll lower the resolution. Whoops. I'll lower the resolution out of 4K and make it 1080. The difference is the same. Look. This is a rug pull. This is why they wouldn't show you console footage. If you saw this running at 30 frames per second, you'd have been like, oh, okay. That looks like a not great looking generic open world. Like, what is there to celebrate here? Look at all the performance issues. The shadows. Look at the shadows in this village. Here you go. Oh my gosh, look at all of the beauty. Jiminy Christmas. And here's your marketing. You deserve it. Oh. The console footage is so good, we won't believe it. Oh yeah, look at that water. Oh. Oh. 30 frames per second, and this is your graphical fidelity. This is quality mode, boys. Holy mackerel. Like I said, if you play this game today on a really nice PC, all the reviews we're going to read are going to be like really nice PCs. Look at this game on a base console. This doesn't look like next-gen game at all. It doesn't. This looks like something I could have played on PS4, like an Assassin's Creed game, like low textures, low frame rate, not that impressive. Yeah, the cultists are mad. Yeah, they're super mad. They're big mad. This is what it's going to look like on base level console. Thank you, Denver Miller, for 14 months. That's a compressed output video on YouTube at 1080. You're clearly a moron. Oh, am I? Because this is a 1080 video running on the PlayStation channel that looks vastly different and better. Same exact settings. I've got this set to 1080 for comparison's sake. You want to go back and compare the Dragonflight again? Let's do it. Like, look at this. This is the same resolution, dealing with the same YouTube compression, genius. And then this... The robot's too good. Look at this. Oh, yeah, it's amazing. It's so good. And then you're like, this is what showed up at my house. I didn't even mean to do that. I'm getting hot. I gotta take my freaking hoodie off. Oh my god. This is it. This is your god. Oh, But the resolution and the compression, yeah? This is running on 1080 on YouTube too, bud. Oh my golly. I'm going to have a dadgum heart attack. I'm laughing so hard. Okay, this is 1080. Okay, this is 1080 going through the same compression. Both are playing on YouTube. Let's go back and watch this glorious dragon flight. You guys ready? Here we go. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at all the world detail. Oh, let's actually go back and get a good freeze frame there. Right there. And same exact platform, same exact resolution on the video. Marketing and delivery. It's a 6-year-old console. What do you expect? Assassin's Creed Shadows and Yote and Death Stranding 2 look great. What are you talking about? Yeah, I know I can't fly a dragon up in the sky. But, yeah, feel free to clip this, y'all. Get ready. You ready? You ready? Here we go. Here's your marketing. And here's the game on a base level console. Let's let it get closer to a village as well. Oh, look at that amazing fire. Watch the shadows, watch the pop in, watch the jittering. It's just marvelous. People are describing this as looking incredible, by the way, all over Twitter. Here's your game. This is it, boys. This is the game on a base level PS5. This is the footage that people were running around on Twitter saying, "Oh my, the game looks amazing. The game looks so good. I can't wait to play it." Yeah, that's the game on base level consoles. And this is the game, this is what they marketed. But I'm just a hater, you know? I'm just hating. I'm just telling people, hey, you might not want to pre-order. I mean, this is how they marketed it with really, really jacked, cranked PC footage. And this is the game that you're going to play. Maybe it's good enough for those people, though. Not everyone has the same expectations. But we're not talking about that. We are talking about marketing that has been misleading. I don't care if you're okay with it. That's immaterial to the discussion. They marketed this game this way. Like, what are we even talking about? I don't care if you're okay with it. This is the game on a base PS5. You overestimated your few years old PS5, buddy, if you think your base PS5 can pull off any of the tracing. No, I didn't overestimate anything, buddy. I told people that when I saw this footage here, this was too good to be true, and they weren't going to do this on a console, buddy. I literally told people, I was like, they're selling us a bill of goods. There's literally no way you're going to be having this level of fidelity, experience, you know, density of NPCs and fights. I've been warning people for weeks, and I've been called a hater for stating the obvious. I've been stating the obvious. It's like, brother, you're going to have a completely different experience than what they've been marketing to you. It's false advertisement. It's misleading. It's dishonest. Watch this frickin' boss fight. Let me just show you by way of comparison. Let me back this up. I want you to see this section here where he fights as the robot. I want you to watch this robot. Look at that. Look. No one's nitpicking. We're doing comparisons of this is what they showed you. This is what they marketed to you. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the action. Look at the flames. Look at the reflections. Look at the lighting. And then this is what you're going to be playing. It's going to look like that. I don't understand. People are in chat calling me names. They're calling me a grifter and a loser. All I'm doing is showing the public the truth. These are public available videos right now that you can watch. Like, they marketed the game with footage that looked too good to be true. I kept telling people it was too good to be true, and now that we have evidence it's too good to be true, you're calling me a grifter? I was trying to tell people, don't pre-order. It's not going to look like that on your console. It's not going to look and run like that on your console. And turns out, the day before the game comes out, we have base level PS5 footage, and surprise, surprise, it looks nothing like the marketing. The point of marketing is to push out the best version out there. Do you complain about food advertisements in the same way? Do you complain about car ads showing the top trim level? You sound like a sucker. Congratulations. You just defended misleading marketing. I should have merch that says I'm a sucker so I could at least have someone like you buy it. I don't know what to tell you. Yes, I complain about misleading marketing in this environment all of the time. Do you want to know why? Not everybody does it. You 100% should hold these companies accountable. That's what you're supposed to do. You are literally supposed to hold these companies accountable. They market with these sort of nonsense marketing tactics all of the time. Arguably, Hideo Kojima arguably showed too much of his game. He showed too much of his game. He showed too much of Death Stranding 2. We got to see tons of that game. Why? He knew it was excellent. He didn't try to hide anything. He didn't try to hide anything. He just let us see the game. Same with Yote. Tons of footage. Tons of footage of Yote on the base PS5. You should not defend a company lying to you. You know what's funny? Chat's more angry now than they've been all morning. They're in their feelings, chat. They're in their feelings, y'all. They're in their feelings because they know I'm right. They are in chat so angry right now, calling me names, calling me grifter, calling me all sorts of things. They're in their feelings. The proof is so evident in the footage that we just watched. They're so angry right now. They're so angry. They're so in their feels. Look at them seething and yelling in chat and name calling like tantrum throwing little children. Why? Well, the jig is up. The jig is up. It's so obvious. It's such an obvious rug pull. It's such an obvious rug pull. It's like, this is not what they marketed to you. They showed you gameplay that didn't look like this. I'm just going to keep going back and keep showing it over and over again. I know it'll give all the crybabies in chat calling me names PTSD, but it's okay. They can stay in their feelings. I'm going to go back to the dragon. This is marketing. This is what they told you the game was going to look like. This is what they showed you. Look at this dragon. Look at this. Just incredible. I've got the setting of the video at 1080, and this is what you're going to play on PS4. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Apex. This game is all over the place. It doesn't know what to do with itself. Don't drink the Crimson Kool-Aid, people. Thank you for the $10 super chat. And then Mr. Negative super chatted 27 something. I don't know what the currency is. Crimson Desert has turned into Crimson Disaster. All I'm doing is just showing footage. That's all I'm doing. And they are in their feels. They are in their feels and just mauling in chat, seething and yelling, trying to get a reaction from me. You guys are so upset, and all I'm doing is just showing the footage. This right here is the game on PlayStation. This is the marketing. This right here is the marketing. This is what I kept warning people was too good to be true. You're not going to get that experience on your console, y'all. You know what people kept telling me? Oh, they've made breakthroughs with the engine. You don't know what you're talking about. It's a proprietary engine. Really? Does this look like any of the marketing to you? With the dithering and the jittering and the stuttering and the shadows coming in and out like that? This looks horrible. One looks more compressed. Okay, ignore the compression, Kaiser. Look at the lack of detail. Look at the color. Look at the textures. Look at the shadows. I understand that, like, the actual capture is not great, but also look at it. It's so clearly, this is nothing like what they showed us. It's not even close. Right here is marketing. This is what you're going to experience. Capture aside, you can clearly tell foliage, texture, water, all the details. Like, you can clearly see. Have you seen this? Doesn't seem like anything significant, but wanted to put it on your radar. That's a dishonest channel, gangs. I'm pretty sure that's one of the channels that constantly re-uploads footage and claims it's something that it's not. I'm pretty sure I've seen that channel before. Yeah, I wouldn't trust it. I don't know who that is. Yeah, they just keep they uploaded two different. They're claiming to have over an hour of PlayStation 5 Pro footage. I don't believe them. I don't believe them. When's the embargo end? I literally have a timer practically in front of my face down here in the corner. The water alone is a huge downgrade. Folks called me a hater. Folks called me a grifter. And I told you guys it didn't pass the smell test. It didn't look right. It didn't. I could tell from moment one. From moment one. Like, look at this. Look at this compared to this. This is what they marketed to you. This level of detail and shine and shadows and lighting, and this is what you're going to experience. A day one patch for the people that are saying that we should be impressed. What do we have here? We It's an old console, man. It's 6-year-old tech, man. You should be impressed, man. Really? That's interesting. This is running on a base level PS5. Man, oh man, I just... Pre-release footage, my guy. No, the PlayStation channel, Japanese channel, they have the game. They have early access to the game. What are you talking about? Base level PS5. It's 6-year-old tech, guys. You know? Here's Horizon Forbidden West on a base PS5 running 60 FPS, just beautiful graphics. And here's Crimson Desert. Keep seething and malding in my chat, please. We're enjoying banning all of you. It's been an enjoyable morning. I'm not your guy, buddy. Dan with a $5 super chat. Off topic, but I purchased the Portal yesterday. Really looking forward to using this along with the Pro. Try out that new update, Dan. You can increase the resolution through Remote Play or Cloud. Try out that update. I don't really like being called buddy either. The guy called me buddy first. I was just saying it back. You're banning people for speaking opinions? No. We're banning people. You're not even seeing their messages. Their messages get filtered because they call me like a name. They'll say, you're a blank. They're like cursing up a storm. So they're getting caught by the Google admin filter, and we're just banning them. A lot of their insults aren't even hitting the chat. Reforge has become the Crimson Desert final boss. Look at this. Look at it. Yeah, this is what they promised you right here. I think I replayed the whole buddy segment. Yeah, the guy called me buddy. It doesn't matter how old it is. It's the current console gen. You either make games for 100 million customers or you don't. They chose to scam them. I think that's so well stated. I'm banning. I don't know what I did. No, Perfect Eggs, you're not banned. I can see your comments. What's your Metascore prediction for this game? I don't know. Like, look at the PC. This is PC graphics. This is what they marketed to you, and this is what you're actually going to experience. Like, this is base PS4, right? Like, you can tell that everything has been so turned down. Textures, shadows, lighting, all of it, right? And what's that? We're not even talking frame rate anymore. We're not even talking frame rate. You're comparing very different scenes. You're right. We should go all the way back to the dragon comparison again. I think that's better. I appreciate you reminding me that we shouldn't compare different scenes, guys. That wouldn't really be fair. Let's make sure that we're comparing the same things. You know, we really want to make sure that this is how they market. Look at that. Look at the sky and the flying and the fog. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at the ground. Look at the detail and the shadow and the rubble and the dirt. This looks just so good. Look at that. Oh, my gosh. Just so amazing. And then, this is your PS5, I'm sorry, base PS5 experience. There you go. Congratulations. Thanks for your $70. Thanks for your $70. Make sure you pre-install it so you can't get a refund. Like I said, PR's busy celebrating sales on Twitter and not at all making sure that you saw this before you pre-ordered. You keep saying PS4 because it looks like a PS4. It's a Freudian slip. This is like a PS4 game. It looks so good, doesn't it? I can't stop laughing. It looks so bad. All these people that kept saying, they're like, you're going to see, man. You're going to see. It's a proprietary engine. You're going to eat crow. I don't think so. I think I'm going to eat a ribeye with all the ad revenue from you buffoons that brigade my content. That's what I think I'm going to eat. You're going to eat crow. Are you sure about that? Are you sure? I mean, I don't know, man. This is looking pretty rough. What do you expect from a doo-doo tech box? I expect this. This right here is on a base PS5. That's what I expect. You're judging quality mode? Why not honest? Wait, hang on a second. You understand what quality mode is, right? They turn the graphics up. They turn the lighting up, and then you get half the frame rate. You understand you just made a really, really bad point, right? This is not dishonest. This is quality mode, meaning this is the best it's going to look on the base level console. Like, this is the best it's going to look. Quality mode, they turn it up. I've not even been talking about the frame rate. Look at this. Look at this. This look, you can talk about capture method and compression all you want. Look at the textures and the graphics. This is what they marketed. Look, this is what they marketed. I'm not even talking about frame rate. That's what they marketed. This is quality mode on a base PS5. Console players don't care about quality, lad. You're right. You're right. They don't. They commonly sell games. You're right. They don't care about quality. That's why this is marketed on the PlayStation channel. You're right. No, the console users don't care about quality. Delete your channel, get a job. I have a job, and your interaction with my chat helps me pay my bills. Thank you. Like, plenty of people care about the graphics. If they didn't care about graphics and quality, why would they market the game like this? It looks fine. This is the marketing. This is the base console experience. They're dramatically different. I can't understand defending this. Like, I really, truly think people are jumping the shark. You are completely and utterly jumping the simp for a corporation bootlicking shark, some of you guys. Like, you're actually not really here in good faith anyway. A lot of you guys are just here to insult me because you don't like me. You're not here because you actually care about the game and you care about the marketing. You care more about attacking somebody you don't like. I think some of you guys have some serious therapy that you need. But the people that are actually simping and bootlicking for this game, like, it's remarkable to me. Like, you're totally okay with just abysmal, blatant, misleading marketing. They misrepresented the product. They lied to you. They told Fighting Cowboy the footage was so good on console that we wouldn't believe it, and they were going to send it to Digital Foundry. They didn't do that. They went to Digital Foundry with a PlayStation 5 Pro in hand and the game pre-installed. They have lied to you. You being okay with that is pathetic. It's pathetic. You should not be okay with somebody lying to you for money. The irony of people calling me a grifter, it's like, I've been trying to give people the honest to goodness truth about the game. I've said since the beginning, it ain't going to look like that on your console. They're using misleading marketing tactics. They're misleading the public. They're trying to get you to pre-order. That is dishonest. That's dishonest. They shouldn't be doing that. Prove it? What do you mean, prove it? I just showed you. Are you not watching? Did you just get here? You still ranting? Brother, I'll be ranting for the next 7 hours. Buckle up or get off the ride. What do you mean, prove it? Where did they ever lie? Brother, they told Fighting Cowboy that the console footage was so good we wouldn't believe them, and they were going to send it to Digital Foundry so that we could see the footage before launch. They didn't do that. That's not proving it? I have property I want to sell you. It's excellent. It's the best property money can buy. If you think that they've been honest, like, it's remarkable. It's remarkable to me. When did they ever say it was PS5? I never said it was PS5. They said we wouldn't believe console footage. They were going to send it to Digital Foundry. They said they were going to send the game to Digital Foundry. They didn't. Thanks for saving me money. Yeah, I don't understand. I really, really do think. Prove that you're wearing glasses. I bet they won't believe you. Right, brother? Like, what is going on? I have to tell you, I have been covering games for a decade. This has been the weirdest time in my history of game coverage. 2026 has been a wild ride. The way that people have been defending games in the face of facts, it's just bizarre to me. The way people defended High Guard in the face of facts. The way people have defended Marathon in the face of facts. The way people are defending Crimson Desert with just blatant, obvious, rug pull, misleading marketing tactics, staring you straight face saying, yeah, we misled you, give us your money. And you're like, yeah, but prove it. But prove it. Low bitrate video proves it all. You can see graphical degradation in the footage. The bitrate is, you don't even understand what you're saying. Low bitrate causes like artifacting and blurring. I'm not giving you blurry images. I'm freezing it when the video is frozen itself and showing you the texture detail, the lighting detail, the shadow detail, even the colors are more washed out, brother. Bitrate doesn't necessarily affect that when you're recording footage. Also, I set the resolution to be exactly the same. While you're at it, Lono proved Mind's Eye wasn't as good as the marketing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, bitrate's not causing pop-in. You guys don't understand some of the things that you're saying. Mr. Negative, thank you for the 27 tip. What's the best game last year in your opinion? What was the best game last year? My favorite was Yote. I absolutely loved it. I knew it wasn't going to win Game of the Year, though. Expedition 33 was clearly the Game of the Year. Expedition 33 and Ghost of Yote, for me, were like tied for first place. I absolutely loved them. After that, I really wish that Shinobi Art of Vengeance got more attention. I thought it was one of the best action platformer Metroid-Lite, like Metroidvania-Lite games that I've like ever played. It was so much fun. It was just excellent. It was excellent. I don't remember my top 10 list from last year. This year, so far, yeah, DK was really good. This year, games that I've cleared, Resident Evil 9 is currently at the top of my list, obviously. I thought it was a masterpiece. Cairn, the mountain climbing game, that indie title was great. I'm really enjoying playing Grind Survivors. It just came out this week. Little team, little studio, but it's one of the best Survivor games I've played since like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. I replayed Control. Did you like Wukong? Wukong rang like garbage on console. It ran like absolute garbage. Yeah, I know we're doing something right. I'm getting Raid Shadow Legends emails, which I will not take. I've turned those down my entire career. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 needed recognition. I took up for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I thought it deserved the RPG award over Expedition 33. I thought it was one of the most expansive, broad, and deep RPGs I had seen since Baldur's Gate 3. It was too much for me, and I respected that. I thought it was amazing that they built a game like that. Excuse me. I agree with you on many things, and I do agree about the specs on the normal PS5, but I don't agree with what you're saying that they lied. Okay, I missed your super chat. Dan, I am so sorry. $5 from Dan says, I didn't overestimate anything, buddy. Best line of the day. Hang on. Brutalness with a £2 super chat says, how does it feel to be a really good looking man? It's hard to be this attractive, so I appreciate you taking notice of that. And then we have one here from Long Halloween, a $5 super chat. Marketing is a scam. Game could still be fun. This is the middle ground. I played Breath of the Wild on launch. I think I will enjoy it. Company is sketchy. And then Rogue Necro, thank you for 50 months and a VIP over here on YouTube. I appreciate it very, very much. Lied by omission, it's that simple. If you think it's not a lie, it's obfuscation of material facts, is that better? Yeah, if you want us to get that pedantic about it. Excuse me. Here's why I call it a lie. Here's why I call it a lie. All right. They knowingly, willingly, and volitionally misled the public and hid things from you. I call that a lie. I do. I call that a lie. If I told you guys to buy Reforged Roast, and I pointed back there, and I was like, yeah, it's great. And I said, yeah, we have 12-ounce bags. We have lots of different options, And then I sell you a teeny tiny version of that bag, and you think you're getting a 12-ounce bag. I misled you. I didn't flat out lie. I gave you an impression. I intentionally withheld information from you. I set things up in such a way to use trick of the light and trick of the camera to trick you into buying something. We actually don't have small bags. We only have 12-ounce bags. Do you mean gaslighting? I don't think people understand what gaslighting means. Gaslighting is when you say something intentionally to wind somebody up or to provoke some sort of response from them. That's not gaslighting. This isn't gaslighting. People throw around the word narcissist and gaslighting so much. It's like I don't even think people understand what these terms mean. They didn't gaslight anybody. The marketing was deceptive. It was misleading. We should not defend this. That's literally marketing. No, I don't agree with you. Plenty of studios don't do this. Stop defending it. There are better studios with more integrity and more honesty, and they respect you more. They deserve credit. There are plenty of studios that do dev diaries and deep dives and trailers and game capture that's honest. Stop defending this. It's like, well, that's just marketing. What? No, there are plenty of studios that don't pull this kind of nonsense. The hand waving is remarkable to me. It's fine. Just mislead me. It's totally fine. What? $5 super chat from Hidden Siriu. PC Master Race boys are feeling seen, so they've decided to bootlick. I got bad news for a lot of those PC boys, man. If you're on a mid-level rig, you're going to be turning stuff down too. You're going to be turning settings and lighting down too. You're not going to get a game that looks this incredible. Now, maybe you're more accustomed to that because you're like, oh, I'm playing on an older rig or an older, an older GPU, CPU, what have you, and that's okay. Like if you're more accepting of that because you just know, like, hey, I'm on older, equipment. But when you come to console users with trailers and gameplay, and you show them this, and it looks this incredible, and I kept telling people, ain't no way it's gonna look like that, right? Especially the draw distance and the lighting and the shadows. Like, this is the marketing, and then this is the footage on a PlayStation 5, a base PlayStation 5. It's a night and day difference. It's not like a slight diminishment. The lighting and shadows are completely absent. You can talk about bitrate all you want. Look at the hills, the trees, the mountain, all of it. It's not even remotely similar. It's not like a tiny downgrade. It's not like a tiny feature was turned off. These look like different games. They look like different games. They look like they're from different eras of time. Rise Jones, the guys on YouTube, it's easy. I think it's just easier for them to troll. It's where they troll. A lot of the people saying the stuff that they're saying on YouTube are just trolls. We are well aware of people who their concerted effort is they come here on alt accounts and they hurl insults and say things hoping to trigger me. We know they're doing it, so that's why I was just laughing at them and banning them. Like, they're just clip farming. They're hunting for content. It's the way you're behaving. You're acting as if this is a public health issue or something. It's a video game. This marketing is a little odd. Wait for review to drop before purchasing. Well, now what you're doing is you're injecting something into my commentary that's not there, which is a form of straw man, which is just an argumentative fallacy. What you're saying is ridiculous. I cover gaming with passion. If you don't like it, if you think I'm exaggerating this as like some sort of like public health issue, I don't know what to tell you, brother. This is how I discuss things. I get passionate. I argue from conviction. If you don't, that's fine. That's your own personal way of approaching these topics. You're looking at a compressed video? Yeah? Like this? This is a compressed video too. This is set to the same resolution. They're both set to 1080. You're judging a game before you've seen it in front of your own eyes? I could say the same to you. Congratulations, we're at a stalemate. I'm cautioning people to not spend their money. You seem to be encouraging people to spend their money with your defense of the game. You're bootlicking and simping for a company. I'm taking up for the consumer. I'd much rather do what I'm doing than what you're doing. My man Big Fry in the chat, ignore these. Look at the difference, Big Fry. I'm like this. I can't believe I'm getting disagreement on this. Like, I've been saying since the first couple trailers came out, I'm like, this is the marketing. This is insane. You're not going to get this on your console. There's just too much going on. The lighting, the shadows, the detail, the number of NPCs, just the draw distance alone is absurd. This is the marketing, and then this is the game running on a base PS5. frame rates cut in half, distance and lighting and shadows all look incredibly dialed down. You can talk about compression all you want. Even if you freeze frame it, you can see a severe degradation. It's like a different era of time. This looks like a PS4 gen game. The draw distance is 9 day. The detail, wait till he gets down to the village. Like, look at that. You can't judge a game before you play it. Why do they ask for pre-orders then? Tell them, Big Fry. Tell them. Like, all these trailers. Watch the shadows and watch the glitches here just in one little village. Look at the shadows. Look at the pop in and pop out. This is nothing like what they've been showcasing. It looks bad. Let's not even talk about the point that this is quality mode. Homies, this is quality mode. This is when it's supposed to look its best, and you accept 30 frames per second. Jiminy Christmas. I already pre-ordered. What can I say? I'm an open world whore. Listen. I mean this. I still think this game is going to be good and fun for the people that can either eat around the performance issues, or you have a decent PC and you can just bypass all this stuff. It still looks amazing. It looks night and day though. It looks like a different game. I just don't understand. Why in the world would you allow a game to market itself in this way? It's absolutely absurd. I got blocked by Will Powers for asking for base console footage. This is why they didn't want us to see it. It is a noticeable and significant downgrade. It doesn't look like the same game. This looks like a low-performant, generic open world. The one thing that this game had in its corner was like the fact that the draw distance and the lighting and the number of NPCs, those were all the things that were really the selling point of like what made this game stand out. It was also one of my primary concerns. Like this? Like what in the world? After playing a game like Death Stranding 2 or Yote or AC Shadows, like look at that. Look at the water. You can blame compression all you want. You can clearly see everything has been dialed down. I mean, there's even pop-in as he gets out of the water. Look at the rocks. Watch the rocks along this line. Just watch them. Watch how much the rocks change. Look, bink, 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 bink. Like, what the heck? My messages seem to be disappearing. What are you trying to say, Jamal? Today I learned that Brother is just a more tame version of Buddy. I saw that. That looks amazing. You think this looks amazing? Listen, go have a ball. I mean it. Have a ball. Have a ball. The combat sounds incredible. The open world exploratory purpose sounds wonderful. Go have a ball. I am not trying to yuck your yum. I'm trying to make sure consumers are properly educated before they spend their hard-earned money. You're salty you got blocked by Will Powers? No. He's done nothing but make me more relevant. Are you kidding me? What a gift that was. I got like 7,000 followers on Twitter. Homie, over 300,000 views on a tweet. Over 1,000 people here right now. Over 900 people were watching yesterday. You talk about a bow-wrapped gift. He could have just ignored me. I don't care if he blocks me. Do you honestly think I had high hopes of getting good treatment from him or the company or getting a code or something? I don't even ask for codes anymore. I don't have time. My schedule's too full. I can't do reviews. You sound salty. You sound like you're projecting. Why would I be salty? He's quite literally given me relevancy this week. Like, I've gotten more views and more traction and more ad revenue because he blocked me on Twitter. Are you kidding me? Do you understand the world we operate in? Like, attention is currency. Like, you just gave me a bunch of attention. Why? Because I wanted base level console footage so that the consumers could make up their mind. I think you guys think I'm salty that I got blocked by him because you're hoping to get his number. I mean, some of y'all are either trying to date him or get hired by Pearl Abyss. I mean, I know some of y'all are projecting that onto me. Like, if he blocked you, oh my gosh, it would be the end of the world for you. You guys are simping so hard for him and the company. He's not going to date you, and Pearl Abyss isn't going to hire you. A lot of you guys can't even spell above a 3rd grade level, all right? Yeah, you think I'm salty because that would be devastating for you to get blocked by the almighty Will Powers. Did you play Dragon's Dogma 2? If so, do you think the performance would be compared to that? Well, I would bet that the similar issues that happened in Dragon's Dogma 2 are going to happen here. Like when you went to a town in Dragon's Dogma 2, they discovered that like all of the NPCs were actively thinking. Well, it was like causing a crazy bottleneck and performance was tanking, so they had to fix that. All he did by blocking you was put attention onto your X account for you. Yeah, I don't think you guys understand how that works. Like, I don't think you understand how that works. Like when you get blocked like that and you draw attention to being blocked and it goes viral like it did, that's good for me. He could have just ignored me. It would have done, if he would have ignored me, that would have done nothing for me. That's the right attitude to take. It's 100% called the Streisand effect. You made me more interesting to people that were like, wait, why can't we get base console footage? Well, probably because it looks like this. What's my Metacritic score? I don't know because the only people that got to review it are on PC. I don't know. It's gonna. It really depends. It really depends on how much of the people who got to review it have like rigs that can eat around some of the stuff that we know is going to be here. Like clearly, the method of like optimization is a concern. It's like people went to these preview events and had a great time, but like they also had really, really nice rigs. I also, at this point, I don't know if I trust the company. They could have all been playing vertical slices. He said it was save states of the full game. I don't even know if I believe that anymore. Base console is for beginner gamers. I think gatekeeping and coming up with titles for gamers is just weird, childish energy. Like, what in the world are you talking about? Base consoles for beginner gamers? What does that even mean? To ascend to the heights of whatever you think you are. We're all so jealous of how great you are. All of us beginner gamers out here. If we could only be as cool as you. What? ADJC with a $5 super chat. Putting a game on PlayStation's YouTube channel, but it's PC footage. Making console players believe it's played on console, but it's actually on PC. Higgs, I'm sorry I missed your resub. 13 months. It'd be interesting to have a side-by-side comparison of the PS5 drill arm fight to Joe Raptor's preview footage on PC. Oh yeah, doesn't he have this fight on his channel? What's your score prediction? I can't make a score prediction because it's only on PC, and I was told by somebody who spoke to somebody else who's like trying who like I guess got access or something, that like there were people told that they can't post their reviews until tomorrow. Synth Potato on X with 100,000 followers is posting AI footage of fake marketing trucks driving around New York. What is this, a psyop? I wasn't sure what was going around with the New York thing. I wasn't really sure. Did people do that knowing it was fake? I wasn't sure what was going on. Yo, Higgs dropping 5 gifted members over there on purple. We're well behind on pace, boys. We're well behind on pace. If you guys want that stream with Madam, I tell you what will make stretch goal this week. I tell you what will make stretch goal. Madam will have to play Crimson Desert. So if you unlock Saturday with 500 members on the week, that's renewals, that's new, that's gifteds, those all count. So check your renewals and your primes. You guys get credit and you're already paying for the membership. You need to make sure and give yourselves credit for that. My wife joins me on Saturdays and she reacts to gaming news. And then if we hit stretch goal, we do a second segment where she has to kind of like play a game. We'll make her play Crimson Desert this week. One of the reviews going live. Right next to me, I have a countdown. A $5 super chat from Detective Sieves. Can you explain save states for a review code? I know they got a whole PS5 Pro, but what are the save states they spoke of? I might have been speaking too fast, Detective Seeds. So apparently, when they were taking demos of this to CES, and when they were having like preview events, he had save states for people to like, here play the opener, here play this puzzle section, here play this boss fight. Okay, he described them as save states. Now, I was concerned that those were vertical slices, because we all know a vertical slice, by the way, this is base PS5 footage, and we'll see. I've not watched this yet. This is a fight we saw really, really early on in marketing. I remember this. This is one of the first fights I saw because there were like wrestling moves and stuff, and I thought it looked incredible. Like he was like zipping around like really, really fast. This is one of the first fights we ever saw in the marketing. So we'll see if they actually recorded the fight, and we'll see how it goes, because it is just one guy. I think some of the boss fights look incredible in some of the footage we've seen so far. That's why I've been hoping they can get performance to be fine, but it's hard to tell with this as well, because there's lots of slowdown and screen shakes. One-on-one looks fine. This is, again, quality mode, so you got to deal with the 30 FPS. I still think image quality gets weird when there's a lot of action and particle effects. It almost gets blurry. That could be YouTube compression, so it's hard to judge. It's hard to judge, but this is one of the first fights they ever showed. They're doing a lot of cuts for some reason. Man, he's getting his tail whooped. I'll probably get my tail whooped too. Somebody said one of the first boss fights is going to be a big skill check for people. I again don't think it looks very good. I think textures, lighting, and shadows have all been dumbed down, and then obviously it's quality mode, so the frame rate is just Jiminy. Someone can gaslight without saying much at all. It doesn't have to be verbal. The core of gaslighting is making you question your own reality, memory, or perception, by the way. Right. It can also be a form of like provoking a reaction from somebody. You're trying to gaslight them. Like there's multiple ways they can do it. I think people commonly use it with gaming and YouTubers and gaming discussions, and I don't necessarily think it applies. I think it's overused. So yeah, but the save state thing, Detective Seeds, to me, the save state thing, I don't even believe them at this point. I think people were playing vertical slices. I think loading into save states, I think they were playing vertical slices. I think that's another concern I would have, which means your performance on PC could really vary depending on where you go and how well it's optimized. That sudden blur during fights could also be the adaptive frame rate setting, basically trying to achieve the desired frame rate by lowering resolution. To be doing that to that degree in a 30 FPS mode would be pretty concerning, I would think. That wasn't even performance mode. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Pearl Abyss want this to be Game of the Year? Many people have predicted this will be Game of the Year. Like, textures are muddy is not going to stop me from enjoying a game. Yeah, I don't mind if textures get a little wonky. Pop-in is annoying. To me, my primary concern has always been performance. I don't want to be in a fight with a boss or like 10, 20 different enemies and have the frame rate tanking. That's extremely upsetting. Not upsetting. It's not upsetting. It's up. No, it's not. What was the word I was grabbing for? I said the wrong word. I guess it's upsetting to the frame pacing. It's like it's extremely off-putting. It makes everything not function properly. It's like you're going to have issues with your iframes, your dodges, your blocks, all of it. Brap? Is Brap in chat? I didn't see him. When I was texting with Luke, I thought they were vertical slices at the events, but maybe he thought they were too. That was another thing, Detective Seeds. This is why I don't trust them. I didn't feel like we could get a definitive answer. It was like, were they vertical slices? He kept saying save states. And I'm like, huh? Unsettling? Not unsettling. I don't know what word I was grabbing for. I was trying to speak to how it creates this like dissonance in the game. It's hard. It's like it'll mess with you. It'll make the game feel and look bad. It will. It 100% will. There's a timer on screen for the review embargo. If you guys want to look at them, we'll be looking at them together. Predict Metascore. Here's why it's difficult to predict the Metascore. The reviews that we're going to read in 6 hours, disorienting, disruptive. That's what I meant to say. Disruptive, not upsetting, disruptive. What is this? Oh. Yeah, disruptive. The reason it's difficult to predict a Metascore, it's only PC reviews. It's only PC reviews. So it's like, well, that's going to be a very different version of what people experience when we go from... Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong video. We go from marketing that looks unbelievable and incredible and, like, crisp and, like, mind-blowing to, like, we're seeing base console footage that I would argue actually looks kind of bad and dated and old. Like, just imagine you've got, like, a really good PC, all right? So you're able to experience that level of draw distance and detail, this level of draw distance and detail and resolution and sharpness, right? Imagine, like, playing this on PC, you're going to be like, man, I'm having a great time. Like, just this dragon section, this is all PC footage. And then the people on console are going to have this experience. This is base PlayStation 5. So again, predicting a Metacritic score is difficult when you go, like, somebody on PC is going to have this experience, and then somebody on console is going to have this experience. Why can't the PS5 keep up with the PC is the question? You think that's the question? Yo, thank you so much for raiding us over there on Purple, Mr. Chrono. What do you mean? Look at Assassin's Creed Shadows on PC and then look at it on a base PlayStation 5 or the PlayStation 5 Pro. Look at Assassin's Creed Shadows. It looks great and runs great on all platforms. What are you even talking about? Assassin's Creed Shadows didn't suddenly look like a PlayStation 4 game when I booted it up on a base PS5. This is why I'm answering the question, what do I think the Metacritic score will be? That's the dilemma. When console owners can have this experience and PC owners can have this experience, the PC boys are going to have a very different opinion of the game. And it's also going to, mileage may vary. Mileage may vary. You may have significant issues on your rig if you don't have, like, you know, usually people reviewing games professionally have very strong PCs. So, you know, the lion's share of the people reviewing it that we're going to read today are probably going to have a pretty good time with respect to, like, performance. Assassin's Creed had years of sequels. So, what does that even what does that even mean? So what? Plenty of multi-plat games come out and look great on the PlayStation. Go look at Death Stranding 2 on a base level PS5. Go look at it. Some of you guys are talking crazy. You're talking crazy. The base level PS5 has got plenty of games that look and run amazingly well. Why? Because the developers worked for that. You give the developers a pass and want to blame the console. The console's been out for 6 years. I've consistently played very good looking, very performant, high quality games on it. I've not been like, yeah, these games look pretty bad. There's no way possible Assassin's Creed Shadows can manage to look better than PC. I didn't say that it could. I'm saying it didn't look like a PlayStation 4 game on the PS5. Like, if you look at Assassin's Creed Shadows on, like, a base PS5 and then the PS5 Pro, like, go look at it. And then look at it on a really nice PC. They're all within the same hemisphere of, like, visual fidelity. They all look good. You're going from this on the PC in Crimson Desert to this on the base PS5, it's like a dramatic step down. And see, that's the thing that I think people are also missing. People are really missing this. This is what they were selling you, brother. They were uploading trailers with cranked PC footage. The draw distance was absurd. The level of detail was insane. And I kept saying that you're not going to get that experience on console. It's extremely misleading. This experience here is vastly different than this experience here. I have these trailers set to the same resolution. Where's the IGN review? We don't need your opinion. Well, bless your heart. Bless your heart. He said IGN. Okay. We're getting deep. You forgot about the day one patch? Yeah, I did. You're right. The mythical day one patch that will just magically fix the fact that the lighting detail and the draw distance and the color and the textures in these scenes, that it'll all just magically be fixed by a day one patch. That's my mistake. I apologize for forgetting the day one patch. Hollow Dad says, the arguments in chat are insane. A bad game is a bad game, people. There's obviously performance with the game. No need to accept that being the consumer. So I think Josh Stripe Hayes was like really informative on this topic. And he was talking about something completely unrelated. Guys, really, really quickly, if you don't mind, hit that like button for me. Hit the like button for me, if you don't mind. Try to get us to 500 likes. We've had a ton of new subscribers today. Also, do me a quick favor. We've been streaming for 2 hours. I think I've said this once. People get really mad when I say this, and they get really upset. But this is something that we do here. We do memberships, and it's how I do this full time. And if you enjoy this content, I keep it safe for work. You may have noticed I've been streaming for 2 hours. I haven't been cursing and swearing. A lot of people throw me on in the background of their workday like a podcast. I am able to do this full time because of people supporting me directly. This is a fan-funded operation, okay? We're not a very large stream. YouTube channel. We're not a very large channel. So we are supported by you. And we're trying to get to 600 paying members on YouTube. So consider clicking join. It's $5 a month. You get a badge, you get emotes, and you get into my members only Discord. If you're like, hey, I don't really do that or can't afford that, that's understandable. That's totally understandable. We do lots of gifting. Every 25, I gift back. If a particular platform hits like 100 members in a day, I gift a 5-bomb. I give an extra one. So we pay it forward here, and we try to ensure that people get memberships. And Higgs just gifted 2 members over there on Twitch to round us out to 125. So I owe a member to Twitch, and I owe, I believe I owe 4 members to YouTube. So I owe 4 members to YouTube and 1 to Twitch. I kind of hold off until I can do a 5-bomb. I also try to wait and see if you guys duke it out and, get 100 each. So do that. If you can't do a membership and you're watching on YouTube, hit that like button. Double check that you've hit the like button. There's over 1,000 people here. We could easily get to 500 likes. That really helps me out, okay? Let me go back to what I was saying. That's just a little station identification to help me do this full time. So, Josh Stripe Hayes put out a video about MMOs. In particular, he was talking about Ashes of Creation. And in his usual charming, debonair sort of way, he was being insightful. And he was talking about why people get so defensive and so just locked in and on the team of a game before it's even out, right? And a VIP plus from Stone Spire. This is the best community on YouTube and Discord. 1,000 viewers, awesome. Keep it up, Lono. And Sirius gifted a member as well. Thank you so much, Sirius. That's going to bump us to 127. Thank you, boys. Very, very much. W content, thank you. So, and I thought Josh Stripe Hayes was really insightful here. He says, well, why would people do that? Did you get my Prime sub? Biggie, thank you for the Prime sub. I missed it. I apologize. He said, at that moment in time, the game is perfect because it's just a dream to them. It's just a dream. It can't have any flaws. It's perfect, right? You can't criticize it. You can't bash it. None of that, right? It's perfect in their mind. And this is what I think is going on. I want to kind of springboard off of Josh Strife Hayes' insight, and I want to kind of make my own assessment of what I feel is happening. I feel that for many people, gaming is a safe haven. It's escape. It makes you feel good. Opeth Soccer Mom, thank you so much for 3 months and your Prime over there on Purple. And I think what happens is gaming is an escape for some people as much as playing the games. Does that make sense? So gaming as like a hobby, being on Twitter, being in YouTube chats, things like that, that's their escape. They hate their job. Maybe their relationship sucks. Maybe they're in a bad spot in life. Thank you, Angry Pete, for 24 months in a Prime. Thank you for that double dip. We're exactly 20 members away from the next milestone. We haven't had a 20 bomb yet today. Let's see if you can get the first one. Who's going to take it? Which platform? And I think in that environment, like you come to YouTube and Twitter, and that's like your escape. You're like, oh, I'm excited about this game. This game's going to be so awesome. And it fills you with hope, and it makes you feel good. I don't want to take your hope away. I don't want to make you feel bad. That's not my goal. But I think that's what happens, is people feel like their balloon of hope is getting pricked and deflated by my coverage of these things, and they find that to be like upsetting, and so then they maliciously attack me, because to them it's like I'm attacking them. I'm attacking the thing that's giving them kind of some hope, and like there's light at the end of the tunnel, right? Their job may suck, but this game's going to be amazing, right? It gives them something to look forward to. We do this with vacations all the time. I want you to imagine finally booking a trip to some resort, and you're finally going to take this trip. You're really looking forward to it, and you know you hate your job, right? And you're looking forward to this trip, and somebody's like, "Oh, that place sucks. I've been there, and that place is trash." How would that make you feel? You would feel upset, deflated, worried. You'd want to defend your purchase. You'd be like, wait, what? I can't get a refund. I already pre-ordered everything. What? I'm going to go to this awesome place. You'd be angry. You would maybe lash out at them. You'd be like, what do you don't know what you're talking about, right? You're just trying to make me feel bad, whatever. I think that's what's happening with a lot of these conversations, is that's what people feel like I'm doing to them. They're like, but this is the thing I was looking forward to, and now you're making it sound like it's going to be bad. Eddie, thank you so much for using your Prime over there on Purple. So that's the situation, I think. This guy says, you're seriously explaining why people crap on you. When you crap on someone, they tend to crap on you back. See right there, that's just a self-report. I'm not crapping on you or anybody. I've been cautioning people about the game. Do you see? You just self-reported. You feel personally attacked when I'm critical of Crimson Desert. You just let the entire chat and me know that you take it personal. You just literally, you're Exhibit A in the thing that I just talked about. Like, you're Exhibit A. I'm literally saying people take it personal when you talk about a game because it's so important to them. Like, you just demonstrated it for us all to see. Like, I haven't attacked anybody. I haven't told anybody, you're an idiot, you're dumb, you're trash, you're a bad gamer because you're looking forward to this. I've been like, no, don't pre-order. Why are you simping for the game? Why would you bootleg for a corporation that's been using misleading marketing? That doesn't make any... You call people simps? Because they're being simps. I love people that draw first blood and then want to call victim. They come in here and call me names and defend the game and defend the misleading marketing, and I'm like, you're being a simp. And you want to pearl clutch and act like that's like some offensive thing? Well, don't act like a simp. Don't act like a bootlicker, and you won't get called one. You come in and attack me and call me a hater and a grifter, and I'm like, but you sound like a simp. Oh! What the heck? What are you even talking about? Thank you. Did I add Eddie? I added Eddie, didn't I? Calvin gifted a member on YouTube. Thank you so much, getting us to 132. To be fair, the Elden Ring console version was terrible and was so bad that the PS5 players had to install the PS4 version. That's true. And I was very critical of that. And the FromSoft fans didn't like me being critical of that. Soldier on Music says, we have a huge mental health crisis where so many people have their own self-worth and identity tied to something that they have very little to do with. So you're calling people names? Yep. You got me. People that attacked me and called me a hater and a grifter, I called them simps and bootlicker. You got me. I did. I willingly owned that. I did call them that because that's what they were being. Me warning consumers about misleading marketing and cautioning people to not pre-order, if that prompts you to attack me and call me a hater and a grifter, you're a simp. You're a bootlicker. That's a diagnosis. It's not even really an insult. I'm just diagnosing your behavior. It's that simple. I'm taking up for the consumer, and you're defending the corporation. You're on the wrong side of the table, and I'm going to call it like it is. Right? If the shoe fits, if you put on a ballet tutu and some point shoes, and I say, you look like a ballerina, glad we cleared that up. Apology accepted. I don't apologize to people like you. You're here in bad faith. Why would I apologize to you? I owe you nothing. I don't even know who you are. You've come in almost every time I've covered this. Let's just look at your chat activity. You still moaning about this? That's what you said the other day. You said, remember, he's not a hater. You said that today. Concerned to the point that Will banned you off of Twitter. Will did not ban me off of Twitter. He blocked me. See, you're here in bad faith. You're not here to have a genuine conversation. You're here to stir up trouble, and you don't like being called a simp and a bootlicker because the shoe fits. You don't like it. Like, I don't take it personal when someone calls me a hater because I'm like, you're not being accurate. You're not being accurate. How am I hating? I've talked about how this game looks incredible. The combat looks incredible. Oh my gosh, the world seems enormous. Oh, you're such a hater. Because I say performance might not be good? Because I think that the optimization might be a problem? Lono secretly does ballet dancing? No, my daughter was into it for a while. That's why I know about point shoes. It's like they're being paid to support the game. Right, like track with the interchange of information. Hey guys, I don't think it's going to look that good on console. I wouldn't pre-order on console until we see base level footage. You're being a hater and a grifter. Okay. Wow, this doesn't look very good on base level console compared to the marketing. I feel like that's misleading marketing. You're being a grifter and a hater. Again, you sound like a simp and a bootlicker. You sound like you're more concerned with defending the game and getting people to pre-order and hand-waving misleading marketing. You sound like you work for the company. That's what you sound like. All I'm telling people is to be cautious. All I've said from the beginning is we don't have console footage. How could you make a decision? You don't even know what it's going to look like. It's not their fault. Sony didn't optimize the PS5 for Crimson Desert. Give them a break. Sometimes I feel like there's a game show going on and people are competing. Who can type the dumbest thing? I don't have a prize for that. That one almost takes the cake today. Wow, whoa. That is a heck of a comment. 100 bits from Wired Rope. That individual is both a simp and a bootlicker. Good day. He said that PlayStation didn't optimize the PS5 for Crimson Desert. All right. We have base console footage now, though. Yes, we asked for it for weeks. We get it days before it comes out, and it looks like an enormous step down. This is the game everybody's been raving about. It'll be truly next gen. It's going to be truly next gen, man. It's a proprietary engine. They're wizards over there. Really? This doesn't look like a next gen game to me at all. Christopher Burnett says, I haven't been by your live stream lately. Work's been keeping me busy with the big promotion I got recently. Congratulations, Christopher. That's awesome. Wanted to say, Joyner Lucas dropped a song called GTA 6 a few days ago. We got GTA 6 song before the game. And a $2 super chat from Dragon King says, there's no price for these sim stupidity. Ay, 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 ay. E-Crow says, Lono, what was the comment you made last week about it being cheaper to buy clown makeup at the store? That feels relevant. I mean, if I said that, that's a pretty good line. I'll take full credit for that one. That's not bad. The 30-minute video on PlayStation, did they say PC footage at the bottom? The first video didn't say it until the very end in like tiny small print. There's 3 videos, right? They total to about 30 minutes. The first video didn't say it till the very end. I took severe issue with that. The second and third videos put it in the description, and it was at the bottom. So they get credit for that. If you're not paying attention, I mean, it's super quick. It's at the beginning of the footage. I don't take issue with that as much as the average person's not going to see that. The average person's going to be like, oh, it looks cool. Let me preload. Also, the fact that Fighting Cowboys specifically asked, are we going to get console footage before release? And they said, nobody would believe us. Are you sure about that? Nobody would believe you? This looks nothing like the trailers. This looks nothing like the marketing. Yeah, you're right. We wouldn't believe you. That's ultimately what they meant. That was a Freudian slip if I've ever heard one. You're darn right. If I would have seen this footage a couple of weeks ago, I would have been thumbnailed up, comparison video ready to go, showing people, oh wow, it looks dramatically downgraded on console. Buyer beware. You're right. I wouldn't have believed you. I'd have been like, man, you guys have been really dishonest with the marketing up until now. You've really misrepresented the product to, like, I don't know, 90-something million consumers. I mean, I guess if you include Xbox Series X and S in that. I don't know how much marketing has been on the Xbox channel. I haven't checked. You're right. We wouldn't have believed you. We would have completely changed our attitude about you and the game and the marketing had you shown us base level console footage after all of the marketing looked, I don't know, dramatically different. Graphics have stalled. No such thing as next-gen graphics as far as I know. Are you sure about that? Graphics have stalled? Like, really? This is running on a PlayStation 5. It's a 6-year-old console. This is 60 FPS, high resolution, highly detailed. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like, Alan Wake 2 on console looks incredible. Looks like Switch. I mean, there's other ways to admit that you're a dishonest person. He keeps showing a cross-gen title. Wouldn't that make my argument stronger? Please be honest about Horizon being cross-gen. Sure. That makes my argument stronger, doesn't it? It's a game that looks that good on a PS5, and it can also run on a PS4. Jiminy Christmas. It being cross-gen makes my point stronger. Okay then, a PS4 game looks better than Crimson Desert. You win. Yeah, remember all the people who insisted on calling Horizon Forbidden West a PS4 game? And God of War Ragnarok a PS4 game? Remember all those bad faith, dishonest people? These tribalists that do nothing but spew nonsense? Remember when they were talking about that? Yeah, exactly, Zubair. Talk about an own goal. Congratulations. A PS4 game somehow manages to have better graphical fidelity and performance than Crimson Desert. I don't have legs. I can't stand. Streamers don't have legs, or I would give a standing ovation right now. Jiminy Christmas. I've been too busy enjoying Requiem. Yeah, people say there's no next-gen games. Have you played Resident Evil Requiem? Have you played Control with the new updates? Like what? Alan Wake 2 with the updates on the PS5 Pro? Like, you don't even need the PS5 Pro, but you can play Alan Wake 2 on the PS5 Pro with the update. You can play Control with the update. You can play Ghost of Yotei. You can play Assassin's Creed Shadows on a PlayStation 5 Pro and turn on Ray Tracing GI. It looks incredible. I don't know what games y'all are playing to act like this is somehow like incredible next gen amazing. Like what are we even talking about? There's nothing in this footage at all that is better than AC Shadows or Death Stranding or Yotei. Nothing in this footage is better. This looks arguably worse. Oh, but it's so big, and there's so many NPCs, and the draw distance is a bit... So? What does that matter if the visual downgrade and the performance is like I'm taking a step back in time? Are you okay? I mean, this is the question. I think this is a fair question, Michael. I appreciate the question. It's well-timed. I'm going to read this. He says, are you okay with the graphical downgrade of the game if it is as dense and groundbreaking as Elden Ring? I think it's okay trade-off if it's a generational game. Fair question. I don't see anything generational. I don't. Lots of NPCs isn't generational. It's just more enemies. How is that generational? Elden Ring was generational because of the exploratory purpose and the artistry within the world that they built. Now, this game is being hailed as that. Like, John Linneman's like, I don't really like open world games, and I got lost and immersed in this. So, I'll give you like a maybe. But if it runs this poorly and looks this poorly, Elden Ring wasn't running at 30 FPS in the middle of fights. There were frame stutters and hitches. Sure, Elden Ring had its problems, but I played like 132 hours of Elden Ring. I wasn't getting in fights and going into towns, and the frame rate wasn't dropping into the 30s and 40s. Elden Ring's performance had issues. It wasn't dropping by 20 frames per second in fights. There were some hitches and some stutters, sure. That opening area with the guy on the horse, I forget his name, that was bad. I mean, launch day, it was bad. They fixed it. It got better. And as long as you played the PS4 version on the PS5, I mean, I didn't have any major issues. Now, I'm not hand-waving the performance issues in Elden Ring. I was very critical of those performance issues. It was very frustrating. There was no next-gen level graphics in that game. Yeah, Tree Sentinel. So to me, I played like 100-something hours of Elden Ring, and I had a perfectly fine time. I wasn't like, oh, here's a village, here's a fight, oh, there's lots of NPCs, the frame rate's in the 30s and 40s. Are you serious? Elden Ring's frame rate is terrible. It had nowhere near what Crimson Desert's going on. No. I think you're misunderstanding the question that he was asking me. And, again, I played Elden Ring for 130 hours, homie. It didn't drop into the 30s and 40s. It didn't. That didn't happen. It did not happen. You're dreaming if you think that happened. There are tech breakdowns, there's videos, there's measurements. That Elden Ring did not perform that poorly. It had issues at launch. Many of them were quickly fixed, and even the issues at launch were not that egregious. Once you got out of the Tree Sentinel area, a lot of the issues went away. Elden Ring frame dipped constantly on my PS5. I played the PS4 version, which turned down foliage and stuff, and I never had any major dips. Snags and hitches every once in a while. Nothing like what we've seen in Crimson Desert. A $2 super chat from Yo, my name Jake. There's only one Elden Ring. It's in the GOAT convo. For certain categories, yes. It wasn't like a next-gen tour de force, so it gets to wear a lot of other crowns, though. Michael Billington says, I agree. If it's unable to, I'll be extremely dissatisfied. That's how I felt with Wukong. I felt the same way with Wukong. Wukong's art direction was awesome. Looked like such a cool game. I followed Wukong's trailers from like the very, very beginning. And all this, I played it day one. That frame gen being used to double the frames, it was a terrible experience. It was a terrible experience. The stream is just one major hit piece based on faulty comparisons of downsampled 4K footage when compared to poorly captured 1080 video. It's dishonest discourse, period. That's an interesting take. Allow me to retort. You know what would make it really, really easy to look at good captured footage on a console? If the developers would just do it. I'm a two-man operation. I could do it right now. What do you want? What do you want? You want footage of Yote? Death Stranding? What do you want? I got capture cards, computers. I can have that to you this afternoon. I can have it to you this afternoon. Somehow Pearl Abyss is too busy and too bothered celebrating their sales on Twitter to give you good footage. So you want to have a go at me? Again, you're aiming at the wrong target. The studio is in complete control right now. They could give you footage by the end of the day, easy. They could publish it on YouTube, and it would look probably like what we're looking at right now. And they won't do it. A hit piece? I'm showing the only available footage, and it looks like a significant degradation when you play on console, which is what I've been saying since the beginning. That's what's so remarkable about this. This is a hit piece. This is rage bait. Homie, this is a victory lap. I told people since that first trailer, it ain't going to look like that. It ain't going to run like that on console. Now we have concrete proof that it isn't going to run like that on console. And people are like, you're just hating. This is a hit piece. Huh? What? What are you talking about? The only available footage is on PlayStation Japan's channel, and I agree with you. It's not great capture. It's not great capture, but even poor capture, you can see texture and lighting. You can see it. You can see pop in. Yes, there's artifacting. There's compression issues during fast movement. You'll notice I haven't drilled down on that at all because I've been doing this for 10 years. I know what happens on YouTube. I know compression messes with things. I have not once talked about muddy imagery or artifacting. I've done freeze frames to show there's visible degradation with lighting and texture detail. All of the things that they were showing off early on. Like, look at this guy right here, right? Not moving. So there's no artifacting going on here. There's no weird compression, okay? And then I just want you to watch this segment of marketing. Sounds like retaliation from being blocked. I couldn't have got a better gift from him if I wanted one. Him blocking me was a gift. You guys don't understand the world that you live in. This is the marketing. This is the game on base level PS5. I'm not even gonna make commentary. Just watch. Like, just look. Now, I'm not going to say anything about, the compression or any of that. I'm not going to. Look at this. This is also going through compression. This is also on YouTube. I also have the resolution set to 1080. So this is marketing. Oops. This is marketing. This is the game on a base level PS5. Creature says there's 1,000 people here because of that block. No one is mad, trust me. You talk about the Streisand effect. It looks fun. My biggest concern is performance. Like, I'm okay. This is getting lost in the conversation. I'm okay with the game not being graphically insane if the combat's enjoyable and I can have a good time. Like, I'll give you some examples. Sekiro, Dark Souls 3, and Elden Ring. None of those games are graphical tour de forces. They're not. Sekiro is like one of my favorite games of all time. And you would never say that Sekiro is like graphically the most amazing thing you've ever looked at. It's got wonderful art direction. And it's a beautiful game. But it's not like this show off of like lighting and shadows and textures. I think that's fair. And it's one of my favorite games. I could enjoy Crimson Desert with graphical degradation and a lot of that lighting stuff, that fancy stuff turned off, if it gave me solid 60 FPS. Some of these boss fights look incredible. They look so fun. Like, stop analyzing texture and lighting for a second. This looks like a blast. Clear enemy telegraphs, lots of movement, lots of abilities, right? Like, this is a game that I would love. So I think what's getting lost in the shuffle is the frustration I have is the marketing was so misleading, and then it looks like I'm going to have a bad time with respect to performance, and all that's going to get in the way of having a good time with the combat. If the game was a banger with great performance, Lono will be on here telling everyone it's a banger with great performance. He's making a show either way. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to dodge. I'm not going to dodge. You told me your problem was that Lono was not willing to recognize that the footage comparison is not good. He just did. Yeah, I've consistently said the issue is not the compression or the muddiness of the footage. It's that the lighting, the texture, and the shadow detail, all that's been significantly toned down. I don't know how you could look at the dragon footage and be like, oh, but it's the video, it's the capture method, Lono. Huh? Lono plays platformers like Silksong? Yeah, like one of my favorite games last year was Shinobi Art of Vengeance. I thought one of my favorite games last year was First Berserker Kazan. Why? Art direction was sick. It was like a graphic novel. I loved it. Red Bell, did I thank you for your resubscription of Prime over there? Thank you for that resubscription of Prime over there on Purple. Marketing was based on PC footage, though. Obviously, they will put their best foot forward and not use the worst examples like the base consoles. I want you to read what you just said and really think about the fact that the worst examples are the base consoles. There's like 80-something million people with PlayStation 5s that they marketed to, and you're saying that that's the worst example. You don't think that's, like, wrong at all to market that way? I do. I think it's wrong. I don't think you should be asking people for money, showing them footage that they're not going to experience. Imagine if that was on the Nintendo Switch channel. Imagine the Nintendo YouTube channel had trailers of Cyberpunk on PC. Can you imagine? People would be like, excuse me, that's not even close to what people are going to experience on the Nintendo Switch 2. What are you doing? People would call that what it is. They'd be like, that's misleading. Think about the average, like, busy dad who's, like, pulling up a trailer. He's like, yo, did you see this game? Yo, this looks so sick. Is he going like this? Oh, it's PC footage. No. He's a consumer. He's busy. He's like, that game looks awesome. He's being sold a bill of goods. It's not what he's going to experience. That's my frustration with it. A lot of busy dads and moms are out here as gamers, and they're seeing trailers and like, that looks sick, I'm going to pre-order. And we've been here before. We've played these games before. The marketing is like way over here, and then the game's like, I'll just keep doing it. I'll just keep doing it. It's like, oh my gosh, here's the marketing. Yeah, look at that. Oof. Looks so good, dude. Looks so amazing. This is the product. Luke just released base PS5 footage. Luke Stevens did. Hang on, I want to open up another tab. Four hours ago. Which channel did he release it on? His main channel? I don't see it. I'm on his main channel. I was on his live channel. It's on his Luke Stevens Clips channel. First look at Crimson Desert's base PS5 gameplay and new boss. Brother, Rise, I love you. I do. But I need you to do a little bit of research before you bring something to me like this. He's reacting to the same footage that we watched, brother. Come on, dude. Do 5 seconds for me. Click on the video next time. I love you, bro. I love you, bro. You got me so jazzed. I was like, well, Luke will have good capture. Luke knows what he's doing. Now, my only concern was that Luke Stevens was going to show like 10 seconds of footage and then have like an 18-minute conversation afterward. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, I felt so bad for them. I love Jake, Lucky, and Hunter. They're such sweet guys, but goodness gracious, that showcase is rough. They're like, check out this game. We're going to talk about it for the next 10 minutes. No footage. None. We're having a conversation here. You're not kidding? Yes, I am. I'm joking around. They took the criticism in stride. Mad props to them. No, I respect them. I do. I respect what they did. They took the criticism in stride. They released like a video like the next day, didn't they? And they removed all the yapping and it was just the games and it was just the trailers. I have mad respect for that. They put their chin all the way out there and they got bam walloped by the public. Like, what the heck was this? And they took it in stride and they made adjustments and they said, we accept the feedback. We'll make changes next time. Mad props to them for accepting criticism. It's tough. It's tough business to accept criticism because sometimes people are just being mean. It's not real criticism. They're just being jerks, you know? Death Stranding 2 leaked and cracked. Oof. £6 super chat from On The Go Gaming. Thank you so much for that €6 super chat. Zubair says, for F's sake, the graphics are not the problem, it's the marketing. Yes, I was trying to make that point earlier. I can play games where the graphics aren't the showcase. I played Elden Ring. I played Sekiro. I played Dark Souls 3. Those games are not showing off amazing graphics. I mean, First Berserker Kazan wasn't showing off amazing graphics. It was great art direction. I liked those games because the gameplay was good. I would eat, drink, sleep, and breathe Crimson Desert if it was fun and performed really well, and I had this amazing open world and all this awesome combat and all these moves. I would do that. But the marketing is so frustrating, and especially the thing that really frustrates me is it seems like it's going to run poorly. Who wants to play? Imagine playing Sekiro or Dark Souls 3 and the frames keep dropping from 60 frames per second to like the 30s and 40s. Imagine doing that. You would be like, this is terrible. The Lies of P developers specifically spoke to this. They said in these types of games, 60 FPS is incredibly important. It is. It's incredibly important. Everything is linked to it. Your ability to move, read a telegraph, respond, utilize an iframe, a parry, a block. All those things are wound up in the frame rate. It's one of the reasons why they can't just give you a 60 frames per second Bloodborne, because the frame rate is actually tied to all the animations. Some of the guys that have done modding of Bloodborne have talked about this. They've talked about how the game gets wonky when you suddenly double the frame rate, because the game itself is showing you like what's happening. Like, you can't respond adequately if all of a sudden, like, especially the animations in that game, if the animations and the movesets of the telegraphs of the characters in the game are tied to the 30 FPS and you suddenly double the frame rate, it's going to cause oddities and instability. So you can't have frame rate all over the place in combat sequences like this. I think that's lost on people. They're like, you're just being persnickety and nitpicky. The frames drop a little bit. It's not that big of a deal. It's like, oh my gosh, it is a big deal. What are we talking about? If you're fighting 10 to 15 people, we were watching this trailer earlier today. This is the combat and progression trailer. Dude, significant portions of this trailer, it's big fights with lots of enemies. If the experience is anytime that happens, that performance struggles and suffers on console, that is going to be really annoying. It ruined Jedi Survivor until they fixed it. It did. Oldatron has a point. The video is heavily compressed and the artifact are squishing geo and light, giving false edges, etc. No, this is running through the same compression, and if you freeze frame it, you can see detail. These videos are running through the same compression. This marketing right here that I keep showing you as comparison, this is running through the same thing. You guys are applying a rule to one video and not the other. Why does this look so incredible? This is on YouTube, going through the same compression. This is set to 1080 resolution. Why does this look like this and this looks like this? You guys keep saying, oh, but the compression, the compression in YouTube. Huh? We're looking at it on the same platform, at the same resolution. You can clearly see issues in this footage. You can see the shadows acting up. You can see pop-in. You can see graphical glitches. How does compression and artifacts change lighting and geometry? I'm not talking about sharpness of detail. Right, I think you guys are talking about things. You're using compression as like a get out of jail free card. Like, everything that looks degraded and bad in this is because of the compression. Lono doesn't seem to understand downsampling. You don't seem to understand downsampling either. You're acting like that's why. Like, look at the world itself. There aren't shadows out there. There are shadows here. Compression doesn't remove shadows, brother. You don't seem to be understanding. This is going through the same compression that this is. They look like different games, my friend. There's stuff not there. Compression doesn't do that. Homie, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been reacting to trailers for a long time. You are literally way out of your depth if you think that's why this looks this way. You are absolutely out of your depth. Compression causes artifacting and blurring. Those are the two primary things that typically happens with compression. You lose visual fidelity. You lose like a sharpness and a crispness. That is not what we are talking about. We are talking about textures are gone. Lighting is gone. Shadows are gone. And then there's pop-in. There's shadows shaking and popping in and out. When he goes to this section, watch what happens. This has nothing to do with compression. Look at this section right here. Not only is there a major frame hitch, right there. That is a major frame hitch. This is running at 30 frames per second, and it can't even maintain that. $5 super chat from the Big Pack fan. Will you be streaming all evening until they drop? You better believe it. Lono, I work on images and videos for a living. You're the one out of your depth. You're dying on a hill you don't understand. Fallacy of the professional, ignoring what's right in front of you. You're literally ignoring what's right in front of you, and you're pulling fallacy of the professional. Like, you're correct because of your work and what you do. You haven't demonstrated why a 30 FPS mode has a major frame hitch right here. And watch this entire section. Compression of the video through YouTube, this section over here that I'm circling, watch the shadows. You see how they come in and out? Also, there's visible pop in. There are textures and trees and details popping in and out constantly. All you got to do is look at the footage. Ask any developer why they create 4K texture and downsample to lower resolution. What are you even talking about? That has nothing to that has nothing to do with the fact that this marketing that they have been showing us is going through the same compression. It's running on the same platform. This video right here is running on YouTube and it looks incredible. I can see all the detail. I can see all the lighting. You can't explain that to me. You can't. Why does this look so much better? I have the resolution of the video set to 1080 and somehow miraculously it looks sharp and crisp and I can see all the world detail. It's running on the same platform as this. So what you're telling me is these guys did something horrific to their video to the point that it's removed world detail, it's removed shadows. Their capture method and their rendering through their video software somehow removed entire elements of the video game. I can see it clear as day right here. A downsample video will look sharper than a native capture, but that doesn't go to the shadows. Yeah, again, I'm not speaking to the sharpness. I'm not. Clearly, there's something going on with resolution and sharpness. I've not once made that an issue. I've talked about the entirety of the game looks different. The colors are not right either. They're not as vibrant. They're not as bright. And then the shadows are just gone. The world detail is just flat out gone. And then when he gets close to the village, the shadows try to come in and out, and it arguably looks terrible. It arguably looks terrible when he goes to the one town. The game's going to be like Cyberpunk when it comes out. I'm going to gobble this up all day, pause. It's most likely a similar system as Black Desert. What's the baseline for trusting a game pre-launch? Well, I think there's a handful of factors in trusting a game pre-launch. I think that's a fair question. I think history with the developer is one. So like if Insomniac right now drops a trailer of Wolverine gameplay, I trust it. They've done an excellent job with Ratchet and Clank, Spider-Man 1, Miles, and Spider-Man 2. I go back and I watch the trailers for Spider-Man 2, and they look identical to the experience that I had when I played Spider-Man 2. I've never once felt like, oh man, Insomniac tricked me with footage. They like turned everything up and used a vertical slice and used trickery. Never felt like that from Insomniac. So when they show me gameplay of Wolverine, I'm going to believe it. They have not done anything to like burn my trust. Okay. So yeah, Santa Monica, there are developers who they just show me the game. When I played God of War Ragnarok, you know what it did? It looked exactly like the trailers. When I played Ghosts of Yotei, it looked exactly like the trailers. I never once felt like, oh, they're pulling the wool over my eyes. This looks nothing like what they said. There are developers that I think earn that trust. There's a second thing that developers will do. They show me raw gameplay. You can tell it's just somebody booting up the game and playing. It's not simulated gameplay. It's not highly edited. Like when they showed Spider-Man 2, we were like, whoa. It was just like uncut fights, lengthy sections. It was like, wow, they are really letting us look at this game. They did similar things, I believe, with Ragnarok. I think. If I remember right, there were pretty decent chunks of Ragnarok that were like, we're not edited. And there was no like, simulated gameplay moments. It was like literally the game. So there's a couple of things like history of the developers, one, and then how they position the footage. Tom Clancy Division 1 had the same issue. It did. Thank you for the $2 super chat. The Division 1 did similar things. Early trailers looked nothing like the finished product. They use a lot of simulation. They use a lot of like cinematics. And you're like, oh my gosh. And then the launch product looked nothing like the marketing. When's the embargo lift? I got a countdown right next to me because wherever you are in the world. Listen, at a time when companies will pull stunts like this, like they did with the day before, when people were begging for raw gameplay, and these literal knuckle chucks did this, these absolute chucklehead, knucklehead buffoons. This is what they did. Remember the day before and how much I tried to tell people that we had all these red flags? Oh, it was so bogus. We knew it was bogus. And then like, well, here's raw gameplay. Some guy holding a dadgum cell phone. Fake as fake gets. And then you had, what was the other one? Mind's Eye more recently. Now, I don't think Crimson Desert is on the level of the day before or Mind's Eye. But I think, buddy, when those red flags start popping up, I'm going to let people know. And you better watch out. You better watch out. Day before is a bit of a stretch. It's not a stretch. I'm just giving examples of companies that will mislead us. Did I say it was exactly the same as the day before? Literally, in the wake of me talking about it, I said, this isn't as bad as the day before. I'm giving examples of what studios will willingly lie to you. They will mislead you. This isn't a new thing. Pearl Abyss's marketing has been incredibly misleading. It has. And the fact that for months people have given me grief and told me I was going to eat crow. I had people telling me it's going to look like this on console, Lono. You don't know what you're talking about. Stretch of an analogy? It wasn't an analogy. It was an example. So, again, you're not engaging with what I said. I wasn't making an analogy. I was giving an example. There are examples of lots of companies that use misleading marketing tactics. And for months, I had people telling me it was going to look and run this good on console. I was underestimating the devs. It was a proprietary engine. I was going to eat crow. And then when we start getting a look at base console footage and it looks so significantly downgraded, what do people do? Well, they move the goalposts. Now, instead of it being about, oh, the devs cooked and their proprietary engine's amazing, I can't even get stable 30 FPS, and I'm seeing shadows pop in and out. This entire section looks terrible. Like, so we went from, you're going to get that experience on your console. You don't know, man. They're wizards, and they got a proprietary engine. Oh, but now that we've got evidence that that's not happening, it's, oh, but the tech's old, the console's old, you should never expect that on a console. Well, thank you for agreeing with me. All the months leading up to now, that's what I kept saying. They're showing a level of detail, lighting, graphical fidelity, and NPC density that you aren't going to get on a base console. I've said that for weeks and was told that, no, it'll be fine, that these guys have their own proprietary engine, and it's going to run great. They literally told Fighting Cowboy that the console footage was so good we wouldn't believe them. That's what they said. That's what they said. They said that the Fighting Cowboy. So the goalposts just keep shifting. It shifted from, no, it's gonna be amazing, it's gonna run amazing, to, well, it looks bad and that's okay because the consoles are old and it's the console's fault. Dude has nothing better to do. No, I'm right where I want to be. I'm right where I want to be. Keep commenting. Keep watching. It helps me. I appreciate it. Some of how it looks worse than expected is probably attributed to compression and it being seen through YouTube. Why is that not affecting the marketing then? This is on YouTube. This is going through compression. It looks phenomenal. Like, why? What did they do to the marketing? Did they sprinkle fairy dust on it? We can watch the videos on the same platforms. I don't. Leviathaner, thank you for 17 months. I appreciate it. I don't give an F about console. I'll get easy 60 FPS on high settings on my PC. It's not even a really nice PC. I wouldn't get ahead of yourself, dude. They were saying on the medium to weaker hardware, you're going to have to turn a lot of stuff off. I don't know if you're going to be able to run it at high. I mean, if you turn off ray tracing, you'll probably get a lot of headroom. Console's at a distinct disadvantage because console can't turn off the ray tracing. PCs have an advantage there. You do. You do. You have a huge advantage. You guys can turn off the ray tracing, and the consoles can't. Soldier on Music, thank you for renewing your Member Plus. I appreciate it. I might have already shouted that out. I think I just double-dipped you. I don't even know what I did. You upgraded? Needed that green badge? Well, thank you. If it counted as 2, that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to count upgrades as 2. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, hit the like button. Try and get us to 600 likes. Thanks for an amazing turnout today. I appreciate you guys so much. We've got almost 6 hours to go before the reviews are live. This dude only likes Western slop. That's true. Sekiro's one of my all-time favorite games. Yep. Spam it a couple more times. You didn't say it enough. Keep typing, this dude only like Western slop. Let's just spam it a few more times. Hellblade 1 and Sekiro are like 2 of my all-time favorite games. It's interesting. What dev do you trust the most to drop a 92 plus Metacritic game? What dev do I trust the most to drop a 92 plus Metacritic game? Yeah, Capcom's been hitting pretty hard, like with RE9. I don't know about Pragmata. I think Pragmata will do very well, but I don't know about like a 92. FromSoft cooks, Larian cooks. I think Sucker Punch cooks, man. I think they're very close to that hemisphere. What did Yote land at? I can't remember. Yeah, Rockstar, definitely Rockstar. Naughty Dog definitely hits up there in the upper 80s, low 90s. Santa Monica. Yeah, Kazan. First Berserker Kazan. Do you guys remember when Stellar Blade was my favorite game of the year? It was my favorite game of the year it came out. I only like Western slop, though. But like one of my favorite games that year was Stellar Blade. One of my favorite games last year was First Berserker Kazan. Fuzzy with 52 months in the VIP. Dude only likes Western slop per your request. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Winged Wheel, for gifting a member over here on YouTube. Bethesda? No, not Bethesda. Insomniac? No. Insomniac's always at a disadvantage. I feel like the superhero, like, adventure games don't get low 90s. They typically land high 80s. It's hard to get into the low 90s. It's really hard. Pause. It is. Like, it's tough to get into the low 90s. It's so hard to maintain a low 90 because all it takes is 1 or 2 outlets that were like tepid and didn't think that your game was that great and your score drops. It's really, really hard. If you guys are trying to know when the review embargo drops, I've got a timer right next to me. If you've been listening throughout the day, make sure you guys hit that like button. Kazan didn't score well? No, it didn't score very well. I was kind of bummed. I was bummed that Kazan didn't get much attention at the awards. I didn't like when Prince of Persia and The Lost Crown didn't get a lot of attention at the awards. Shinobi Art of Vengeance got decent attention. Now, I was disappointed that those games didn't get a little bit more attention. Kazan's harder than Neo? I don't think so. Kazan, you can turn the difficulty down. So. Spider-Man 2's at a 90 on Meta? Is it really? Maybe I'm thinking of the Game Awards. That the Spider-Man 2. I might be thinking of the Game Awards. Yeah, no, that's fair pushback. Insomniac does land really high with games like that. You're right. I was thinking of the Game Awards. I remember people saying, do you think like Spider-Man 2 will win Game of the Year? And I was like, I feel like these games struggle to win Game of the Year. I just think that it's a genre issue. Can you agree Crimson Desert will be this gen's Witcher 3 in terms of performance? I don't know what you mean by that. Have you ever played The Order 1886? No. I was not a PlayStation guy back then. I was an Xbox guy. Didn't have a PlayStation, didn't like PlayStation, didn't want one, and now I primarily play on PlayStation. I switched where my library is, where my preferences are. I just thought PlayStation did a much better job this gen. I got back into console gaming with the 360, built a library on 360, built a library on the Xbox One. I didn't even want a PS4. People bought one for me so they could play Destiny with me on it because I was a Destiny creator back then. I bought a PS4 Pro so I could play Spider-Man 1 and God of War 2018. And then going into this gen, I was all in for Xbox. I bought a Series X, and I was super excited. And then I felt like they did a really bad job. And so I just started using my PlayStation 5 more, building a library there. They were just shipping better games. They were shipping more consistent games. They were getting exclusives. Their first party games were just stellar. And then they dropped the Pro. I don't know. I just went where I thought I was getting more value. RE9 Leon's bomb detonator level looks so plain. Just copy and paste buildings and gates and doors with brown color everywhere. They could do better. That's the cutscene game. What? I don't think I've heard anybody say that Resident Evil 9's a cutscene game. Huh? RE7 was great. Didn't have to switch characters. I liked playing as Grace more than Leon. Yeah, I won't spoil RE9. I won't say any more. Yeah, I liked playing as Grace more than Leon. It's just my preference. I liked Resident Evil 7 more than Resident Evil 8. I didn't really like Resident Evil 4 Remake. I was a bigger fan of Resident Evil 7. That was my first Resident Evil ever, and yeah. Just recently got a Pro. I'm not impressed. Just got a new TV. We'll see if it helps, but so far I'm underwhelmed. Well, what games are you playing? And yeah, you got to make sure it's set up properly. Also, don't use HDMI cables from the TV. I got my wife a nice Hisense TV from Costco so we could have two TVs in the living room, and the HDMI cable that it came with, there were literal settings on the TV that didn't work when I used that cable. I switched cables and my PlayStation 5 looked like 10 times better. We were trying to play Returnal. And I was like, what the heck? I was like, I know you guys bought me a nice television. I know you bought me a nice television, and I know it was going to be better than the Hisense. I knew it was going to be better, but it looked like night and day. Switched cables, and it was fine. All of a sudden, all the options and the settings opened up on the TV, and it was literally the HDMI cable in the box with the television. So make sure you're using, a good HDMI cable. The ship was the worst part of 7. I kind of liked that part. Can I post links here? Why? Why are you wanting to post a link? You just followed me today. So, not high on the trust factor. I don't know who you are. I have a sailing and sea monster theory. That's wonderful. You'll have to share that somewhere else. That's not what we're talking about here. Sorry. I appreciate you asking. It would have gotten filtered by Nightbot anyway. I subbed to the channel. Really fun, entertaining conversations. Thank you. Guys, take a quick second and get us to 600 likes. I got to take a quick break. I've been sitting in the chair for 3 hours. I drank a bunch of water before the show and a bunch of coffee during the show. I need a quick break. Do me a favor. Go nuts on the like count. We got 5.5 hours to keep talking and chatting and vibing. And help us with that member count, man. This is a great time to show people just how generous we are. We've really kind of cleaned house. We got kind of the haters and the trolls. A lot of them got banned during that first hour. So that's why I didn't want to run members only today. I wanted to get a lot of them cleaned out. So I'll be right back. I'm back. New Wukong game? Yeah, they did a teaser for it a while ago. Do they have like a new trailer for it? Why is everybody excited for more GTA? Just play GTA, stealing cars, it's the same. You think GTA 6 is going to be just like GTA 5, just going to be more of the same? You think that based off of everything we've seen? Will you stream the review embargo? I will. We will redirect to a new stream because this stream is going to end up being super long. The viewership's just been insane. We will redirect to a new stream. What time does the embargo lift? It's right next to me. We have a countdown. So wherever you are in the world, I don't know your time zone. So that's how long you have to wait. I will read through them with you guys. Keep in mind, the reviews will only be for PC. So I think that is going to give us a bit of a shade. You know, it's going to be like, you're not really going to be able to know just how well it's running and how well it was received on console because nobody was given console codes. Even Digital Foundry was not able to get a console code. They had the guy from Crimson Desert, the guy from Pearl Abyss, came to John Linneman's house with a PlayStation 5 Pro with the game pre-installed. So we don't even know what version he played. We really don't. I don't know. The limited scope of the footage that we got from Linneman, it to me is a little worrying. It's like there was so many things we did not see that were in the trailers. So many fights, so many sections, so many bases, so many battles. I don't know. I don't know what he played. It could have been anything. DJ Steph with a member plus, thank you so much. When you're not given a review code to download the game and install it on your own hardware and play it, it's like it's just hard to know. They've just been so weird with the marketing. So, shame on you, Lono, no PS5 gameplay. I don't know what you mean. I think it's likely PS5 base footage will drop today for reviewers. No, it won't, homie. No. Only PC codes went out. Only PC version was playable. Homie, if they could have given people PS5 review copies, they would have given it to Digital Foundry. They said that they couldn't because like the game wasn't available in the store yet or something, or like the servers to enable people to play. Nobody has review. As far as I know, unless they pulled shenanigans with Digital Foundry, which would be incredibly weird. Why would you tell Digital Foundry one thing and then send review copies and codes to other people on consoles? What they told John Linneman and how they behaved with John Linneman, to me, makes it loud and clear. There will be no reviews today for console. It will all be PC. There's new PS5 from Play. I know we've watched it a bunch today. Will you play on PC for the better experience? No, I have my PC for streaming games. I don't have my PC for playing games leisurely. I play in my living room. Now, I'll make exceptions when I have no choice. I played Slay the Spire 2 yesterday for a little bit. I had to go back. I had to go back. It's such a fun game. We do not get Crimson Desert PS5 codes until day of launch. That's 100%. Yes, Detective Seeds looked into this for me as well. 1 hour ago? On the PlayStation Japan channel? I've got the same. I've got a video that I've watched that was 11 hours old. We've watched it multiple times. So no, it wasn't an hour ago. Does Luke Stevens have new footage yet? That was so funny. That was so funny. You got the $3 indie bug. You will soon be one of us. Yeah, dude, that game. Let me show you guys. That freaking Survivors game, Grind Survivors, is so fun. Like, look at this run here. So you get loot The loot drops. You have a motivation to move around because you find these little totems, and when you take the totems, it increases your stats, all right? Now it's time to fight the boss. I got a shotgun here that is just baking. I mean, the rate of fire was up, the defense was up. I had a couple of shields before my health was even going to get hit, and this is the final boss of this level. This game is so fun. Grind Survivors has a loot aspect. You can take the loot. You can infuse other loot into it to raise its level, or not its level, I'm sorry, its quality. So you can go from green to blue. Then you can raise its stats, and the way you use your resources and your currency is really addicting because it's kind of a bit of a gamble, like when you're re-rolling perks, like when you're reforging. Oh my gosh, it's so fun. There's the loot. I grabbed that loot. Now I'm out. That was the final boss. So that was a shotgun. I ran one last night with a pistol that felt fantastic. Nothing could get near me because it had good range and good damage. Is that on PS5? Yeah, that was my PS5 footage. It's called Grind Survivors. Man, support those guys. They dropped that game out of nowhere. No marketing. I never saw a trailer for it, and I saw the trailer the day it came out, and I was like, oh my gosh, I want to play that, and I'm hooked. I think it's better than Soul Survivors. I like it a lot. The gun aspect, the loot aspect, oh, I'm in. It's so fun. I haven't even unlocked the second character yet. It's perfect for the PlayStation Portal. Soulstone Survivors, I believe, is the name. Yeah, I think this is better than Soulstone Survivors. I didn't like Soulstone as much. It was fine. I liked it. But you would find the reforging fun, wouldn't you? Yeah, the reforge mechanic is great. I gave myself a pat on the back every time you talk about Grind Survivors. Yeah, Gojira. The cool thing was I learned last night, it's not the gun type, it's the gun level. So you can take all level 2s if they're green and infuse them into a green to make it blue. But you can't infuse level 1s. So you get to a point where you're just breaking everything down because you can't use it anymore. It's great. I played a new game last night. It's called Mini Shoot. It's like a top-down Zelda bullet hell mix. Have you seen it? I have not. Hang on. And guys, yeah, Grind Survivors, I believe, is everywhere. You should really check it out. Mini Shoot, I swear I saw this somewhere. Maybe I saw this in the store. A PlayStation. I recognize the artwork. It's a bullet hell twin stick Metroidvania. This looks really cool. So it's been out for a while. It's been out for almost 2 years. On Steam, it's overwhelmingly positive. What number is that? What's overwhelmingly positive? A 98% on Steam. Mini Shoot is in Game Pass. It's pretty cool. Well, if you guys have Game Pass, check this one out. This one looks really dope. And do you use directional shooting? No. In Grind Survivors, I just let it auto shoot. It's just fun. That way it's a little bit, then you just have to focus on your dodging and your spacing. It would be a little bit hard to do manual shooting in Grind Survivors because you have two things to do. You have your left trigger and your right trigger, and it'd be a little bit awkward. Mini Shoot Adventures, I'm going to add that to my wish list on PlayStation. That looks so fun. It's got a 4.91 on PlayStation. It's only $16 right now. It's got great scores everywhere. So, yeah. Yep, another good one to check out there, boys. Grind Survivors is on Steam. Yes, Grind Survivors, I believe, is on all platforms. Is it on Switch? It might not be on Switch. I actually didn't check. But it's super fun. It's such a good game for, like, Steam Deck or PlayStation Portal. You know, perfect handheld game. Everwind has been fun. Is that the pirate one? Everwind. Oh, that's like the RPG sandbox survival game. Yeah. It's got an 89%. It's kind of like I would say maybe like a little bit more RPG focused Minecraft. Yeah, this looks good. Yeah. I think that's early access right now. Isn't it early access? Yeah, it's an early access game. $23 on Steam. Steam has that advantage. You guys get so many early access games. New podcast alert. Access granted with Grant Taylor Hill. Join Grant as he sits down with a one-on-one chat with Chris Avallone. Chris Avallone's a really, really nice guy, man. We've talked a few times in DMs. Check out Time Takers, Concord 6.0. No, have you played Halls of Torment? It's an action roguelike with Diablo loot mechanics. Is that the one that's like Jor? Halls of Torment. Isn't it like Jor something? Oh, no. Halls of Torment, something different. Oh, I played Halls of Torment once for you guys. Yeah. It looks like old school Diablo. Yeah. Bullet Hell. Yeah. I played this once on Steam with you guys. Like I showed it to you. It was a stream a while ago. It's got a good score. It's in the 90s as well on Steam. Grind Survivors is not on Switch. That's a shame because it'd be the perfect game for Switch. It would just be it would be freaking perfect. Dragonkin the Banished can do co-op local. I feel like I looked at that one. I feel like I looked at Dragonkin the Banished. Yeah, that's coming out like today or tomorrow. It's not a rogue, though. It's a straight-up co-op RPG, isn't it? Yeah. Madam is so hooked on Pal World, it'd be hard to get her on another game. Yeah, I don't think Dragonkin is a rogue. The skill tree looks pretty cool. Yeah. Co-op adventure RPG like dungeon crawler. Yeah, Karate Survivors. I don't think you recommended Karate Survivors to me. Didn't I find that on Steam on my own? I thought I did. Maybe you did recommend it. I don't remember. I thought I saw a trailer for it and thought, that's a vibe, I gotta try that, and got freaking hooked. When is Witchbrook releasing? I don't know. It's a straight co-op ARPG. You can have 50 players to level up your city together and no seasons. I think that was Anthony. Was that Anthony way back in the day? Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is worth your time if you like these. I think Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is the best Survivor. I think it's better than all of them. I wish Deep Rock Galactic Survivor was number one. I wish it was on PlayStation, and I wish it was co-op. I love it. It's fantastic. Saros looks amazing. Yeah, somebody said there was a new trailer for Saros. We're well off topic. We can't debate and rant about Crimson Desert for the next 5 hours. So we're just gonna vibe and talk about anything for the next 5 hours, boys. I agree that Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is the best. It's really well balanced and highly polished. Yeah, I think it's the best. I think it's magnificent. If you like those type of games, I think it is superior. I think it's better than Vampire. I think it's better than Vampire Survivors. Saros has a PS5 features trailer. Okay. Hang on a second. I want to hear this. Okay.
Is that the thing from the ridge?
Confirmed.
No, it looks so good, Chad. I gotta tell you. Oh my gosh. You talk about a meal that has been cooked. Oh, they have cooked. It looks so good. The music. I love Housemarque, man. I do. Returnal is such a special game. Everwild was the game I showed you in Discord yesterday. I think that'll do well. It looks good. Everwild looks good. Now compare this to Crimson Desert. No. It's completely different games. You're still on the fence for Sorrows? What's on the fence? What do you mean? Does it have PSSR 2? So usually what PlayStation will do is they'll probably do like a blog post and they'll show all of the, all the things that's going to be true for it on the PS5 Pro. You just started Returnal. Any tips? Number one, don't ADS. ADSing is not necessary and it slows you down. So don't aim down sight. Just hip fire. If you can get accustomed to hip firing, it'll make you more agile so that you can dodge. Just have more volitional movement, especially laterally. Like lateral movement is so helpful in that game. Just make space. Make space. I have a video on the channel called Returnal Gameplay in 2025. The first 20 minutes or so, I walk through all of the tips and tricks of like how to play the game. I do have 200 hours in the game. It is my one and only platinum, and I got every single weapon to 100%, all perks. There's a couple of things in the early like 20 minutes of footage that you would benefit from watching on my channel, where I just kind of show that first biome. I would argue Biome 1 and Biome 5 are the hardest. I think Biome 1 is ridiculously hard. Like, as a veteran of the game, I go back to Biome 1, I'm like, yeah, this biome can kick your butt. So just get comfortable clearing the map. You've got to get comfortable clearing the map. You need to clear Biome 1 pretty consistently if you want to have a chance against Frike, the first boss. You've got to clear it. You need the power, you need the upgrades, the health, you need all of it. You need the currency. You need to get comfortable killing enemies and running and collecting the obolites, because that's your currency to spend in the store. Would Ball Pit be considered a survivor? No. So yeah, I would watch that stream of mine, because when I'm hands-on with the game and like showing you different things in Returnal, I'm able to give advice like right there. So I would watch my Returnal gameplay in 2025 stream. The first 20 minutes should help you. There's a ton of people in the comments of that stream that have said, thank you so much for this stream. I went back to the game and I've now rolled credits. It's now one of my favorites or whatever. You've been stuck on Biome 2? Biome 2, you're probably getting stuck because of the guys that teleport next to you with the swords. You've got to learn a lot of their telegraphs are false urgency. So they'll trick you, like they come rushing, like when that like it's like a red trail. Let it get next to you, let him spawn, and then dodge. You've got to get comfortable with that. If not, they'll smoke you. You've got to circle fight the guys with the swords. You got to circle fight them as best you can. Like don't get lead-footed. You got to move. And then if they're going to teleport towards you, don't panic. Just breathe and be like, okay, he's going to teleport, and then I'm going to dodge. You've got to start. You can't buy into false urgency. Frike honestly trains you for those guys. Frike does the same thing. He teleports or dashes towards you, and then he swings. Like it's not. He tricks you too, because I think he has an attack where he swings as he's coming towards you, and then it switches. Yeah, here's the footage. Thank you, Fuzzy. There you go. There's a link in chat. That's Returnal gameplay in 2025. You can add another to the vid of people you've helped beat Returnal because of that vid. Fantastic guide. Thank you so much. I am so glad that people went back and got into the game. When they rebalanced Biome 3, I went back to the game, and it's one of my all-time favorite games. I think Returnal is an absolute masterpiece. It's phenomenal. I was just grinding Biome 4, 5, and 6 to get all my weapons to 100. I was grinding Tower of Sisyphus. Oh, it's just wonderful. The other thing I would encourage you to do in Returnal is don't use alt fire with adaptive triggers. That throws you, you'll waste your alt fire. You can switch it to where left bumper is alt fire instead of like, if you pull the trigger down all the way. I just don't like that. I don't think it's conducive to good aim. Like, I think it's hard. There are some you need to like aim right on their face if you really want it to work well. And I mean, you'll mess up with the adaptive trigger. It's like half a pull is ADS, full trigger pull is your alt fire. I think that's terrible. Don't do that. You'll mess up a lot. Your guide 100% helped me through the game. It looks like I got about 2 years before I play Saros. Got to wait for that guide. I love that. Really, I mean it. It warms my heart that people are like, your guide helps me play Returnal, because I absolutely love the game and I'm glad it was helpful to people. I didn't play vanilla Returnal. What was wrong with Biome 3? It was super overtuned and you could die really fast. It was imbalanced. They saw huge quit rates in Biome 3 and so they rebalanced it. There were spacemen. They look like dudes in like astronaut outfits. There were spacemen in Biome 3 that could kill you in like 2 hits. They were killing me faster than the boss of Biome 2. Like Biome 2, you could take some damage and kind of dance around with the boss. You'd get into a room with those spacemen and they would 2-tap you. I remember getting hit once and I'm like, all of my health is gone. I was like, this is so imbalanced. And people were like, yeah, it's a skill check. Housemark ended up agreeing with those of us that thought that Biome 3 was overtuned. So, Returnal on mouse and keyboard is so amazing. Sad Saros will not come to PC. I was so bummed when I learned that they weren't going to be bringing Yotei and Saros to PC. What happened with your Ghost of Yotei Legends impressions? You liked it? I did. I played all of the missions and all of the bosses as the samurai. I want to go back through and play it again with the other classes and see how they feel. But I got hooked by Grind Survivors, so... Oh, and I also played Resident Evil 9. It was a bit of a distraction. Is Dark Roast coming back? I don't know, Zoob. I've got to get through tax season before I can make that kind of a commitment or purchase. It's very expensive to buy the coffee right now. I wish I could play Returnal for the first time again. Oh, right. It's a special game. Biome 3 pre-patch was amazing. They dumbed it down to keep players, but when it first launched, it was better. If it's imbalanced, though, and it's having people just quit, I mean, I would argue that that's not necessarily subjective. Like, if they didn't want that to be the case and they toned it down, having that be, like, gruelingly difficult and having people quit is just, I would say it's not great game design if it's super imbalanced. So, I got my lady friend hooked on it. I'm going to have to give her my stash or I'll be in trouble. Your lady friend hooked on what? Oh, Dark Roast. I'm going to have to order Frickmas for myself like some sort of savage. I drink Frickmas exclusively now, so... Once we work our way through the Frickmas and the Light Roast, Zubair, I will probably be able to do Dark Roast. But I need to move through the inventory. The Light Roast and the Medium Roast just wasn't moving. And it's like, well, I'm not going to spend a bunch of money on Dark Roast if, like, I've got all this coffee just sitting in my basement, you know? Dumbed it down was a poor choice of words on my part. I just feel like it just felt better tuned. Like, it felt weird to go from Biome 2 and to be stacked, ready to go and feel strong, and to die that fast in Biome 3. It was like, what the frick? It was like I wasn't even getting to the boss. You think Yotei will get a big expansion or DLC? I don't know. They did Ikishima for the Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know. They could. I loved Yotei. I thought it was excellent. I preferred the difficulty spike. It felt more addictive compared to replaying it later on. I like the difficulty spike in Biome 5 because it makes Biome 6 like a gear shift down, and you get to kind of enjoy the boss. Because Biome 6's boss is arguably the easiest boss, and I think that that's okay. I really, really like that Biome 5 is ridiculous. I mean, it's crazy. And then Biome 6 is kind of like... Biome 6 can get a little wild. It can. But once you adjust to it, Biome 6 is quite easy, I think. I think Biome 5 is the hardest. I actually think Biome 1 is the second hardest because you have nothing. And you can be very dependent on the drops. Like if you get a bad gun drop in Biome 1, it can be like twice as hard. Because some of the guns just aren't good in Biome 1. Like a coal spine or coil spine or whatever it's called. Or like the Dreadbound. The Dreadbound's freaking terrible in Biome 1. Dreadbound melts Biome 4 and beyond. But the Dreadbound is trash in Biome 1. It is terrible. You will die. You just can't keep your damage up. You can't keep your stun up. But yeah, Biome 5 is the hardest, I think, followed by Biome 1. Then Biome 3, then Biome 2, and then Biome 6. I think Biome 6 is the easiest. Did you finish RE9? I did. Yo, Joker Quinn, I haven't seen you in a while. Is there a boss in Biome 5? No, there is not a boss in Biome 5. Nope. Biome 5 is a boss. I mean, it's a boss. It is a it's a tough biome, but there's no boss. It's crazy. It's a frozen version of Biome 2. Pistol with homing missile? Mm-hmm. Is co-op confirmed for Saros? No. I anticipate that coming later the same way they did with Returnal. I anticipate that coming later. The pylon is your weapon? Dude, I'm predictable. Carbine or the carbine or the golly goodness, Hollow Seeker. Carbine or the Hollow Seeker. We almost got 600 likes. Let's get it. Let's get it. Now, guys, if we want to be on pace for Friday, we need to end the day with 300 members. I know we're a little cautious about gifting when we have all of the negative, hateful folks. We can go now, right? I owe YouTube like 4. I'm waiting to owe you 5. And then Stone Spire's going to try to set up a 10-bomb dunker to 150. I also owe 1 to Twitch. I owe 4. Yeah, I owe 4 to YouTube. And 1 to Twitch. Yeah, Hollow Seeker. If you get Hollow Seeker with the portal beam and the portal turret, oh my gosh, so fun. There's another one from Stone Spire. There it is. Who wants to dunk at the 10? 150. Siege Master is going to bump it as well with a single gift. Thank you so much, Siege Master. What about people that cloud save Scum and Returnal? I mean, they're not playing the real game. If that's how they want to play, that's fine. When I said that you couldn't abuse the checkpoint, I didn't realize you could do the cloud save thing because I guess my brain doesn't work that way. You're not playing Returnal then. The whole point of the game is you die, you start over. If you get to completely avoid that, I don't know. We're not playing the same game. You're getting to like fight a fight or make a mistake and be like, oh, now I know what's in that room, or oh, now I know what that boss is. And a 5-bomb comes in from Siege Master and gets us to 146. Thoughts on the rumor of the Cory Barlog Freya game? Personally, I'm disappointed. It's not a brand new IP. I'm not disappointed at all. I want you to imagine how much Santa Monica can cook with their combat system, and imagine having a more agile character with a sword, like, or the axe. I mean, whatever they give her. I mean, she might have the axe or the sword or something else. Come on, dude. They cook. Their combat systems are so good. Not being tied to, like, the lumbering, offensive lineman Kratos and having, like, an agile character. Dude, come on, man. I think people are underestimating how freaking amazing they could be. Hey, we're 75% of the way on the sub goal. We're trying to get 750 sub points on Twitch. Nice work, boys. What time is the embargo lift? I got a timer right next to me. Yeah, I looked at some of the previews for Pragmata. It looks so good. Yeah, the demo really sold me as well. I really liked it. I know people were doing the typical, like, complain and, like, wet the bed because it's a girl instead of a guy. I think that's so it's just so stupid. Is anybody mad that, like, the spiritual successor to Returnal is a guy and not a girl? Like, we never go in the other direction. It's just a bunch of pearl clutching weirdos. Thank you, Colin, for 45 months. Getting us to 147. Like, Santa Monica has proven to be a great dev. Like, I don't know anybody would be like, it's going to be Faye. If they got the actress from Daredevil to play Faye and voice act it, I don't know why anybody would complain. She's wonderful. No, I've not seen the trailer, JC. They said the same about Witcher 4. I guess let them. They can just sit out and not play amazing games. I've got close to 70 hours in Yote because I don't care about those sorts of things. No, I did not try the Darwin demo yet. Kratos is the best. You're gonna get more Kratos. That's the thing I think people forgot is, like, for all intents and purposes, we're pretty confident they're working on a God of War in Egypt. So I don't know why everybody's like, wetting their race car jammies over it. Like, settle down. Like this, we're gonna play as a girl. Like, gee, many Christmas. Some of my favorite games I have played as a girl: Returnal, Hellblade 1, Tomb Raider 1 and 2 when they rebooted the franchise. I didn't like the third one. Like, Yote was excellent. People are freaking weird, man. It just doesn't matter. Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon Forbidden West. I'm like, what in the world? Atreus game incoming too? Oh, I don't think so. Yeah, Jesse in Control. Control is a phenomenal game. You play as a girl. What are you the most stoked about in Crimson Desert and the least stoked? That's a great question. Crimson Desert gameplay, the thing I'm most stoked about is the combat. The thing I'm the least stoked about is the performance issues that it's probably going to have. So, yeah, you play as a girl in Stellar Blade. Like, just weird, man. It's weird energy. Marathon reviews have to wait for nerds to figure out secret messages. Unless Sony lets them go as well. They acquired like 20 dev teams and let go 11. Sure they have. I'd rather play as a girl. I'm going to stare. Right. It doesn't really preload the game Crimson Desert. I'm in Mountain Time. I thought preload went live yesterday. Yote I won't play if it doesn't land on PC. I was really hoping that before PlayStation decided to stop, like, maybe they would stop with Wolverine or something, like bringing their games to PC. I was hoping that Saros and Yote would make it. I was pulling for you guys. I was like, come on. Come on. Sadly, it doesn't seem to be the case. And I'm bummed for the people that play on PC. I'd only want to play MJ again if she's Spider-Woman. Yeah, the MJ sections in Spider-Man 2 were stupid. Mary Jane Wick was it was dumb. It was dumb. Spider-Man's having a hard time with, like, symbiotes, and she's like, I have a taser gun. Like, what the frick? It was dumb. I did not like it. It's like they ran in the other direction. They're like, well, we're not going to make you crawl around on the ground and take pictures. And I'm like, this is not a better option. Why are you bummed? Because I wanted people to be able to enjoy Ghosts of Yote on PC and Saros. Like, it didn't bother me that games were being ported to PC. I always encouraged people to buy Returnal and buy Ghosts of Tsushima. They're excellent games. It didn't bother me at all. There were PlayStation fans that hated that those games were going to PC. They celebrated when the PC ports were bad, like when The Last of Us Part 1 port was bad. There were PlayStation fans that were like thumbing their nose and like rubbing in the faces of PC players. And I'm like, what the heck? What? That's weird energy. Why are we doing this? Like, what? I always tell people, they're great games. You should play them. You should buy them. I don't know. To me, I got a great product. If the developers make a great game and they focus on like the PS5 and the Pro and they tap into the hardware and we get great games. Like if you look at Spider-Man 2 and you look at Yote and even Death Stranding 2, just wonderful games that do amazingly well. Graphics, performance, lighting, all of it. And then if they take that game and hand it to a porting company like Nixxes and they bring it over to PC and you get an excellent product, I fully support that. I was never against that. Now, there are people that have, they've accused me of being like a Sony pony, and they're like, well, you're a pony and you're biased and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, a Sony pony, which it's amazing to see adults throw these words around. But that would be somebody who would be like, no, this is bad, this is wrong, don't put games like... People who love and they claim to be a pony, they were angry and they were against it and they didn't want games going to PC. Like, I never had a problem with it at all. It made perfectly good sense to me. It was like, you got a great product, take it over there. PlayStation sees it the other way. They don't think it's worth doing anymore. Also, this is not trash talk, but Returnal on a high-end PC is effing gorgeous. It makes the PS5 base look like a Nintendo Switch. Oh, it was a very good port. That's another thing that I like, Zubair, is I loved seeing a game do well and show off the technology of the console. And the people that buy it on console get a really great value. But I also liked the artistry of those developers. I love those games going over to PC and just singing. It was so cool to me. It was like, oh, what all the work that these guys have done, and it gets to go over there and just sing. I loved it. I was like, look at that. I love seeing Ghost of Tsushima get all this praise from PC boys. It's like, oh, this is sick. I love seeing that for the studio and the game that I like. I thought it was great. PlayStation's been great about their exclusives and not allowing PC to also experience it feels like a loss overall for the industry. If they think it's the thing they got to do to be the healthiest and the strongest for the future, like if they feel like that's setting up their brand and platform and their studios, Returnal does use PSSR. I played last night. Looks great. It does not use PSSR. That's not true. You can turn it on. I don't know if it would help. I've not seen evidence of turning PSSR on the new version for games that don't have it. I've not seen evidence that it makes a bit of a difference. You getting the Xbox Helix? Yeah, probably. I want it to have Steam in the living room. And the back compat sounds good because I have a big 360 library, big Xbox One library. I'm disappointed but not mad. It's their ecosystem. It's up to me if I want to buy in. If GTA doesn't come day one to PC, PlayStation games shouldn't either. I mean, yeah, I think it's a fair position. I mean, see above, do you know about this? Absolutely no one was giving codes to console as well. Yeah, I've been saying that for a while. Yeah, I'm well aware, Stonespire. Thank you for making sure I know. Yeah, I've been saying for a while, you will not get console reviews tonight. It'll be PC only. They've limited where the game can be played. They're trying to hide. Read last when you get a chance. DP Sage. Wait, Lono, are these the same men that won't play females in hero shooters like Rivals, Overwatch, and Deadlock? Yeah. Lono, oh, this is maybe what you want me to read. Lono, let's say you're 100% right about everything. How will this affect other banned developed companies with marketing tactics? This has been interesting. I'm happy to talk about this. We've took a break from talking Crimson Desert. Yes, it does. Google it. Does Returnal use PSSR? This says it does. I thought that it didn't. I thought Digital Foundry's video said that it didn't use PSSR. Hang on. Do they mention PSSR in the video? Based on the transcript, the video does not mention PSSR. Instead, it explains that Returnal on the Pro upgrade, it utilizes a resolution boost up to 1728 and dynamic resolution scaling, DRS. I don't think Returnal uses PSSR. They may have updated it after. I mean, this is a PS5 Pro upgrade that Digital Foundry tested. Based on Returnal does not use PSSR for its Pro update. It focuses on using increased GPU power to boost the base resolution. Yeah, the AI results literally took me to Digital Foundry's video, and I'm pretty sure that Digital Foundry's video says it doesn't. Updated, it does now. PSSR was added last year. Wait, I think you're right. Wasn't there a second update that they pushed out? I think I'm remembering the old information. I thought they pushed out something else that added it later. I think we're getting mixed results because initially it didn't use it. And then it did later, I thought. Because I remember I went back in and I checked it out because it was like, oh yeah, they added it. I thought that they did. Because the video from Digital Foundry was maybe before that. Time to play more Returnal. Dadgummit. Anyway, I was going to play a bunch of Returnal the week leading up to Saros. Get my chops back. You know, got to get back in the saddle. Okay, back to the question the DP Sage asked about like marketing and stuff. Here's what's been very interesting about the Crimson Desert marketing. And I would actually say it's been frustrating. It's been interesting, but also frustrating. We have seen these marketing tactics used recently, right? Housemark tweeted in April, yeah, that was tested in May by Digital Foundry, Paul. I swear there was an update that came later that added PSSR. I swear there was. Yeah, PSSR is only on the Pro. But that's what's been interesting and also frustrating, DP Sage, is we've seen egregious, like, misleading of consumers with, like, the day before. And then we saw it with Mind's Eye. And I don't know why everybody is hand-waving the way that Pearl Abyss has handled Crimson Desert's marketing. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, I don't think it's going to be as bad as the day before or Mind's Eye. But I also think, like, why are we acting like this isn't a big deal? It's happened recently and been very, very bad for, you know, for gaming and consumers. We don't want this sort of thing to be commonplace. All right. Does Returnal use PC? When did Returnal add PSSR? Maybe that's the question we should be asking. Returnal got support for PSSR on April 30th. No, it didn't. The first thing didn't have it. I know it didn't. We got an article here in May. Returnal's PS5 Pro upgrade delivers a huge resolution boost and improved performance. Hang on. The exact phrasing of up to 2.5 does suggest a form of dynamic scaling is at play. Okay, this is a refresher. The PC version uses DLSS. Okay, to cut to the chase, the PS5 Pro update gives us a boost to 3072 by 1728 at peak with dynamic resolution scaling in place and added to adjust the GPU load. The introduction of DRS is new to the Pro version, replacing the static fixed 1080p of the base, which does have a small bearing on frame rate. The lowest figure on record on PS5 Pro, meanwhile, is 2400 by 1350, caught during intense boss battles. Lower figures might be possible, of course, potentially in later areas. Even so, the maximum possible is 1728p on Pro. It's a surprisingly frequent event across 3 biomes, and in fact, it delivers. Yeah, I don't think this is PSSR, boys. It's dynamic resolution scaling. That's not the same. I don't think that's the same. I feel like he'd be talking about PSSR if it was using PSSR. Yeah, and it doesn't mention it once. I just looked at the list using PSSR. Whose list, though? Fan-made or official? Where's this list? The embargo lifts right next to me, 4 hours and 45 minutes. We got a timer on the screen. Thanks, everybody, for hitting like. Thanks for gifting members. Thanks for being supportive. We're 3 away from the milestone. I would owe YouTube a 5-bomb. It's just chilling there, 3 away. Make sure you check your renewals. You guys that are already paying, hit that $. You might have a renewal to celebrate. Anytime a game is PS5 Pro Enhanced and it's PSSR, it's mentioned everywhere in the coverage. Digital Foundry didn't use the phrase once in that entire thing. Not once. A VIP from Hex. There it is. 52 months. Add it to the total. Do you have a PS5 Pro? Yes, I do. I've not watched the Spider-Man trailer. No. Yes, the Lego Batman video game is coming out a week earlier than originally planned. Are they going to fix the frame rate in Crimson Desert? I certainly hope they do. Yes, I will be streaming all the way until the review embargo. So another 4 hours and 45 minutes. I need your energy, chat. I need your energy. We got a ways to go still. We got a ways to go. And a gifted comes in from Siege Master, and a gifted comes in from Hex. There it is. Landing the 150 plane. Let's get it. I now owe a 5-bomb to YouTube. Let me do that. If you guys have never been here before, when we hit the weekly goal, Hex is going to do an Agent of Chaos and push us 1 past. When we hit the weekly goal of 500 by the end of the day Friday, I do a stream on Saturday with my wife, and she reacts to the week's gaming news. And every 25, I gift 1 back. And so I currently owe you guys 5 over here on YouTube. I currently owe YouTube 1. Will you be playing Mouse PI for hire? Yes. Yes. I think it looks awesome. Watch the trailer. It'll hype you up. Oh, I'm sure it will. Upscaling, unfortunately, makes devs lazy optimizing games nowadays. I think that's demonstrably false and untrue. I see no evidence that that's actually happening in any games. Optimization is not related to people relying on upscaling. If anything, properly channeled upscaling helps with optimization. I think what you're saying is a complete misunderstanding of how people use upscaling. Lazy optimization is lazy optimization. The causality is not upscaling. Like, upscaling is there to actually be used to get better optimization used properly. It gets you more headroom. Like, bad optimization is usually tied to a bunch of things. Not like, well, the devs used upscaling. Like, huh? Like, there are plenty of devs who use upscaling and nail it, and their games run incredibly well. Like, upscaling actually, in many instances, is one of the reasons some games are optimized so well. They get a lot of headroom, so the GPU's not being strained, and then you get a very good and performant game. I don't think there's this situation where devs are like, yeah, just use upscaling. We don't have to optimize. Like, I think what Zubair's saying is exactly right. It's such an oversimplification of a very complex issue. Reading prize, just one. He can't decide. So my son loves these stuffed animals called fugglers. They're funny ugly. Right? And he can't decide. Okay, I'm going to help him decide. Ooh. Rainbow is the one. Yellow and purple looks like one he already has, just bigger. I'm going to help my boy pick out one. If you haven't seen these things, they're hideous. Would you guys like to see them? They literally have realistic teeth. They are truly awful. Like, here is one of Patrick. He has this one. This is Patrick from SpongeBob. This is one of my favorites that he has. I love it. The expression, the big derpy arms. This is a fuggler. Yes. My son has a huge collection of these. He absolutely loves them. He thinks they're the greatest thing ever. He has this one. I feel like this one looks like Wilford Brimley. Where'd he go? Hang on. Yeah, he has this one. This one looks like Wilford Brimley as a cat. I will be playing Crimson Desert on the PS5 Pro, the base PS5, and the Series X so that people can get a good bearing. He has this one, Schmeagol, Gollum, just absolutely awful. They are just hideous. They are truly terrible, and he absolutely loves them. He loves them. They're so him, too. They're like his vibe. Like, he's just a freaking maniac. Like, I love him. I love my boy. Like, he's a dadgum maniac. And they're so him. They're his vibe. Hang on. He said, show Papa. What do we got here? Oh. It's like an adult. Like a water gun, not for kids. Like, electric, like, have you seen these? Oof. Looks so cool. So cool. I'm gonna need a Coke, by the way. Hang on. I'm letting Mama know. Papa's gonna need a Coke on the way home. It's a long day, dude. I need the energy. Maybe a little Chick-fil-A. It's always dumb stuff that catches fire. They have a Fuggler Care Bear. I may be interested. Yeah, dude. Feels like something you find under the bed a couple of years that scares the crap out of you. He's got a bunch. One of my other favorites that he has is the one for Jaws. The Fuggler Shark for Jaws. They're magnificent. They really, truly are. It's just so good. Like, the eyes, the facial expression, they're just awesome. He has so many. His bed is covered in them. He's used, and we don't buy them for him, by the way. Madam is buying him one they have these reading charts, and he hit a reading goal, so he gets a prize. So she's buying this new one from Costco, and it's freaking huge. But he's bought all of them with his own money. Like, all the money he got from Christmas, he just saves up and he waits. And when they're on sale, like, he got one at Kroger on sale for like $4. He's on it. I need the Wilford Brimley. Yeah, the Wilford Brimley one is freaking so funny. It looks like Hannigan used AI to make a doll instead of creature's teeth. That's right. I hope the game and Pragmata are good. Somebody asked me earlier games I'm really looking forward to this year. Saros, Control Resonant, Phantom Blade Zero. I am looking forward to Crimson Desert. I'm super, bummed that it doesn't look like it's going to run all that well on console, which is where I primarily play. I loved Resident Evil 9. Control Resonant Powers versus Saros Powers. Who would win? It's a good question. Probably Control Resonant because he can bend reality and block bullets and stuff. And the guy in Saros can dash and shoot. So, what the F is a Squishmallow? Oh no, Squishmallows are huge. They're super popular and they're cute. They're not creepy. They're also they're squishy and comfy cozy. The kiddos love them. My kids have a bunch of them. Yeah. My kids got Squishmallow Harry Potter characters. Those were really hard to find. We got a Slytherin and a Ravenclaw. They're so cute. Oh yeah, Squishmallows are adorable. How far you got? In Resident Evil 9, I beat it. Oh yeah, yeah. Nib is saying the Portal high bitrate mode is crispy. Yeah, that looks really, really good. I mean, obviously when you move around, it can get a little, oh, what the heck? It can get a little weird, but that looks really, really good. Yeah, that update rolled out. PlayStation's kind of doing things right now, man. The PSSR update, nice update to the Portal to get better resolution while remote play or cloud. You think PSSR will be at the level of DSSL? No. It'll always be behind it a little bit, but I think it's going to be very impressive for what the Pro is. So, yeah, I don't know why you guys keep coming in and promoting someone else's content. Please stop that. I'm not going to go and watch someone's brand new, piece of content. I'm not going to do that. And you're just trying to drive people away. That's really rude to do. So what's going to happen with PSSR is it's just always going to improve. So Project Amethyst with AMD, the first major thing to come out of it was PSSR, and then the first major thing to come out for PC was FSR4, right? So that was the first major thing. That was something that AMD and Mark Cerny had said. They had said, this is the first major thing to come out from Project Amethyst. Well, what they benefited from with FSR4 is it came back over and it made PSSR better as well. And then at the end of their blog post and their update about PSSR2, they said, this is getting ready to also now come back and make FSR better again. It's almost like they're kicking the ball back and forth. It's we'll kick it over here. Whatever we learn, we'll implement. And then all the cool stuff that we learn, we're going to bring it back over here and make this better. And then what we learn over here, we're going to bring it back over here and make this better. There's a bit of a synergy happening between FSR and PSSR. So, what I think they're doing, and this is where I think Mark Cerny's, his foresight is going to come to fruition with the PlayStation 6. He's creating what I have called cartilage between the generations. So the PS5 Pro is going to get all this benefit of the research. It's going to get its PSSR improved. All that will land on the base version of the PlayStation 6. The PlayStation 6 will just have the best version at that time of PSSR just in it. And developers clearly like PSSR. They're leveraging it in their games right now, whether you're Hellblade 2 or Neo 3. They're leveraging it. Sorry, Madam's you want food too? Yes. I saw someone in chat said the tests in Crimson Desert were using the old PSSR. Well, here's the thing people need to realize. PSSR is not a miracle worker. If you go watch Digital Foundry's video about it, it's cleaning things up. It's not pulling off miracles. It isn't. PSSR 1 was good. PSSR 2 certainly is improving things. It is. But it's not a miracle worker. It's not going to completely transform, Crimson Desert. It's making games. This is what PSSR 2 is basically doing. It's making games that already leverage the tech look better, look crisper, look more polished. It's not fixing glaring issues like the frame rate problems that we saw on the Pro in John Lindemann's footage from Digital Foundry. That's not going to be fixed by PSSR. That's not how it works. Like, it's not a miracle worker. It's like it's cleaning things up, that shimmering and jittering and things like that. You're not suddenly going to be like, oh, PSSR 1 to 2, look at the frame rate. It's so much better. That's not how the tech works. Like, I'm not the expert, but it's cleaning things up with respect to upscaling. It's not buying you tons of headroom so that, like, again, a CPU-intensive spot with lots of NPCs, that spot's not better because PSSR is better. It's a bottleneck problem with the CPU. It's more polish. What Zubair's saying, it's cleaning up edge cases. If you watch Digital Foundry's video on PSSR 2, it ain't that impressive, boys. It's nice. It looks good. But it's not like, oh my gosh. It's not like that. It's not night and day. It's like going through and cleaning things up, which is nice because that was one of the dilemmas with PSSR. That was one of the dilemmas with upscaling, is it was causing like a shimmering and a shaking and almost like a visual vibration. And that's not good. You don't want that. That's a degradation of image quality in an effort to have something look nice, and you don't want that. The DLSS jump to transformer model was the last truly transformative jump I saw with a revision of an upscaler. Otherwise, it's refining. Are you playing Crimson Desert on PC? No. Just to see if you need an even better PC than you have? No. There's so much footage of PC footage out there, Biggie Smalls. I don't think there's anything gained by me playing on a 5070 Ti. What's my processor? I don't even know what I have. Like, my gaming rig's kind of a monster. An AMD Ryzen 7 7800X 3D 8 core. Like, there's not much gained by me playing the game on my rig. My rig's rather stout. Like, I'm not top of the line, but I'm up there hanging out with some of the stronger rigs. There's not much gained by me showing the game. Like, they've played it on plenty of strong rigs and it looks great. What matters way more is people seeing it on PS5 Pro without cuts and edits and going into fights, and base PS5 and Series X. That's what I'm committed to. If you want to see good PC footage, I don't know. Does the new PC have a 7800? I just read it. I don't even remember what I said. It's a 7800X 3D. So I believe the 9800, isn't that what I have in the streaming rig? I don't even remember. My streaming rig is a 7900, a Ryzen 9 7900X. So yeah, the gaming rig is a 7800X 3D. Like, this isn't the average computer that somebody's using right now. I'm in a higher bracket than most. I'm not like boasting. We bought it so that it would run games well. It's not a mid-level, like, weak rig. It's a strong rig. There's not much gained by me being like, hey, look, Crimson Desert runs fine on my rig. You're above spec on both. Yeah, both my streaming rig and my gaming rig would be able to run the game, I think, very well. And I don't think there's anything really gained by showing that. There's so many creators out there that are going to... There are reviews dropping in 4.5 hours. There's going to be so much PC footage in 4.5 hours. There's no reason for me to be like, well, my 7800X 3D 5070 Ti rig is getting good footage. Like, who the frick cares about that? We know we're going to get that. We know we're going to get that out of my PC. Developers were left in the dark about DLSS 5. You remember yesterday when Greg said the developers must be okay with it? And I was like, no, NVIDIA did that. We don't know if the developers were okay with that. Insider Gaming is reporting, let's see, Speaking with developers and artists at studios that have agreed to DLSS 5, including Capcom and Ubisoft, Insider Gaming was told that DLSS 5 tech was revealed to them at the same time as everyone else. We found out at the same time as the public, said one Ubisoft developer. Developers at Capcom tell Insider Gaming that the announcement and the publisher's involvement were particularly shocking, as Capcom has previously been historically very anti-AI with projects such as Resident Evil Requiem and other unannounced projects in development. Some at the publisher fear that DLSS 5 announcement could prompt a change in the publisher's view of generative AI and its implementation in its games. What did I tell you yesterday? I said that's very presumptive to think that the developers were okay with it. This is NVIDIA. NVIDIA did it. They went into the games and turned the stuff on and then made their presentation with Digital Foundry. The developers didn't seem to be involved at all. That was my main point. It was like, I would let the developers handle this. This looks bad. This looks like AI filter slop. And people are like, she looks more like the actress. I'm like, there was a division of similarity between the actress and Grace. Grace looks like Grace in the video game, slightly different than the actress. Just because you can throw a filter on her and make her look more photorealistic and look more like the actress, which, I mean, the actress is gorgeous. No denying that. But that doesn't mean you want her to look like that in the video game. It looks weird. She doesn't look weird. She's pretty. The filter made her look weird. It's like, what are we doing here? Now, DLSS 5 could be amazing, properly leveraged by a developer to like make clothing and the world and food and all that look nicer. And then just, tone it down on the faces. It was too much. Take it down from an 11 to like a 7 and it might look pretty good. I'm all for respecting authorial intent, but do we really need to respect that the author's intent was? I feel like you tried to make a joke and I misread it. Sorry. Yes, but these volume knobs go up to 11. Right, that's what it feels like. Frickin' Spinal Tap. It's always relevant, isn't it? Always relevant. I used to go to 11. Wasn't the test rig using dual 5090s? Well, yeah, like you don't even know if what this is gonna look like if you try to move around. Like, performance would likely be questionable at best. I mean, look at what some of these people are doing, man. I mean, I didn't consent to this. This is an abuse of technology right here. I don't think that this should be happening. I got a real problem with this. It's completely changing the art. Frickin' fuzzy. If this was a 1.0 version of a new product, people would be less mad. Making it part of DLSS Suite was a mistake. Well, what are you going to do, man? Love your channel, bro. Get them, bro. I'm out here, man. I'm out here in these streets. The mean streets of YouTube. That's no good, especially since Digital Foundry PS5 Pro vid didn't have footage of the large-scale battles. Yeah. It wasn't Digital Foundry. They had NVIDIA event announcing it, and Digital Foundry's video went live when the embargo was up. Well, right, they did the interview. And, people were upset with Digital Foundry. It had nothing to do with Digital Foundry. Digital Foundry did an interview about new technology. Like, if they think it's impressive, that's their own opinion. They were just like, hey, these guys are announcing new tech. We interviewed them about it. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Lito says, did all the crybabies leave? I think they really got in their feels and started yelling at me and calling me names when I started showing the side-by-side of like the marketing of the dragon scene in particular and the PS5 base footage. And they got super angry because I think the narrative, I think they sense that the jig is up. They know. They got super mad. It went from you're going to eat crow, it's going to look like that and be amazing on console, to you're an idiot for thinking it would run like that on console. Oh, I never said that it would run like that on console. That was my main disclaimer to people for the last month, was that don't expect it to look like that on your console. When did the first trailer come out? Yeah, for the last month, I have been telling people, it ain't going to look like that on your console. It ain't going to look like that on your console. And I kept getting told that I was a hater and a grifter, and that it was a proprietary engine, and it was going to run amazing, and I didn't know what I was talking about. And then when we have clear evidence that it's not going to run or look nearly as good as the marketing, people are like, well, you're an idiot if you think a 6-year-old console could do that. And it's like, thank you for finally agreeing with me. It's amazing what evidence will do to a person. It's amazing. Not to mention that their PR guy is blocking people like me for asking and then celebrating how much the game is selling. It's at the top of all the sales charts. Thanks, guys. Yep. Make sure, consumer, don't ask questions, consumer. Buy product, consumer. Make sure and install it on your PlayStation so you can't get a refund, consumer. Pre-orders live, consumer. Go install it. Don't want to let you get a refund. You know? Want to make sure that's not an option. Look at these sales. Not look at this game. Look at these sales. Let's have a round of applause for their pre-order numbers. It's truly a wonderful achievement in gaming that we're celebrating pre-order numbers. I want you to think about that. I really want you to think about that. Zoom out. We're celebrating pre-order numbers, boys. Not the game, not the review score, not the critical or the consumer reception. We're celebrating pre-orders. We've come a long way, have we not? Lono, I just played 20 minutes of Grind Survivors. It is so addictive. I told you, the loot. And keep going for those totems. The totems are key. You should also make sure and equip that there's a rune you can equip where you get a damage percentage every time you clear one of those runes. So like you're constantly bumping your damage by a little bit anytime you get those runes. Those runes are great. You can find really good ones. Like they'll boost your damage or reload or clip or whatever. Sometimes they're as high as 10 and 20%. Because the runes, the totems that you can stand on, they can be green, they can be blue, they can be purple, they can be orange. They tier just like the loot does. So always on the move. Always on the move in Grind Survivors. My pre-order has finished. Hyped. I think you should also be upset with Sony because if Sony were like Steam, pre-ordering would not be a big deal. Oh, I agree with you, Wanderer. Do you want to know one of the things that I literally have a video about this on my channel about? It's about that we're not properly protected as consumers and that both PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo should allow us to refund games. The ease with which you purchase something digitally, it should be just as easy to get the refund. And I actually use the Stop Killing Games initiative to argue that if they can take a game away from me, I can give it back. If I don't actually own the game, I just own a license to play the game, and you can take that license away. I appreciate all these studios and all these publishers fighting for that. Thank you so much for admitting that I can give it back. That means I should be able to refund it very easily. Put the power back into the hands of the consumer, so when this kind of crap happens, within an hour or two of playing, if it's running like dookie sauce on your PlayStation, you get your money back. You shouldn't be stuck. It's absolute garbage that we're not protected as consumers. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. A lot of these companies would cut the crap. They'd quit all these shenanigans because they'd lose money. And listen, I understand that PlayStation and Xbox and Nintendo, they don't want to be doing reverse charges because that's expensive. Every time you use your credit card or a payment method, they pay a fee, and they don't want to keep paying those fees to reverse charges because you paid the same fee. Just give me store credit. That's fine. Here's $70. That game sucked and was buggy and glitchy. Okay, no problem. Here's your $70 back as a store credit. We're not doing a full-on refund back to your credit card. Here's your money as store credit. That protects PlayStation from being harmed by this, and then I'm protected as a consumer. And frick the studios that mislead us. Screw them. We shouldn't be sitting here holding the bag of bad launches. It's garbage. It's absolute garbage. Just give me store credit. I'm fine with that. That means if I give you $70 and I try 2 stinkers in a row, I'm to the good. I can just take the 70 to the next game in line that I want. Well, people could just keep doing that and treat them like demos. Oh, the horror of people being able to try something, and if they don't like it, give it back. Buy a toaster. Did it do a good job? Did it? No? You didn't like the way that it functioned? You didn't like the way that it worked? Take it back. Go get your money back. Oh, but if we do that, people will just keep buying toasters until they find the one that they like. Yeah, the horror of a satisfied consumer. What will we do? Oh, no. Why people talking about refunding a pre-order? Here's the difficulty with refunding a pre-order. If you download the game, PlayStation won't let you refund it. PlayStation's awful about this. Oh, you downloaded the game. You can see I didn't open it, right? You can look on your end, PlayStation. You can see I didn't even open the game. I didn't even play it. I didn't get to the title screen. Give me my money back. I don't want this. Like, I tried to do that with Elden Ring Night Reign because we weren't going to be able to play it. It didn't have cross-play. And I was like, well, I don't want the game then. I was going to play with my audience. I had people on multiple platforms that wanted to play. I wasn't going to be able to play it. Give me my money back. I don't want your game now. I'm not going to be able to play it. $5 super chat from Broken Earth. Is Death Stranding 2 launching on PC the same day as Crimson Desert? I believe so, yeah. I felt that way about RE9. The lack of settings on console was disgusting. Don't get me started on replayability. I'm sorry, what? You wanted a refund on Resident Evil 9 because of what? The lack of settings. What are you talking about? I accidentally bought a game, left over my cart once. I didn't even download it. I had to fight for 2 weeks to get a refund. It's freaking stupid. Physical matters. Physical's no better. Physical's no better. You can't get a full refund on physical. They'll give you partial, will they not? How do they handle that if you buy a physical game these days? I've not tried to do it in such a long time. What happens if you go back to GameStop with a physical one and you've opened it? I don't think they give you full credit, do they? I don't remember how they handle it. Back in my day, when you tried to take a video game back, you got partial credit. You didn't get full credit, even if it was in a day. If you're like, yeah, I took this home and it runs like garbage, I want my money back. They're like, well, you opened it, so it's partial. 85%. Yeah, I don't know how they handle it. If it's sealed, they might. Oh, no, if it's sealed, they give you full refund. If it's sealed, because they can just throw it right back on the shelf and sell it at full price. If you've opened it, I don't think you get a full refund. I think you get a partial because they can't now that. And you want to know why? Because they can't send it back to the company. They've got to throw it on their shelf as a used copy, which means they've got to sell it at a lower cost. It's why they can't give you the full amount. GameStop going to give you $2. How about $3.50? That's about how much I can give you for that game. It just came out today. Yeah, I know. It's a tough economy out here, you know? You're like, what? Some trade-in of new releases, a minimum $40 trade-in for a week. Man. You can't return open games anymore. An open game cannot be returned for a refund. Defective games can be exchanged for the same title. And then they open it right there to ensure that you can't come back in with it sealed. They'll literally open it in front of you if you say you've got a defective one. You might get lucky and get them to hand it to you and not open it, and then you could come back and get a full refund. But they're going to generally open it right in front of you. Did you give your prediction for the Metacritic score? I'm having a hard time giving a Metacritic score prediction because it's PC only, so I think it will likely be pretty good. It'll be mid to high 80s, I think. I don't think it'll hold on to the low 90s. That's very difficult. All you need is one or two locations to give you a bad score or a tepid score, and you won't do very well. So I think it's going to be mid to high 80s. But remember, it's only PC. We're also being told. Let me see if I got an answer yet. I DM'd somebody to see if I could get a clarity on something. Come on, brother. Where are you? He must be like AFK or something. Trying to get an answer. I was told some people won't be able to post their reviews right at the embargo drop. They couldn't get like agreement on terms or something, so they can't post until tomorrow or something. I have a strange feeling that we're going to hear all kinds of weird stories once the dust on this settles. Like, creators are going to be like, yeah, they were pretty controlling, or, well, yeah, they really didn't want to show certain things. And da, da, da. I wonder if we're going to get some weird stories. Why do you think Luke Stevens says it looks good? I can't speak to Luke Stevens. I mean, he saw the game in person and played the game on a PC and said it looked good. I don't... If he said anything about the console footage looking good, I would just say I don't agree with him. I don't agree with him. I saw so many people on Twitter that I follow and respect acting like the PlayStation 5 base console footage on the Japanese PlayStation channel, they're out here acting like it looks amazing. And I'm like, I don't agree. That's the nicest way I can say it. I want to say, are you high? Do your eyes work? Do you need glasses? I want to say all kinds of things. And I'm like, I don't know what you're looking at, but I'm not looking at anything that looks impressive. Like, the footage they dropped today, like, I don't know what to tell you. This looks nothing like the marketing. This does not look like a next-gen game. It doesn't look like it's performing well. It looks terrible. You can blame it on YouTube compression all you want. The marketing looks fine. I don't know what they're watching thinking it looks amazing. I don't get it at all. I don't know what they're looking at. I have played big open world games on my PS5 base, and they don't look like that. But you can fly in the sky on a dragon. You mean like how I could fly in the sky in Horizon Forbidden West? It's a huge open world with lots of things going on beneath me. Like, what are we talking about? You could literally get on this thing in Horizon Forbidden West and fly way, way up. Huge world. Like, this idea that they're doing something so unprecedented that it's okay that it looks like a PlayStation 4 game. Like, I'm like, I don't know what y'all... people are on one, man. Yeah, look at how beautiful Avatar is. You can fly over that whole world. The idea that you can, like, fly way up in the air and see all the nooks and crannies, it's like, yeah, plenty of games you can do that. What, because the map is big? We're just going to be like, yeah, it's fine. They made the map really big, so it's okay to look bad? Like, what? I don't understand. The whole thing is weird to me. It's bewildering. It is absolutely bewildering. It's like, so because the map is big, you're just okay with all this nonsense? The misleading marketing, the fact that they wouldn't let us see base level console footage, and we finally see base level console footage and it looks nothing like the marketing, and you want to blame it on YouTube? This dude is hating so much. I mean, y'all can cope and seed somewhere else. You guys are just getting boring at this point. You just keep saying the same thing. Pointing out performance issues and inconsistency in marketing is not hating. You know what I mean? You are not on their payroll. Maybe stop acting like it. They're not paying you to defend the game and promote the game. They're not paying you to do that. You're not on the payroll. I don't know why people are acting like they're on the dadgum payroll over there, like trying to make sure that the game is well defended. I'm telling you, man, 2026, there's something in the water. There's something in the dadgum water. The way people defended High Guard and Marathon and this game, people attacked me in my Mind's Eye coverage and said the same thing. You're just grifting. You're just hating. And then the game came out, and I was like, yeah, where'd you all go? Where did everybody go that said I was just hating on Mind's Eye? What's my opinion of the pro version? It's not that impressive either. You're kind of acting that way and repeatedly complaining about the same thing. And you have a point. Yeah, I'm pointing out the problems so that anybody new in the chat, anybody driving by can hear that It doesn't look very good on base level console. Yep. That's important. It's important for the public to know these things. Are a bunch of like Pearl Abyss people in here on alts worried that people are going to be dissuaded from, helping your precious pre-order numbers? Like, you guys have clearly, like, they've clearly hit good sales numbers. I'd be worried about those really, really strong numbers on PC. Hopefully it's really well optimized because people can refund it on PC. The Pro version doesn't look good to you either? Maybe your standards are different? Yes, I expect it to maintain 60 FPS when I'm fighting a large group. If you don't expect that, then we have very different standards. You are correct. Fought entire villages in AC Shadows and fortresses. Tons of NPCs. Ran perfectly fine. There are castles in AC Shadows. There are tons of NPCs fighting, combing over the place, coming out of the woodwork and fighting you. There's at least one section of AC Shadows that I was supposed to sneak through, and I was trying to fight them just to see if I could. There was at least 20 enemies in the area patrolling, moving around, and it ran perfectly fine. You're right, we do have different standards. I expect a game to run at 60 FPS, not 30s and 40s, because, oh no, there's lots of NPCs around. Whatever will we do? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I played Yote, AC Shadows, tons of NPCs in a given area, and I'm fighting, and the frame rate was fine. This game's not doing anything that I haven't seen in other games, other than map is huge, lots of NPCs. That's it. Yeah, Valhalla had tons of enemies in raids and fights, and it wasn't dropping into the 30s and 40s on the frame rate. You're right. We have different standards. I've been playing games on the base PS5 and the Pro for 6 years, and the vast majority of them have run perfectly fine. This game is looking like it's going to run pretty poor on both my PS5 Pro and base PS5. The minute I'm in a fight or the minute I'm in an area with a lot of NPCs, the frame rate looks terrible. Yeah, I play Space Marine 2 on my Pro. Enemies everywhere. 60 FPS. It doesn't hold frame rate very well on base PS5. Space Marine 2 was a bit much. It wasn't a dig. I'm just saying I've only got the base console and I'm satisfied with how it looked. So hang on a minute. You're on the base console. When you play a game and you set it to performance mode, what's your expectation? Is your expectation on the PS5, base PS5, is your expectation that performance mode runs well and maintains 60 FPS? Is that your expectation? Because if that's not your expectation, I don't understand you, because that's what generally the PS5 has done the entire time it's been out. With a few exceptions, like Space Marine had some issues with frame rate in some areas, but other than that, first party, second party, third party games on the base PS5, I have consistently gotten 60 FPS in performance mode. I have. That's my expectation. If your expectation is that on your base PS5, you're going to play a game, put it on performance mode, and drop into the 30s and 40s, and you're like, well, that's fine. That's my expectation. I don't understand why that's your expectation. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, what games have you been playing this gen that are doing that? What games? List them for me. Where are all these games that like, oh yeah, that's totally normal. That's my expectation on base PS5. Now, if you prefer quality mode and you can stomach 30 FPS, then we're very different, because you probably played FF16 at quality mode and had a good time, and I played FF16 at performance mode and I waited to finish it for the Pro to come out. I've seen drops from time to time, but if it stays pretty consistent, I'm good. So are you not at all concerned that on the Pro, a console stronger than yours, on the Pro, it's dropping in the 30s and 40s when there's lots of NPCs on the screen? That's not a concern for you? We watched this. I'm not trying to dissuade you. I'm genuinely interested. We watched this trailer earlier. This is their combat and progression overview trailer. There are probably 7 to 10 fights in this trailer where there's tons of NPCs around. Tons of NPCs. I'm not talking frame drops, homie. I'm talking like it drops into the 30s and 40s. It will look like the game is glitching. Look at the number of people in these fights in these areas. They're everywhere. Look at the number of people just there in those couple of instances. These areas are arguably not going to do very well on your base level console. He's still at this? You've been following me a long time, Zilla. What, you think I'm going to run out of gas? I bit the bullet and played FF16 at quality on the PS5. The frame pacing was good enough for me, but you got to get used to it. Oh, yuck. I couldn't do it, Dart. I couldn't do it, my friend. I had to wait to play it on my PS5 Pro, and even then, there was a couple of towns where the frame rate at FF16 was just awful. It was great. It was great in the fights. It got a little muddy in some of the icon fights because of the dynamic res, but overall. Did she just do the flying swallow from Ninja Gaiden? There's a lot of cool moves in this. A lot of cool moves. I'll figure it out. I don't have a big stake in any of it. I'm not trying to persuade you, Wool Art. I'm just genuinely curious when someone says, hey, like, I don't care about performance. I'm like, okay, but what games have you played? Because this is one thing I don't think people realize. I don't think people realize how, like, minor performance issues, if you have, like, maybe some frame stutters in, like, Spider-Man 2 or Horizon Forbidden West. There was some pop-in, for example, in Horizon Forbidden West. I don't think you understand how that is minor. And the things we saw in Digital Foundry's video are going to be rampant and endemic to your experience. Like, every time you go to get into a fight with a bunch of NPCs, it's going to do that, and how frustrating that's going to be. It's not a hitch. It's not a drop or a snag. It's literally like 30s, 40s, 30s, 40s, and you're like, oh, what's happening? It's going to feel terrible, especially if you're out in the open world and it's just 60. If you're okay with, like, lighting and shadows and texture and visual degradation, that's not the same either. That's like, okay, fine, whatever. Turn that crap off. Give me solid 60. I've said for a very long time that I think the sweet spot this gen is 1440-60. I don't need 4K. I don't need everything to be twinkling and reflecting and shiny. Give me 1440-60, man. I just want to play your game. If you can do that and make it look pretty, great. If you can do that and it doesn't look pretty, that's great too. If you make it look pretty and then it doesn't run great, now we have a problem, because now you're going to mess with my immersion and my ability to play the game and enjoy it. Like, runs great but isn't pretty, I'm good. Runs great and is pretty, still good. Is pretty, doesn't run great, nope. No, I don't want to play that game. I'm out. I've played that game before. I've played games with performance issues before. I don't like it. Yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2 vibes all over again. Exactly. Are you going to still play on the base PS5 first? I think we'll start with base PS5, then we'll go to Series X, and then we'll do PS5 Pro. Do you think all the hype is misplaced? I think it's very well manufactured. I think they spent a lot of money to get people hyped. Tons of marketing, tons of sponsored deals, tons of preview events. I don't have a Series S. I don't own one. Anything less than 60 FPS affects my eyesight. I get headaches. I remember I had been playing Destiny and Fortnite so long on my PC at the time, and I was so used to 60 FPS that when I started playing Spider-Man 1 on my PS4 Pro and God of War 2018, I kept ending those days and I had headaches and I couldn't figure out why. It was a 30 FPS. It 100% messes with me. I'm not going to show it off on PC. I have no desire to do that. There's going to be an ocean of PC footage in 4 hours. There's no... What good is it for me to just show you guys PC footage tomorrow, Nitro? Does that make sense? Like, I feel like that's fair. Like, in 4 hours, we're going to be swimming in PC footage from everybody that got to review it on PC. Like, we're not going to need PC footage tomorrow. We're going to need base PS5, Series X, and the PS5 Pro. Because on the PS5 Pro... I want to go do all those things that we didn't get to see John Linneman do. I want to go and get in fights with big groups and see how it runs. That's almost completely absent from his video. The review embargo, right next to me. It's like 4 hours from now. We'll be able to read the reviews. We already have all the PC footage we ever need. No, Anthony, that I don't agree with. We'll have all the PC footage we need in 4 hours. Unless they all had to use B-roll, which that'll be like red flag number 89. But the PC footage we have right now, it was from capture events. I want PC footage from people who had the game, the full game, installed on their rigs. I don't want preview event footage, and I don't want PC footage from the marketing team. I want PC footage from you reviewer guy who got it installed on your PC. I don't want PS5 Pro footage of a PlayStation 5 that was hand-delivered and pre-installed. I don't want that either. None of that. It's like, everything is suspect at this point. Everything is suspect. All the preview capture footage, suspect. We have no idea what that was. The PlayStation 5 Pro footage from Digital Foundry, suspect. We have no idea what that was. That was a pre-installed Pro. We have no idea if that was a vertical slice or some other version. I don't know. We have no idea what it was. With how misleading they've been, with how dishonest the company has been, it's all suspect at this point. It's like, until I actually have creators that I trust with the game installed on their rig, playing it and recording it, only then will I be like, okay, that's PC footage we can take to the bank. It's all suspect at this point. There's a pattern of evasiveness here, you know? Lono is sus too? That's fine. You can think I'm sus. Sus for what? What am I You know what I mean? We're going to pull a Leslie Benzies here, and am I one of the saboteurs? I'm trying to sabotage this game. Most of the PC footage is curated for right now, though. I doubt PC will have an issue if it's mid to high tier. Well, we'll have to wait and see. I'm not saying it will be bad. I'm saying all the footage we have up to now, it's all suspect. It is. It's like the circumstances with which all of the footage was captured, it was all completely... Think of it from this perspective. I just want you to think about this. The context with which all current captured footage, that context, the people that were recording it, it's like they weren't in control at all. You went to their event and you used their PCs. He was loading you into save states so that you could get footage of different things. He brought a PlayStation 5 Pro to John Linneman with the game pre-installed. Everybody that's captured footage up to now has not been in control. And they haven't been. It's like, well, that's suspicious, isn't it? It's like, well, then we don't even really know what we're seeing. You're saying you don't trust them, and as a viewer, why should I trust you? Just seems like baseless claims. What baseless claims have I made? It's easy to just say anything without realities. Not sure what has you so defensive. I mean, maybe nonsense statements like you just intimated that I've made baseless claims. What baseless claims have I made? Trot them out in chat right now. Darren, thank you for 17 months. Go ahead. I mean, speaking of baseless claims, you just said I've made baseless claims. Put them in chat. What are the baseless claims I have made? Let's hear them. You have the floor. We've got a lot of time. We got 4 hours. Shouldn't take you long to type them out. I'm just excited to have another game out like Breath of the Wild. I don't disagree with you on that point. That was one of the things I heard from the previews and John Linneman that I thought sounded awesome. John Linneman's like, I don't even really like open world games. And I had a blast with this. I couldn't stop playing. I'm like, well, that sounds great. We're all waiting. Feel free to put the baseless claims that I have made in the chat. Feel free to do it. We're all waiting. You're saying they are sus. What is so sus? Tons of developers do exactly this for games that are perfectly fine when sending to reviewers. Okay, tell me how many games have hand-delivered a console with the game pre-installed. Go ask Digital Foundry how many times that's happened in the history of what they do. Do you want to know what they're going to say? It's never happened before. You think tons of developers do this? Hand-deliver consoles with the game pre-installed to Digital Foundry? You think this is common practice? John Linneman just has like a rotating door of people spending the night at his house, hand-delivering consoles. Do you know a single dev that has ever done this? Edward says, just on a bike. The chatter's on YouTube or something else. They've been entertaining you guys over there on Twitch, haven't they? We've had some good entertainment today. It's not normal, bro. It's not. Quit saying it's normal. It isn't normal. I can't think of the last time I was excited about a game, and when I went to see their gameplay, they kept using super cranked PC footage on the PlayStation channel. I don't remember the last time this happened. This reminds me of like marketing of old. Literally just Google it. Thank you for conceding that you've made a baseless claim. I appreciate that. I just did. Wonderful. Tell us the devs that have done it. Like Digital Foundry has a video on their channel talking about how unprecedented this was. It was super abnormal. It's not common. So the irony of you saying I've made baseless claims, that's actually what you have done. You have made a baseless claim. It always strikes me as funny, the people that want to have a go at me. I'm talking about the game. I'm talking about the marketing. I'm talking about exercising caution and not pre-ordering. And you want to have a go at me instead of just the conversation or the dialogue. You have a go at me. It's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. It's like you claim or make an accusation that I'm hating or making baseless claims, which is like the height of hypocrisy, as that is what you have now done. You have made a baseless claim. All I've ever done is point out like the marketing is not, it's misleading. It's not representative of the product. This guy says you all sound proper gay. Are you looking for a date? John Linneman also did walk for 4 hours across the map. That's pretty much all he did. When he came across the circus, FPS dropped. Listen, I don't have anything against John Linneman. I like John Linneman. I do. I like him. I've always liked him. I've always thought his coverage was really good. I thought the video he made for Crimson Desert was strange. I thought it was strange. Grubby, thank you for 11 months. Over there on purple. I thought it was strange. It was like, this is a game where when you watch their combat and progression video, he is constantly in group fights, big group fights. Stuff like this fortress here swinging in, and there's 20, there's easily 30 NPCs in there. And John Linneman's out here saying, oh, you're almost never around big groups like that and getting into fights. I'm like, what version of this game did you play, John? Like, they brought a PlayStation 5 Pro to you with the game pre-installed. Are you confident you even played the full game? You played for 20 hours and you didn't encounter any of this stuff that I'm looking at here? How'd you play for 20 hours and not run into these types of fights? Even the instance in town where he says that the frame rate dropped, he started that fight. He was just in town and like picked a fight with somebody, and then everybody started coming after him. I'm telling you, that's the weirdest video I've ever seen from the man. It's bizarre. It's like, I don't understand what version of the game you played. And then you're telling people it almost never happens. You're like, you're almost never in groups like that, or however he phrased it. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's one of the main centerpieces of the marketing, is these big group fights. It's constant in the trailers. Big pivotal moments like this are big, huge battles with 20 or 30 people around. The video he made is so weird. I'm like, I don't know what you were doing. You've got vistas like this. You've got towns. You've got villages, bases, fortresses, castles. I'm like, what? It's constant. It's constantly in the marketing. It's all over the place. And then he puts together a 30-minute video, and I'm like, where are all those sections? Where are all those fights? What's going on here? Where is this, by the way? Like, look at these areas. It's like it seemed like he was in like one region or something. No snowtop. I don't feel like there was any snowtop mountains in his stuff. No desert, no ocean. I don't know if he ever. No, he was up at the top. He was up at the top of the puzzle areas, like the skybox area you can go to. He was up there in a couple of clips. You got to play for 20 hours and you didn't get to test out other characters? There's 2 other characters to play as. Do you see? It's like I would never make an accusation with such little information. I would never do that. I think his video is weird. It's like, I don't understand why none of this is in your video. None of it. I heard a Korean reviewer ran it on OG PS5 and it ran good. He did the bug hill. He did performance testing, but he didn't engage in fights. I think it would be rough. So you're saying he's dishonest? No, you're putting words in my mouth. You're trying to start something. I'm not saying he's dishonest. I'm saying the video is weird. It could literally mean that he was playing some other version of the game. He could, like, think about it. If you bring the PlayStation 5 Pro to him and he's like, well, this is kind of weird, but thank you. Let me get footage. And he plays for 20 hours. What if he was in a very limited version of the game? What if it was a particular slice or save state in the game where there were limited engagements, limited NPCs? I don't know. Was it one region or something? Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, that wouldn't be on him. He might not know. It could be indicative of anything. It could be indicative of them having some prefab vertical slice version for him to play, and he's sitting there in the dark thinking, well, this game is fun. I had so much fun. I wandered around, and the tech is impressive, and the open world was fun. But then you watch his video, and you're like, yo, where are these moments? Well, not this. Sorry, that was a bad cut. I was just watching a fight. Where's this? Where's this area? This area looks insane. Like, these are regions and enemies and structures that I don't think I ever saw. Look at these. Again, look at this combat. There is none of this in his video. It's bizarre. He tweeted about it saying he has been sent consoles before, not common, but it does happen. I didn't see him say that it's happened before. I'm telling you, man, I don't know where all those moments are. Is it possible the PC will have more NPCs than the Pro? I don't know. Maybe, Pan. I don't know. That's all late game stuff compared to where he was? No. Once again, not true. The fight with the fire and like the sun is down and like the guy jumps down, that's like one of the first things that happens in the game, dude. Like, you get kicked off the ledge. That's like one of the first things that happens. What do you mean? They literally showed that in one of the trailers and talked about how like that's one of the earlier parts of the game. Can we talk about this fight? I'm pretty sure. Let me get to it. This fight here, and this is on the base PS5, this fight here is really, really early. This is not in his footage. This is really early. I think Joe Raptor has this footage from the preview event. Pretty sure that's literally the first scene of the game. Do you see? Do you see now? It's like I like I said, it's all sus. Every single capture event now, from a PlayStation 5 Pro being brought to John Linneman to the capture events on PC, none of those people know what they were playing. They don't. And I'm not going to hold them accountable. It's not on them. I don't expect John Linneman to be Sherlock Holmes and to grill the guy with questions about the game that he's playing. He just in good faith played it and captured footage. The people that went to the preview event, same thing. It is not their job to be Sherlock Holmes. And props to Fighting Cowboy for asking the question so that we even had an answer to hold the devs accountable with about console footage being so non-existent. So I don't hold Linneman responsible. I don't hold any of the content creators that went to the preview event. It's not their responsibility. It isn't. It's not. Then wait, who cares? Your wish is granted. You don't have to care anymore. As long as console players understand they are not going to get anything near what was advertised to them, it's fine. But I do see a lot of console players who think that they will get the same level of detail and NPC density as PC. I suspect the day one patch will make the game playable on console and involve less NPCs. Now, why on earth should console players expect less player density, NPC density? Why? I think that notion is absurd. Just less people? Like less lighting, sure, maybe. Less graphical fidelity. Less NPCs? What? Why? It's one of the centerpieces of the marketing is these big, huge battles. Imagine Valhalla doing that. Imagine AC Valhalla showing you those raids and those fights and those Viking battles, and then you play it on consoles like burr, 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 and there's like 3 people there instead of 10 and 20. That would be ridiculous. Would Ubisoft get away with that? Would Ubisoft get away with that? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's just less people. What happened at the 1348 thing? We've been following your feedback and reviews closely, and first of all, we want to humbly thank you for the time and attention you've dedicated to our tiny project, 1348 X Voto. Your constructive feedback is incredibly valuable to us, and we want you to know that we're hard at work improving the game. Okay, so they're going to polish it. I mean, that game could be like that Blades of Fire game, and it could get better with time. It could. Many open world games let you tune crowd density, to be fair. Name them. What games are you talking about? What games have I played on my console that have had to tune crowd density? Where? I don't know what games you're referring to. $2 super chat from DP Sage. If that was the case, then don't mark it on the PlayStation console. That's what I'm saying. Blades of Fire has a 2.0 update coming out in May. I think that game could have a bit of a bounce back. I thought it had a lot of potential. Cyberpunk does. So in Cyberpunk, when you play, it turns down the NPC density. Like what? Like people walking around? I'm not talking about people walking around. I'm talking about fights. Like, you know, going into a fortress or something. People walking around town. Like, I guess I could see that. Like maybe you go to like a village and there's less people walking around, but you'd still have like the same number of dudes in a battle. You know what I mean? There's a setting for that. Like in PC versions. It includes Ubisoft games. No, we're not talking about fights, but like in cities. Oh, that wouldn't bother me at all. I was talking about the fights, and somebody said, oh, there might be less NPC density. And that's why I said, imagine Valhalla doing that. Like you go to raid and get in a fight, and there's like 3 guys there. Like, I wouldn't care if I'm walking around a village or a town and there's like less people, you know, rummaging around and walking around. That doesn't matter to me. I'm talking about the fights themselves. How are you going to do that? There are literal fortresses and bases in the trailer where there's visibly 30-something people around. You're just going to drop that to 10? That'll be a completely different experience. That will be a different game. It won't play the same. A $10 super chat from Drew. So, I know you're going to buy 2 or 3 different versions of the game, but are you ultimately going to do your main playthrough on PC? PC will always be best. No, I don't do main playthroughs of anything on PC unless I have to. Like, I've been playing Slay the Spire 2 on my PC only because I have to. I do my main plays of anything on my PS5 Pro. I game in the living room. That's where I play. I'm casual dad gamer. I wear that proudly. I have a 5070 Ti, and most of the playtime on it so far has been probably Slay the Spire 2. Likely if the Pro version doesn't land where he personally needs it to. If it runs like bad on the Pro, I won't play the game. I stopped playing Jedi Survivor and waited for the fix. I stopped playing Final Fantasy 16 until I could play it on the Pro, and then it was tolerable outside of combat. I won't play. I won't play. If a game falls below my standards, I don't like turn, tuck, tail, and run to PC to be like, well, the only game I did that for, I did it for Hellblade 2 because I was such a big Hellblade fan. It was like, I got to play this game, and I'm not playing it at 30 FPS. And I did it for Starfield. Those are the last 2 games I was willing to do that with. I'm not doing that with Crimson Desert. I'm not going to come in here and I'm not. Just sell the 5070 Ti. What a waste. Oh. I'm so sorry. Are you going to be streaming Crimson Desert when it comes out? Yes. Will the Xbox Play Anywhere PC version be the same as the Steam version? I have no idea. A lot of times they're different versions. That was a complaint a lot of people had. Like, you download a version to like the Xbox store and like it's different. Not all games, some. So I don't know. Yeah, we have a timer on the screen for the review embargo, 3.5 hours. Guys, do me a favor. If you haven't hit the like button already, hit the like button. Check your renewals as well. We're really far behind on pace for the week if you guys want that Saturday stream with Madam. If we hit stretch goal this week, we're going to make Madam play Crimson Desert. It will probably be hysterical. Remember when she reacted to the trailers and pointed out how it was windy all the time? It'll be really funny to watch her play this game. So let's try to scramble for that one this week because I kind of want to have that stream this Saturday. I think the fact that they got it running on a ROG Ally is pretty nuts. I mean, I would wait and see how well it runs before saying it's nuts. I mean, there have been games that were like, oh, I can't believe that game's on the Switch. Did you play it? Ooh. I mean, there's been plenty of games that have landed on weak hardware that shouldn't be there. Like, when are we going to see Elden Ring on the Switch 2, as an example? That's a big question mark, isn't it? After that footage went a little viral. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Wasn't looking too good on the Switch. I want to see ROG Ally gameplay. That's what I'm talking about, Dark Taco. What are we talking about here? Oh, it'll run. Yeah. Uh-huh. I can run. Not for very far. And not very well. I'm out of shape. But, I mean, I can run. That's like saying, we have a marathon coming up. Do you want to run in it? And me being like, I mean, I can run. I have the ability to run. But you're not going to want to put me on your marathon team. Both in the game, the video game marathon, and a real marathon. Hey-o, you are not going to want me to be on your team for actual running. I can run. I can. So being like, oh, it can run on a ROG Ally. Uh-huh. It could probably run about as well as I can run a mile right now. What are we talking about? Member Plus from Mikey Moo. Thanks for jumping back in, Mr. Mikey Moo. Just chugging along, dude. Just Just dad bod gasping for air. Stitch. Oh. Oh. Little too much sedentary living, you know, and bourbon in my veins to be running around. Gee, many Christmas. Listen, man, I know I get wound up and passionate, but I'm having a lot of fun with y'all. I've been having fun today. I appreciate y'all hanging out, you know. The real ones are here, you know. We bopped a lot of the losers and haters, but we're having a good time. Dadgummit. Oh, man, oh, man. How does it run on the next playground? Allow 1,000 paid members and Lono has to get jacked. What say you? Homie, if we get to 1,000 paid members, brother, I'll go to a gym, get a personal trainer, and I'll get freaking ripped. 1,000 paying members? We've been stuck at like 500 to 600 for 4 years. I don't. You know what I'm saying, bro? Trying to get that paid member number on YouTube, buddy old pal, that has been a Sisyphusian effort. It is just not conducive to the YouTube culture. I will pay for a personal trainer. I'll document the whole thing. You getting me 1,000 paying members? Gee, many Christmas. I'll be playing Crimson Desert on my PS5 Pro. Have fun. A day over 1,100 people just on YouTube earlier. Oh, yeah. We had a lot of people here. Yeah. Oh, boy, they were in here this morning. They were really trying to stir it up. I wouldn't give them any quarter. I wouldn't give them reactions. They were mad. A standing backflip at 1,000 paid viewers. What are you trying to... Hey, we got 1,000 paying members and Lono died. He broke his neck. It was amazing. What a send-off. A freaking standing backflip. Yep. Dude got 1,000 paying members, finally hit his goal, and then he died right there in his office. It was terrible. Then we'll get you on some good supplements. That's right. Well, start it up, boys. We need 1,000 paying members. We currently have about 530. So if you're a gray name in chat right now, you know, click the join button. It's $5 a month, you know. That's what it costs to help me get in shape. You know, for $5 a day, you can help me get in shape. Isn't this backwards? For $5 a month, you can help this skinny white man get in shape. Oh, my golly. Well, you should go out on top. Hilly says, can I have your Legos after your broken neck? You sound like my kids, Hilly. My son, like, when you're dead, can I have that shirt? I'm like, what the frick? Are you counting down the days for this t-shirt? ROG Ally is going to run at 720p with FSR frame gen 40 FPS. And a 20 bomb comes in from Detective Seeds. He gets us one away from the next milestone, a 175. And there's the Member Plus renewal from Joker Quinn. I owe YouTube a member. Now, guys, I didn't say 1,000 gifted. I said 1,000 paying. That's what we've been working on. We need people to buy their own memberships. If you make this hit 1,000, we've done that so many times. People go nuts. What is this? DLC? Sega Villain Stage? What is this? What is this?
Hands of the abominable Lord Ruse, Joe Musashi, leader of the Obito clan, became the last bastion against evil. With his village razed, his clan petrified, and family brought to ruin, vengeance raged within him to destroy Lord Ruse and the E&E Corps. Musashi battled fiercely, Mandara, Beastmaster, Kijima. With new allies, he annihilated the Kaiju Tenval. The souls of the fallen lit a flame that guided him toward Limbo, where he faced Lord Ruse.
Can I just say, give this to me as an anime. Like, inject this into my veins. I don't even watch anime, and I'd freaking watch this show. Thank you for 14 months. Again, Shiro pushing us past 175. This is so sick. It's Eggman. This is awesome. What? That was awesome. That was absolutely awesome. Oh, I want this. I just told you guys earlier, this is one of my favorite games from last year. Shinobi, don't sleep on Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Shinobi Art of Vengeance is easily one of the best 2D action platformers. It's even a little bit Metroidvania. You go back with other abilities and stuff. It is awesome. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, I love that. What is that? Perfect image. Is somebody photoshopping to like meme? Finally, the Crimson Desert meme. Yeah, that's me. That's. Yeah, that's fake. Is that video somewhere on Twitter? I would love to tweet that video. Shinobi was an amazing game. I highly recommend. I really, really do recommend. Oh, by the way, guys, I saw what Detective Seed said. He said, well, now they can upgrade for $1. It's true. You guys can now upgrade your memberships for $1. You can upgrade to Member Plus for $1. Detective Seed's just gifted to you. And that... what is this? Hang on. I was checking on something that my wife ordered. Okay. When does the reviews come out? I got the countdown right next to me. What was it? I didn't see the release date for the DLC. April 3rd. Looked so stinking good. Let me see if I can find it on Twitter. It looked so dadgum awesome. I loved that game. I just played the frick out of it. Is that the animated trailer? They do this cool thing now. You can download the video and then post it yourself. Wait, what the frick? I can't do this with this one. Huh? I'm such an old man. You guys see this? Like, burp. Yeah, I can't download the video. I did this the other day. Like, you click on the video, and then you click, like, the 3 dots, and then you download it. It's not letting me do it. That's a bummer. All right, I'll just do the thing where you, like, long hold. Wait, go to post. Oh, maybe I can do it here. Go to post. Auto advance. Why can't I tweet this? Post video. I'll have to do it that way. Shinobi Art of Vengeance getting DLC One of my favorite games from last year. This looks sick. Shinobi Art of Vengeance is getting DLC on April 3rd. I'll include that because it's at the very end of the trailer. Somebody might not see it. One of my favorite games from last year. This looks sick. Post. Yo, my man Damien with 5 months. Thank you very much. Let me add it to the total. Mrs. is calling us a bunch of nerds for arguing over video games. Let's go, nerds. You tell her that we appreciate her compliment. Shinobi was your game of the year. It was so good, wasn't it? It just was such a vibe, you know? But it's Western slop. Yeah, I only like Western slop, according to that guy earlier. It was such a vibe. I loved the art style. Like, the cartoon vibe was just dope. I just loved it. So fun. I did all of the really, really challenging parts, too. Like, the absolute hardest section that had the, it had all of the challenges. You had to do a crazy platforming section, then a fight, then a crazy platforming section, then a fight. It was ridiculously hard. I even beat that section. I did literally everything in the game. I left no stone unturned. The only thing I didn't do was, like, they added the boss rush mode. They added the boss rush mode. I just didn't do that. That didn't interest me. That was like post game content, you know? Yeah, the Subnautica lawsuit's really weird. I've done very little looking into it, but it looked really weird. It looks like it's on pace now to do early access in May. Is the early review leak for IGN real? Probably not. It's on a Reddit thread. Expectations for Crimson Desert. I think it's going to run really poorly on the base consoles. It'll run horribly on the Series S. PC mileage may vary. The reviews are largely going to be, I think, pretty positive today because they only sent out PC review codes. So, Lono, will you be trying Starfield on PS5 when it comes out or nah? I don't think so. I thought the Terran Armada DLC looked good. I thought it looked good. I love the vibe. I love the colors. Yeah. Nick saying he thinks an 81. I think the problem with Crimson Desert is the Metacritic score is going to be worthless for at least 2 weeks. It's going to be very slanted to a select group that were able to publish theirs and get access on PC. I just think you're going to have to wait. You need people to be able to play it on PS4 and Xbox. I'm sorry, PS5 and Xbox and get their reviews out there. I'm telling you, they're pulling the games. They're playing the shenanigans. They know Metacritic influences pre-orders and purchases. They know that they do. So they've got select group, all PC only. I'm telling you, it's 100% going to be a juiced score for at least a couple of weeks before other people can, like, get their time in the game. With the latest version of the PlayStation Portal Remote Player, you can now remote play and cloud stream at even higher bit rates. I tried comparing a video, how much difference between the 1080p high quality and the standard. Why is the one like super far ahead? I don't understand what's going on. I don't get what I'm looking at. It's like two portals doing the same exact thing, but like one's like ahead. The footage looks so bad you keep calling it a PS4. I think I misspoke so many times earlier in the broadcast. I just kept saying PS4. Seems to be running just fine on the PS5 Pro. Base PS5 also looks reasonable. Yeah, I just don't agree. I just don't agree. It's 5 seconds of latency. There is no base PS5 marketing. Will Powers said there was a trailer at Gamescom with PS5, but that's cutscenes. He said there was PS5 Pro footage out there, but again, I feel like that was incredibly misleading. It was a 1 minute and 47 second trailer, and it was no raw gameplay. It was all highly edited cuts and like cinematics. Captured on a PS5 Pro. Do you think the PS5 Pro gameplay looked good? It looked good when he wasn't doing anything. The minute he was in a town, circus, or fight with lots of enemies, it looked terrible. Frame rate dropping from 60 to like 38 and 40, like that's awful. I don't know what to say. That's not good. It's not good. When Cyberpunk launched, it got positive reviews as broken. I'm waiting. This guy says it got trashed. Wasn't there a bunch of controversy about Cyberpunk, though? Weren't there a bunch of positive reviews? Yeah, it's like a circus-like fair scene. It's so compressed by YouTube. If it's so compressed by YouTube, why does the marketing look fine? This is also on YouTube. I have also set this trailer to 1080. Why does it look fine? It looks fantastic. This is also on YouTube. This is also going through YouTube compression. Like, I'm going to keep knocking that excuse all the way down the stairs because it's a bogus excuse. This is Dragonflight in the marketing on YouTube, dealing with compression. I have this set to 1080. This is the game on a base PS5. It looks completely different. It looks like everything has been completely changed and gutted. The lighting, the detail, the textures. It even looks glitchy. The frame rate issues in some of these sequences coming up. You can keep saying YouTube compression. Somehow all the trailers manage to not have that problem. We're only saying that when it comes to the base PS5 footage. We're not saying that when it comes to the marketing for some reason. We have 3 different lengthy trailers. Not once did I hear anybody talk about like, oh, it doesn't look good because of compression. We were all like, that looks too good to be true. Now all of a sudden we have footage of base PS5 and we want to hand wave. Like there, right there was a huge frame stutter if you didn't catch it. Right there. And then watch as it's at this town, like the lighting and the shadows coming in and out, popping in and out. Bad capture card. The bad capture card is certainly, that's why the shadows look the way that they do, and the textures and all of that have been completely gutted because of the capture card. Like, come on. So the team over there at PlayStation Japan doesn't have a good capture card? All right. I swear I think you're exaggerating, but I'm definitely subbed to your channel and locked into your content. Kept me distracted from BS these past few days. Salute. Hey, man, we've had disagreements and back and forth. That's what this is all about. You don't have to agree with me. People that come in and respectfully disagree with me are worth your weight in gold. It's entertaining and fun. I don't expect everybody to agree with me. We have different perspectives and different ideas and different standards. One thing that stood out most was the stigma that exists regarding insider gaming. Because of the nature of our work, exclusive and insider news. Mike Straw's talking about something with insider gaming. He says, lengthy thread, but bear with me. The last 2 months, I've gone on great trips and met with some great people at DICE and GDC. However, through it all, one thing that stood out the most was the stigma that exists regarding insider gaming. Because of the nature of our work, exclusive and insider news, There's a belief within the industry that insider gaming doesn't respect embargoes or NDAs. That could not be further from the truth. Throughout my career, I've held embargoes and NDAs in the highest respect. And as executive editor, I make sure that the team does as well. We don't break any embargo or NDA that we are under. When we receive information that could be, we have made efforts to reach out and offer to be placed under an embargo for extra access and coverage opportunities. That's honestly been a 50-50 success rate, but because of the times that when we move forward with the information, it turns into the claims of no respect and that we don't care, I've made it a goal of mine and how we work at Insider Gaming, and to be as transparent as possible regarding our coverage when and how we decide to post the news that we do. We have improved our processes in recent years, and I feel that's been noticed. I welcome anyone and everyone who wants to have a deeper discussion about this. I really respect the guys at Insider Gaming. I do. I love the work that they do. I think Tom Hendy and Mike Straw and the boys over there, I think they do good work. I think their reporting standards are solid. I've reached out to Tom Henderson 2 different occasions because I felt I felt the headlines weren't correct or the information wasn't worded properly, and he has fixed those things. They value that. I appreciate that about them. So, if Crimson Desert is as bad as Cyberpunk, then everyone will get another free, no questions asked refund. I don't know. What is that in response to? There is a stigma about insider gaming that would probably prevent certain people from talking to them because they would be worried like, well, if I talk to you or I enter into an agreement with you, you're just going to break NDA because you're insiders. And he's trying to say, listen, we've went to great lengths to better that process. I really appreciate the fact that, like, if someone comes to them who's under NDA and leaks stuff to them, they reach out to that company and they say, hey, we'll enter an NDA with you if you give us better access so that we can have a good story. I think that's respectable to be like, hey, man, we don't want to run this. That's not like extortion or blackmail. It's like, we don't want to run this and hurt you. Bring us in. We'll sign an NDA, and that'll help us. We'll have an exclusive, or we'll have a lot of info to run the minute the embargo drops or the minute the NDA drops. Don't forget they hired Gaz. Yeah, but Gaz is not there to be like an investigative journalist. He's there because of he's a personality. He's a satire. He's a goof. People are getting all upset about that, and I'm like, so they brought on the Iron Lords, and Iron Lords has King David. King David's a huge Xbox fan. He admits it. He's a character. King David's a character. He entertains. Like, they didn't bring on King David to be an investigative insider journalist. Like, he's there to entertain people. I don't get why people are all up in arms about it. It's like, I think there's a definitive difference between when Tom Henderson has an exclusive insider report and, you know, Gaz memeing on Twitter. I don't think they're the same thing. It's obvious that they're very different. I don't know. I've been burned by No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk at launch. I'm not doing this again. Are you going to stream the Insider Showcase in May? Yeah. I'd love to work with those boys over there. I think I like Insider Gaming. I've told you guys for a long time, you should support them and follow them. I think they do good work. I'm not going to hold it against them if they start bringing on personalities and podcasters and entertainers. That doesn't affect Tom Henderson's reporting. That doesn't affect Mike Straw's reporting. It doesn't. I checked it again. It says 7 out of 10 still. Thanks to dodge my questions. What? I'm not dodging your questions. You think you're the only person here? You prefer to play Starfield over Crimson on PC? No. I think you're misunderstanding. I played Starfield on PC because it was the only place I could get 60 FPS. I'm not going to do that for Crimson Desert. I said I'm not doing that anymore. Starfield was years ago. I don't come in here to play games, brother. I'm at a different point in my life than I was back then. Back then, I was in here more, and I streamed more like gameplay sessions and stuff with you guys in the afternoon. We were streaming Starfield like in the afternoons. I was really trying to give that game its fair shake, and I played Phantom Liberty, and then I never went back. I thought Phantom Liberty was a significantly better I thought it was a significantly better game. So, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm like being inconsistent because I don't want to play Crimson Desert on my PC. You're not going to get me in some kind of a weird gotcha. Like, oh, but you played Starfield on your PC. With all due respect, I'll do whatever the frick I want, man. Like, I don't come in here and play anymore. There's no gotcha here. Like, some of y'all are being weird. Hey, Leno, good to see you. Unfortunately, my schedule these days doesn't allow me to catch you very often. But always a pleasure when I can. Thanks for all you do, bro. Glad you're still here hustling. I appreciate you, Theorist, man. Thank you. They're not releasing console reviews? No. That's one more red flag. Only PC. And 3 hours from now, which is like 5 hours before the game's playable. So many red flags. So many, bro. And people are calling me a hater for being like, you guys probably should hold off on pre-orders. Only PC reviews. They've been hiding base console footage. We finally got base console footage, and it doesn't look very good. It's a 1080-30 video. Oh, my. Don't know what to tell you. Yo, Joker Quinn hasn't been here in a while to be the ruiner. Thank you, Joker Quinn. Thank you for that gifted member. I thought Digital Foundry gets to drop its console tech review after the embargo lifts. No, you must have missed that. You must have missed that. John Linneman, and I covered this on Monday, John Linneman said in their Digital Foundry Discord over the weekend they will not be able to have base console footage available before launch. They won't. Why? They can't get access to the game. The servers won't let them. There's like an authentication server thing that's not letting anybody play early. Broken Earth's going to gift one and get us to 179. Somebody get your 20 bomb ready. We haven't had a 20 bomb yet this week. 1 to 200. And I'll owe you guys another member. And another one from Broken Earth. Who said there's no console review? They did one last week on the Pro. Lord, bear me strength. There is no console reviews today when the embargo drops. Only PC. You got PS5 Pro footage because a PS5 Pro was given, hand-delivered to John Linneman with the game on it pre-installed. They do not have access to the game on console. They don't. They weren't given a code to download and install the game to check it. They literally said in their Discord, they will not have a review or footage of console before launch because the circumstances within the way they did it was so bizarre. Like, there will be no reviews on console today. That's the thing. That's the red flag. Oh my gosh, we've been here before. Like the guy yelling in Squid Game, I've played these games before. Like, we've been here before. Wrong. Go check Digital Foundry clips, verbal review. What the fuck is a verbal review? What are you talking about? They don't have access to the game. John Linneman said it. They don't. They don't have access to the game on the consoles. It's not available. He said we won't be able to do it. What are you talking about, bro? I don't know what you're talking about. There is no review copies right now in the wild on console. It is impossible. How touched are you, bro? Like, they literally brought a PlayStation 5 Pro to John Linneman with it pre-installed. They didn't send him a code to download it. And John Linneman said, we can't do it. We can't do it. We can't play the game because it's not available because of the store. Like they have to do like there's like some kind of a server that has to let you play. Good Lord. Can someone explain to me why it's bad? It's only a PC review. Like, I get it, PS5 has a big number of players, but this is not an exclusive, so if it runs okay, then it runs okay. It is what it is. Okay, I'm trying to understand the question. You need it explained to you why it's a red flag that there'll only be reviews on PC. You need that explained to you? So what you're saying is the base PS5 is locked at 30? Well, no, the footage we have is quality mode, so it runs at 30, and even running at 30, it has frame drops in the footage available on the PlayStation Japan channel. Digital Foundry Clips did a review of when he got sent out to play it on the Pro. You got him! Can I show him the stream?
Yes. Comment down below if you know what these are.
I showed him some of your favorites and some of my favorites. He got the one I said to get. Look at this. It's magnificent, boy. Oh, those teeth are glorious. Homies, this is our burnt peanut moment. I need this. I'm going to become a Fugler tuber instead of a VTuber. This is now me. This is what you've done to me today. This is what you've done. Help me. Please help me. I'm losing my mind. Yeah. Make it animate and move.
Yeah.
Oh, like put my eyes there like burnt peanut? Yeah, that's a big one. His other ones are not. His other stuffed animal Fugglers are not that big. That one's freaking huge. Okay, let me be clear. The Digital Foundry clip, that's not a review, brother. It's not. He didn't play the whole game. He got 20 hours to test performance from a technical aspect. There will be no reviews of this game on console in 3 hours. That is an enormous red flag. No, I'm kidding. If you cannot see the problem with that, I can't help you. That feels like willful ignorance, like shoving your fingers in your ears and covering your eyes to just be like, everything's fine. Lono trashing a game just because it's a Korean dev team? With no respect earned, shut the frick up. That has nothing to do with this, you ignorant rube. I literally said like Stellar Blade was like my favorite game the year that it came out. It has nothing to do with that. And that's bannable. I don't want you here if you're going to say things like that. I don't. You're just ignorant. You're just an ignorant person. You're too dumb to ride this ride. No respect earned. Just shut the frick up and get out. That has nothing to do with this. Injecting that in the conversation says so much about the kind of person that you are. I jumped on and he was yelling and dancing with the Muppet. That's right. Guys, Digital Foundry didn't put out a review because the embargo hasn't ended yet. That's what I mean. He got to play the game on a pre-installed PS5 Pro and like capture footage for like tech analysis of like lighting and shadows and stuff like that. Like what you see what I'm saying? Like what are we even talking about? That's not a review. So the video Digital Foundry Clips made isn't a review. What would you call it? Okay. I'm going to do this real slowly. There are capture events of vertical slices, demos. There are preview events where they went and got to go and play on PCs and they play for so many hours and they do a preview. Then there is an early access embargoed review. That is what we will be reading in 3 hours, okay? What Digital Foundry did is not an embargoed review. It is a preview. They were given a PS5 Pro with the game pre-installed. He played for 20-something hours. He captured footage with the sole purpose of breaking the game down from a tech aspect. He's doing tech analysis of like lighting, shadows, blah, blah, blah. That's not a review. That's not an embargoed review. Those categories are so important, brother, because when we're communicating like this, if you're using different words to mean different things, we're never going to have understanding. We're not. We're not going to have understanding. This guy says he's been arguing with his chat for 6 hours. Ha, ha, ha. Joke's on you, brother. That's the brand. What are you, new here? This is what I do. It gives me energy, man. You know what I mean? Like Superman gets strong from the sun. I get energy from argumentation, debating, and dialoguing with people. What's Cap say? I can go all day? Like, I can do this all day, bro. What are you laughing? What are you laughing for? This is what I do. Dude's rolling up to a concert acting like, well, this guy's just singing for 6 hours. Like, yep. Yeah. That's it. That's the show. If Digital Foundry do a review today, it'll be preview only. We'll be lucky to get PS5 footage in 1 to 2 days. Yeah. No. Digital Foundry. John Linneman said in their Discord, they won't have footage before launch. They can't boot it up and play it. They can't do it. Wait till he drinks a Red Bull. He'll start flying. King Titan, you understand the difference that I just outlined, right? That's why when you hear me say there will be no console reviews in 3 hours and you're like, oh, but Digital Foundry had a review. No, they didn't. That was a tech preview. A $5 super chat from DP Sage says, Kai Cenat was right. 15 minutes a day of reading for some special individuals. I need a quick break. I gotta use the restroom, and then I'm gonna have to find something for us to watch and listen to while I eat. If you guys have something out there that you want to watch and listen to about this topic, perhaps we could just give the Digital Foundry video a spin. I don't know, and just listen to what he says, because I think a lot of people missed some of what he said. I don't know. I'll be right back though. Don't go anywhere. Hit the like button, and consider becoming a member. We got a big goal. We got people gifting, and that's amazing. But for $5 a month, you can get into my Discord, and you get a badge and emotes, and it supports me. All right? I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back, boys. I'm back. Appreciate y'all hanging with me today. 700 likes on the video. My goodness, you guys are the best. Thank you. We need something to watch. You can only go so far with old hardware. Yeah, I don't think that's a valid excuse in this case. There's been plenty of really great games. I just don't think that's an excuse. It's a matter of priority. How hot do you want it to be? She just posted that. I'm not going to watch Laura's video if it just came out. I don't like doing that to other people's content, especially somebody I respect as much as her. I love Laura Fryer. She's amazing. She's a friggin' rock star. And I don't like watching people's content as soon as it gets posted. We do need something to watch because I gotta eat, and I don't like eating and having all this radio silence on the channel. I don't like doing it. We gotta find something. What's lunch? A little Chick-fil-A. I usually skip lunch. But on days like today, I like to have a little bit of a Coke. I almost never drink soda too. Throw up the Digital Foundry video. Do they talk in these videos about the combat?
Through quests and by uncovering them in hidden locations.
Yeah, let's watch this. Let's watch here. Let's watch this is combat in progression. I just want to kind of see how they talk about it, just to see if am I right in thinking that there's going to be a lot of big fights, because that's what they show.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another Crimson Desert Features overview video. Last time we took a closer look at Pywell, its characters, the stories within, and open world exploration. Today, we'll be shifting our attention to another important aspect of the game, combat and progression. Combat in Crimson Desert is visceral, and the battlefield is yours to shape. You will grow your arsenal of skills, weapons, and equipment, and it'll be up to you how you use them. Whether it's an aggressive offense, precisely timed defense, or even using your mounts and the environment to your advantage. Combat in Pywell is full of possibility.
I want a bear.
Wield a wide array of weapons from sword and shield, spears, great swords, axes, and various ranged weapons. Each weapon has its own advantages, so switch back and forth to the ones that best fit your style and the situation you're in. Powerful weapon skills can be paired with hard-hitting, bare-handed hits and kicks, as well as a wide range of grapples to create seamless chains of attacks. Elemental enhancements further expand your options by empowering key abilities, allowing you to burn, freeze, and stun enemies. So combine weapons and chain skills the way you want and forge your own approach to combat.
What am I going to do with that bear?
Mobility and timing are also a big factor in combat.
What do you mean, what am I going to do with that bear? None of your business. You play your games the way you want to play.
Slides, dodges, counters, and swings flow directly into attacks, keeping you mobile and relentless.
People got to stop expecting amazing performance and graphics with these new games. Not going to happen. It happened in Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei. It happened in Spider-Man 2. It happened in Assassin's Creed Shadows. It happened in God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West. What are you talking about? There are plenty of games this gen, I think, that look incredible, both with art direction, lighting, graphics, as well as performance. I think what you're saying is completely wrong.
Well-timed guards and dodges open up enemies for a counter, letting you strike back and keeping up the pressure. The result is combat that feels grounded, yet explosive and endlessly expressive. Of course, the skills you've just seen
On low, medium settings at 60? False. Not
Won't
true.
all be-
No, I didn't have to. Nobody had to play those games at low, medium settings. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Spider-Man 2 was highly praised for how good it looked on the PS5. Ghost of Yotei. All these games were highly praised for how they look. Nobody said, oh, they look bad. They're low settings. Again, you're just making things up to support your already faulty premise. Like, you have a faulty premise that people should not expect good performance and good graphics this gen. That's completely false. We've gotten a ton of games that look and run great, and now you're backing up your false premise with the false claim that, oh, well, it was on low and medium settings. What are you even talking about? That's not a thing. Nobody's going into the settings and like, oh, turn the settings down to low on Spider-Man 2. Like, what are you talking about?
available from the start. If you've seen some of our previous gameplay videos, Cliff is usually shown at a much greater height of his power, wielding a wide range of devastating skills. But when you awaken in the aftermath of the Black Bear's assault at the start of your journey, you start from scratch with a more limited set of abilities and
Those games don't look good graphics-wise. I mean, it's great to know that your opinion is also really out in left field, so there's no reason to take what you say seriously. To say that Spider-Man 2, Yotei, Death Stranding 2, AC Shadows, you think they don't look good graphics-wise? Okay. Tell us what games you think look better.
equipment. A core part of your journey in Pywell is the transformation from a survivor into a truly formidable Greymane, and you decide how that progression takes place. As we mentioned in our previous features video, you will acquire artifacts, fragments of the abyss that have fallen to the world below through quests, combat, and exploration. They lie at the end of many trials in the possession.
I said they aren't as good compared to Crimson Desert. So, you think Crimson Desert's graphically superior to those games? That's an interesting take as well. That's very interesting to think that Crimson Desert looks graphically better than those games.
Of powerful bosses and hidden across Pywell, including up in the abyss. Acquiring these artifacts will be crucial to your progression, as they enable you to increase core stats like health and stamina, unlock new skills for more skill chaining potential, and enhance existing ones, thereby increasing your combat and exploration capabilities.
On PC, yep. You understand that Spider-Man 2, Horizon Forbidden West, Death Stranding 2 is coming to PC as well. You understand those games are coming to PC and can have their settings cranked, right? So, like, you're going to claim, you know what, you're not arguing in good faith. I actually think that you're intentionally arguing poorly. I think you know your position's ridiculous. So I'm not going to point out the ridiculousness of, like, comparing high-level PC footage to console footage, because plenty of the games I already mentioned can come to PC and have their settings cranked. You're arguing in bad faith.
Some skills and upgrades cannot be obtained through artifacts alone and must be observed firsthand out in the world. You may be the type to want to upgrade your stamina quickly to run and glide around the world longer to explore. Or you may want to unlock and upgrade all the diverse grappling skills to continuously slam enemies into the ground. Decide which skills you want to combine and unleash during combat, and choose the direction of your progression by considering your playstyle. While learning and mastering your skills is important to winning battles, the equipment you bring to the battlefield can be just as crucial. As you travel across Pywell, you can buy, find, and craft the gear that gives you the edge in combat.
The mighty blade tests the heart of its master.
Your equipment.
Death Stranding 2 will also seemingly be the last PlayStation game coming to PC moving forward. It's not a PlayStation game. It's not a PlayStation studio. So if there's a Death Stranding 3, it will likely come to PC as well. So I wouldn't expect that to change. That's a Kojima Productions game and decision. I do like what Ghostballs is saying though. Is like, what made Elden Ring and Tears of the Kingdom great open world games is how unique areas and enemies were. I hope this game actually feels different in different areas. It looks like standard outpost clearing. I will say there's multiple times where they've shown different biomes and enemies, and their armor and stuff looks different and unique, but they're still just like soldiers that you're fighting. I'm hopeful that starts to change, because there is the boss that you fight that like he's got like drills, and I'm hoping there's a lot of enemy diversity depending on where you're going. My argument is just about games on consoles, not PC. People on consoles got to get ready to compromise sometimes. Yeah, you've not substantiated your position. Your argumentation is all over the place. You said that you cannot expect good performance in graphics. I list a bunch of games that do that. Spider-Man 2 was well praised for its graphics and performance on the console, especially the Pro, but just the base console. Horizon Forbidden West was praised. Burning Shores was praised as a DLC. It looks incredible. God of War Ragnarok, Yote, Death Stranding 2, even Assassin's Creed Shadows on console, AC Shadows, especially, on PS5 Pro. And the way you defended your position was by saying, well, games on PC look better. You've not substantiated your position that, like, games on console we shouldn't expect them to look good and run well. Your position doesn't make an ounce of sense because you haven't really argued for it. You merely stated that that's just what we should expect. And when I tell you there's a bunch of games that look amazing, you're like, oh, but they can look better on PC. That's a non sequitur. That doesn't even logically follow. Okay, so you can crank settings on PC. That doesn't mean that these games don't look and run well on console. What were their frame rates? Solid 60. I'm telling you, so many of you guys speak out of turn. You either think that you know, or you're listening to other people yap and they mislead you. Every single one of the games I listed to you have rock solid performance modes that sit at 60 FPS the whole dadgum time. I think you're majorly projecting right now, bud. I think you're using a word that you don't understand what it means. Projecting would mean that I'm projecting onto you how I'm feeling or how I'm thinking. I'm merely stating your own argument back to yourself. Upscaled from 1080 to 40? Most people that run games on PC use upscalers to achieve good performance. It's like one of the things that's commonly celebrated. What are you talking about? Performance mode, Lamau? See what I'm saying? You don't argue in good faith. You don't. You absolutely are just here to stir up the pot with a bad take to waste my time.
Can be upgraded for higher stats. Materials for upgrading your weapons, armor, and equipment can be found in a wide range of ways. Through mining and hunting, defeating powerful bosses, through quests, and by uncovering them in hidden locations. You will also be able to customize equipment with extra stats and special effects. Mix and match these across.
Tooting Kaboom says you can't expect a 500-pound console to compete with a $3,000 PC. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, nobody here has been arguing that. It's such a shadow box. It's such a straw man to be like I right now have a 5070 Ti rig. I could boot up games on it and be like, oh, they look so much better on my PC. That doesn't mean that they run and look poorly on the console. Every tech outlet worth their weight in salt has measured these games and severely praised them for their performance and their graphics. Like, yes, you can always boot up a game on PC and turn the console and turn everything up. This idea that console users are supposed to accept subpar performance, I'm telling you, the defense force for this game in particular, you're some of the weirdest people I've ever interacted with. So bizarre. The games on base PS5 look good and run smoothly, but it's a no-brainer a PC would look better. Right, that's just like an understood thing that we don't even need to argue about. I think we all understand and agree that, yes, a very strong PC will get better performance out of games. He was saying that as a console owner, you should not expect a game to look good and run well at the same time. I'm like, this is absolutely ludicrous to claim. A $450 PlayStation 5 or a $750 PlayStation 5 Pro are such an amazing value for the performance and graphics that you get out of these systems. Like, yes, you can spend 3 times that on a PC and get way better performance. We're not debating about that. We're debating about whether or not a console user should be able to expect good performance and good graphics. And there has been a consistent theme this gen that we have gotten that at almost every time. Loki, I thought you were super exaggerating at first, although I'll say minor FPS drop should impact the average gamer's experience. I find it fishy there'll be no console reviews in 3 hours. Oh, that's what I've been trying to draw people's attention for a while. There's tons of red flags about this. What's the point of having a performance mode if you're saying you get both? I'm not sure what you mean, Tinks Man.
Across your weapons and armor, and experiment to discover what combinations work best for you in the battlefield and out in the world. All of that preparation leads to your greatest tests.
Does Crimson Desert not run at 60 FPS on base PS5 performance mode? We don't know. The only footage we have is quality mode, and it doesn't even maintain 30 FPS in the footage that we have on the PlayStation Japan channel. We have no footage of performance mode on the base PS5 right now.
The continent of Pywell, fearsome bosses rule, waiting for your challenge. They come in many forms: human and beast, steel and sorcery, brute force and mystery. They'll test your limits in different ways. At the end of these hard-fought encounters, special rewards await. Some equipment earned from bosses can even grant access to their signature abilities, or grant unique effects and bonuses. So build on the strength you gain through each victory. Take down these threats of Pywell and prove yourself a true Greymane. That brings us to the end of this features overview video. We hope you look forward to Crimson Desert's combat and your...
Somebody says, I don't give an F about tiny stutters and micro nitpicky stuff. This game looks fun. Where is it? Do I not have it anymore? Let me pull it up. What was displayed in the Digital Foundry video was not tiny micro stutters and nitpicky stuff. It wasn't. It dropped into the 30s and 40s. That's not a nitpick. That's not a micro stutter.
Crucially, it is not the norm at all. So don't take that occasional dips in quieter spots like this, but over.
Hang on. We've already... Here we go. Describing what happens in some of these sections as micro stutters and nitpicky, I think is absurd. Nothing's happening. He's not doing anything. It's in the 50s. Now it's in the 40s. It'll drop all the way into the 30s. He picks a fight in a town, and it drops into the 40s. That's not a micro stutter, brother. That's going to feel terrible. He's not even fighting or doing anything. He's just walking around and spinning the camera a little bit. Look at the performance. People are calling me doing this and pointing this out a nitpick. It's not a nitpick. To the average person, it is nitpicky. No, it's not. It will literally feel like the game is glitching and stuttering. Have you ever played a game at 60 and it starts dropping? It feels terrible. Look at this scene here. So this is the most important scene. I'm going to pause it. This is the most important scene because this fight here, this is one of the most common things we just watched in their combat video. A big group of people that you're going to fight and have to entangle with. And look at the frame rate. That's going to feel terrible. My eyes are way too unsophisticated. My eyes suck and I can't tell. I think you're really underestimating, because I wonder if you've really played games that have been this bad. If you drop out of a flat 60 FPS into the 40s and 30s, you'll notice, because of the way the game handles your animations, your attacks, your movement, all of it's going to feel awkward and wrong. John did mention it was him running. There were a ton of enemies trailing him. But yeah, the big battle scenes look rough. I think what he was meaning is all those bugs were kiting around that area. I don't think he intentionally kited them there. He just went up there, they were there, and it caused the performance to suffer. And then right here, it's fine. It's a solid 60, but he's in an area where there's nobody else around. He's fighting 3 guys. I think it's difficult. I think it is difficult for some people because, like, when you're watching this footage, you're thinking, I don't really notice it. What's the big deal? When you're playing, you'll notice it because it won't feel right. It'll feel like the game's, like, stuttering and being sluggish. It'll 100% mess with you and your ability to dodge and fight. It will. Reviews are saying this game on console is amazing. Y'all are stressing over nothing. That's a lie. There are no console reviews right now. You're just making stuff up. There is not a single console review right now stating that. You're literally just making stuff up in chat. What are you talking about? There's not a single review in the public right now, and the reviews we're going to get today are going to be all PC. How many times you pay for full price in a game and get disappointed? Oh, sound. Yeah, sorry, hang on. I didn't have sound on for this one. This is one that, like, shows some of the other stuff you can do.
Welcome to the last Crimson Desert Features overview video. Pywell isn't just a continent of battles and exploration.
This guy says I've got my sources. You're a liar. I don't say this often, but you're a liar. No one has review copies of this game on console. You're straight up lying, bro. Digital Foundry already explained why they couldn't give us base console footage. You're just straight up lying.
It's a world where many of the smaller moments also shape your journey and make up your day-to-day life. In our final video of this feature series, we'll be taking a broader look at life in Pywell. Your journey will be anchored by the Greymane Camp, a stretch of land in Hernan that serves as the faction's new base after Payloon is lost to the Black Bears.
Grab 'em! Sign them all!
Its beginnings may be humble, but over time, you'll be able to expand the camp with funds and resources that you acquire on your travels. With these upgrades, the camp will become more than just a place to rest. Here, you can prepare for the journeys ahead. Prepare meals at camp that will keep up your health.
Hey, Reforged, longtime listener, first-time commenter, do you think this game is a straight-up scam on consoles or just going to have some issues that they don't want to affect sales? I'm not going to go so far as to say it's a scam, but I think it's going to be pretty heavily criticized and complained about on console. I do. Given how the marketing looked and the only footage we have available on the Japanese, PlayStation channel, I think people are going to be pretty irritated. I don't think we can call it a scam, though. My hope is that they commit to fixing it and improving it and optimizing it. That's my hope. Apparently, they did that with Black Desert Online. People trust the devs to do right by the game over the course of, however long. I hope that's the case, because I do think the game looks good. I think the game looks fun. I said very many times that the open world exploratory purpose and the combat, it just looks awesome. And I'm like, I really hope you guys can polish this and make this amazing, because that's what I remember doing that with Jedi Survivor. I waited and waited and waited, and they finally fixed it, and then I played it and I loved it. I'm hoping they can do the same thing for this, but I think out of the box day one, this thing's going to be a bit of a disaster on console for performance. I think performance is going to be all over the place.
It's about time you got hungry.
Or purchase provisions from the camp vendor. You can also go a step further and produce the resources needed for cooking and crafting yourself by working the camp's ranch and farm. A helpful option when resources are in short supply.
So this is home now, eh?
The camp is also the foothold for rebuilding the Greymane faction, and building it is the starting point in the journey to reclaiming the Greymane's lost homeland of Payloon. The comrades you reunite with along your journey will come here to regroup, while others will hear news of the camp and arrive of their own accord. These Greymanes can take on several roles. They can be dispatched to locations across Pywell where missions can be found.
It sounds like it's going to have a pretty good soundtrack, too. This very much feels like Red Dead Redemption meets Skyrim. Like, it's not going to be an RPG like Skyrim, but it's also not going to be just like a strict adventure. It's going to be a bit of a blend of both. But yeah, they've said it's not an RPG. Yeah. What score do I think it gets? I don't know. I feel like on Xbox and PlayStation, it's going to probably land in the 70s, because I think there's going to be people that eat around it and have a good time, but I think there's a lot of people that are going to be angry that it looks and runs so poorly. So I think it'll probably land in the 70s with the users. Not like Game of the Year 90s like people are predicting. As far as Metacritic, I'm just talking user score there. As far as Metacritic goes, it's hard to guess, because we're only going to hear PC scores today. And I think that it could probably land mid to high 80s with the PC crowd, because if they have a strong enough rig to get past a lot of the problems, I think the game has got great stuff in it. Everything we've seen, I'm like, this looks like a great game. I do. I think it looks like a great game. My frustration has been the marketing and the fact that it's going to perform so poorly on consoles, which I think is a completely legitimate thing to be upset about, because it's like, they have 3 million views worth of marketing on the PlayStation channel, and it's all PC footage. And they wouldn't give us base console footage. And they assured us, we were going to get it, They assured us we were going to get it from Digital Foundry and that we wouldn't believe it. And then we didn't get it from Digital Foundry. We got PS5 Pro footage, and they didn't even send them the copy of the game. He showed up at John Linneman's house with a PS5 Pro with the game pre-installed. So we don't even know what John Linneman actually played. I don't know if he played the full retail version of the game. John doesn't know. It wasn't his PlayStation, and he didn't download it himself and install it. The guy showed up with the thing. It's really bizarre. And then we're not even going to get reviews today for the consoles. It's only PC, and it's like hours before the game is playable. A $5 super chat from Manny. I won't be buying this game for PC until console reviews are out. I won't support shady devs. I mean, I can respect that.
Having your comrades complete these missions will grant you with currency and resources such as wooden ore and materials required for cooking and alchemy. Greymanes can also be...
The PS5 Pro is barely an upgrade to the PS5. It's not going to be that different. I mean, I think you'd have to look at some of the side-by-side comparisons between the base PS5 and the Pro. I don't think what you're saying is accurate at all, especially if you look at games like AC Shadows, where you can turn on ray tracing GI, global illumination, and get 60 FPS. You literally get double the frame rate on the PlayStation 5 Pro. You literally get to turn on all the pretty stuff and double your frame rate. You turn all the pretty stuff on the base PS5 and you're at 30. Show me a PC that can double your frame rate for a couple $100. That's I don't get why people always act like it doesn't do that much. You know, I don't understand that. It's such a weird notion. Also, yes, they did not send Digital Foundry the game. They didn't. They told Fighting Cowboy they would send Digital Foundry the game. They did not do that. He literally showed up to John Linneman's home with a PS5 Pro, and the game was already installed. Like, what? What is that? All right.
Dispatched to blockaded locations and help to whittle down enemy ranks even while you're in other parts of Pywell. Your journey will inevitably take you to the villages, towns, and cities of Pywell's various regions. Here, shops and vendors offer everything from daily provisions to a range of equipment and materials. A blacksmith can forge a new weapon to replace the one you've carried since Hernand, while a tailor ensures you're properly outfitted for the journeys ahead.
Oh, your wardrobe tells your story.
But commerce is only one part of life.
I'll do the same for you someday. This is for you. Good health to you. My words of praise must seem shallow.
There are residents here who are in need of someone to hear their requests.
Okay, you notice something? So now we're not hearing about combat. We're hearing about, like, you know, day-to-day, moment-to-moment just going around. And look what the game is once again showing you. Tons of instances where there are lots and lots of NPCs around, which will inevitably tank performance. Like, on console, I should say.
Some may need protection from bandits. Others may ask you to deliver goods or help track down a missing person. These stories unfold alongside the region's larger tales, offering a glimpse into the everyday lives of those who live in Pywell.
I don't understand why it's just PC reviews that make zero effing sense. Is this a normal thing for embargoes? No, typically it's not. I forget the last time this happened, where, like, it was severely limited who could review the game. I feel like Starfield really limited who could review the game. That was definitely some shenanigans going on there. They wanted to pad that Metacritic score, because if you look at the user scores, it's clear that that Metacritic score is so divorced from what the public actually thought about Starfield. I can't think of another time. I mean, I don't know. I can't really think of another time where, like, all the reviews were... Was Cyberpunk the other time that this happened? Do you see what I'm saying? Everything's fine, guys. Everything's fine. The other major moment in gaming history where they only sent PC review codes was Cyberpunk. Yeah, that was fine, wasn't it? That was okay, right? It was fine. We had footage beforehand. Trust the devs, right?
Spend a little time in these locations and soak in the atmosphere. Meet residents, both good and bad. Catch whispers of rumors from the locals, or engage in lighter diversions along the way. Just be mindful of the law. Harmful actions can turn residents and guards hostile, making travel more difficult as you're forced to fight your way through, pay fines, or even...
Do you see? Like, look at this scene here. Just another example of how they're selling you a game with emergent gameplay. Look at the number of red dots on the radar over there. You see? Like, emergent gameplay. Consequences for your actions. This is something that they're selling to you. This is precisely the thing that went so poorly when Digital Foundry did something like this on the PlayStation 5 Pro. Again, they don't want you to see base console footage. They don't want reviews of base consoles out there because it's probably going to be very bad. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the number of aggro, the number of people aggro that he drew here. Like, this is emergent gameplay. This is super cool, right? This is going to be a disaster on console because it's like the PlayStation 5 Pro couldn't handle this.
Difficult as you're forced to fight your way through, pay fines, or even serve time in jail. Beyond the towns and cities, you'll also encounter people and come upon locations that draw you into new adventures. Like a town hidden away, home to some unusual residents.
I don't think. Let's move them.
Or
This guy says, I'm confused. If they listed a 1070 can play and run this game, why are only you guys who get paid from YouTube trying to convince people that a base PS5 is going to crumble? A 1070? Actually, it's a 1060. And min spec recommendations from a developer doesn't mean anything. They recommend a 2080, but the min GPU that they say you can play this game on is a 1060. Right? Like, what? They're just claiming you can play it. They're not telling you how it's going to be and how it's going to run. Imagine playing this game on a 1060 rig with all the things we've seen just now, all those NPCs coming after you and stuff. Like, I want you to imagine how well that's going to run. You know? Doomer content. I'd rather be falsely accused as a doomer than be a bootlicker. I would much rather tell people to not preload this because their marketing has been so misleading. If that makes me a doomer, I'd rather be that than whatever you are.
Or locations that, whether through mechanical or mystical means, require fixing. So take in life apart from the battles and wilderness of Pywell and explore its towns, cities, and beyond. They can provide resources, new stories, or even just moments of levity in your journey.
I agree with what Dylan Allen is saying. PC does have the advantage of being able to turn off ray tracing. That will significantly help people on PC, like on weaker rigs. That is a fair point. You can turn off ray tracing. Consoles can't turn off ray tracing. The point is, with the way they've marketed this game, how withholding and misleading they've been, you honestly think their spec sheet's reliable? Like, oh yeah, I'll be able to play this on 1060 and have a great time.
Cooking will be one of your essential activities. Food can replenish or temporarily strengthen your health, spirit, and stamina, giving you the edge in exploration or battle. Along your travels, you'll find bonfires and cooking recipes that allow you to prepare hearty meals. Fishing and hunting will provide the ingredients these recipes require. While items like flowers and insects can be used in alchemy to brew medicines that enhance your combat capabilities. other activities, like mining and gathering, will also yield materials for crafting and upgrading your equipment. You can also craft more advanced and specialized tools with valuable resources you uncover on your journey. Shaping your daily life in Pywell also extends to customizing your character. At camp, you can adjust hairstyles and tattoos, as well as your outfits using dyes. A wide variety of dyes can be discovered throughout the world or brewed through alchemy, so experiment with the different color combinations available.
I do like the customization.
And that wraps up the Crimson Desert Features Overview series.
There we go. That's the last one. So, like I said, we're going to continue hanging out, guys. The reviews are dropping in 2 hours. We will switch to a new stream in about an hour and a half because this stream is getting kind of long, 6.5 hours. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us today. All the likes and all of the support. Why is this game trying to do so much? Well, you may not know this, but the development process for this game, it has been a bit of a journey. It was starting out as an MMO, and they turned it into an open world action game instead. It's crazy that you believe Bootlicker or Doomer are the two choices for delivering meaningful content. So you came into a stream, you've never been here before, and the first thing you said was Doomer content. So I was encouraging people to exercise caution and to not pre-order because I feel like it's going to run poorly on console, and you called it Doomer. My assumption is, since you went to such an exaggerated claim, that you're a bootlicker. You didn't like that, did you? You didn't like me taking one statement from you and calling you or insinuating that you're a bootlicker. Didn't feel very good, did it? Like somebody coming in and the first thing they say at a YouTuber telling people to maybe not pre-order. We don't have good footage. The footage we have doesn't look that great. And you call that Doomer content. Isn't that interesting? That when someone does it to you, you have a problem with it. But like you did it to me like it was just normal. Like, yeah, this is Doomer content. Like the marketing around this game has just been so misleading and so withholding, telling people to hold off. Like, listen to all the things they've done. This isn't Doomer. I'm just going to list facts to you. 30 minutes of PC footage on the PlayStation channel, and the PC footage is noticeably cranked. I mean, like, it looks super detailed, super crazy draw distances, right? So we got over 30 minutes of that footage on the PlayStation channel. When asked about console footage at one of the preview events, they said we wouldn't believe it, and they were going to send it to Digital Foundry. So Digital Foundry would have it available for us before launch. Will Powers tweets and says they're not hiding anything. They'll reveal things ahead of launch. Yeah, them revealing things was a spec sheet. They didn't reveal any more gameplay. So what he said to me was willfully dishonest. He was being dishonest and misleading the public. We'll reveal things so that you can pre-order. They didn't reveal anything. And they didn't send the game to Digital Foundry. They showed up at John Linneman's house with a pre-installed PlayStation 5 Pro. So they didn't give them the game to download and test across both consoles, PS5 and PS5 Pro. They showed up with it pre-installed. So we don't even know what that was. That could have been a vertical slice. That could have been a demo. It could have been anything. We don't know. Digital Foundry releases PS5 Pro footage that has multiple instances of problems with frame rate when there's lots of NPCs on the screen. But 90% of Digital Foundry's footage, there's nobody else there. It's just John standing on a hillside or walking around the countryside to look at the lighting and the tech, which is fine. He doesn't have to go and get in constant fights, but there's almost no instances of lots of NPCs. And then when we watch all the trailers constantly show NPCs. Everything I've said up to this point has just been facts. I'm just giving you the facts. I'm not giving opinion. I'm just telling you the series of events. Then we find out from John Linneman, because everybody kept saying, well, we're going to get base console footage before release. John Linneman says, no, we're not going to be able to get you base console footage before launch. We can't access the game. We can't get in because of the servers. What does that mean about the reviews that we're going to look at in 2 hours? All the reviews we're going to look at in 2 hours are only on PC. So given everything I've just said, you think warning people to not pre-order and that it might have trouble and run poorly on the base consoles when the only footage we have running on base console looks like this, and you think this is doomer content? I just ran down the facts for you. That's all I did. That has been how this company has treated the game and how they've treated you as the public. Withholding of information, being willfully dishonest, and hoping that you'll pre-order the game. Now they're celebrating their pre-order numbers and their sales numbers. You're repeating yourself a lot. Welcome to a live stream. This is what we do. You're a clown. You misspelled your. This is what we do. People are going to come in and ask my opinion. I'm going to have to repeat myself. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 42 minutes. Like, welcome to the main event, brother. Do you have any info on pre-order numbers on PC? Speculated like 500,000 people have already pre-ordered the game. I don't see the issue with the console footage. Yeah? Let's take a look at this and compare it to this. This is the marketing. This is on YouTube. Yo, Jack Garland with the 5 bomb. Let me add it. So this is Dragonflight and the world in the marketing. This is on YouTube, going through the same compression that other YouTube videos go through. It's set at 1080 resolution, and this is the game on base console. Let me add that 5 bomb. Thank you so much, Mr. Jack Garland. This is my favorite thing to show people. You can't hand wave this. You cannot hand wave this and be like, nope, that's fine. That's fine. Marketing, look at this game, look at the world detail and the draw distance, what you're going to experience on a PS5. Let's let it move. Let's let the actual gameplay play out. It can't even maintain 30 FPS, by the way. This is a quality mode. You think this is fine? You think this is okay? This is not at all what they showcase in the marketing. This looks like a PlayStation 4 game to me. Like, what did I do? Oh, I started it over. I didn't even know you could do that. I want to get that shot of him looking down at the ground. Yeah, this is base PS5. I think you'll be proven wrong in 24 hours. I mean, they could prove me wrong right now if the video team wasn't sleeping, taking a nap. Remember, this is the marketing on the PlayStation channel. This is the game running on a base PS5. And people have been calling me a hater. They're calling me all kinds of names in defense of this game. And they're okay with this kind of marketing. They're okay with dishonest, misleading marketing. The video's compressed, that's why it looks bad. It won't look that on the base PS5. This video is also compressed. Why is this video fine? Why? Like, riddle me that, Batman. This is running on YouTube right now at 1080p. This looks fine. Why does this look so much better? And then everybody's like, oh, this is compressed though. Really? It being compressed made all the shadows disappear? Did it being compressed make the textures pop in? It being compressed makes it look like this? It looks like a completely different game. Just how much compression do you think's happening right now? It's apparently transformative compression to where even single frozen frames look like a different game with respect to like level of detail and lighting and shadows. It's all compression, huh? I've been doing this a really, really long time. I've never seen compression be that transformative to a game. Like, oh gosh, that compression though. Compression messes with things like if there's fast movement, if there's a lot of like things on the screen. Like compression got really bad whenever you like did the jump in No Man's Sky, and it had all like the streaming lines. Compression would get really bad then. You get lots of artifacting and lots of blurring. The fact that people think that that PlayStation Japan video, that the fault is on compression. Let's just go to the boss fight. No, there's not a lot of fast movement here, right? Okay. Out he comes. So this is a freeze frame. So there's no fast movement. There's no blurring. There's no artifacting. There's no compression messing with this image right now. And just compare it to this guy here. This machine like mech that you can get in. Reflective surfaces, good lighting. Lots of detail, right? This is the PlayStation Japan channel, brother. This isn't like IGN or something. If you're wrong, I'll be back tomorrow. That's a fact. Oh, that's the only way you're coming back? Don't make me a promise you can't keep. I appreciate the info. I own a base PS5 and I wouldn't have known about the issue and concern if not for your stream. I was going to pre-order. I get being hesitant to purchase a game on console because of the whole Cyberpunk situation years ago, but to sit here and whine about it for hours on end is wild. Anything for that money? I think it's really hard to educate people who are willfully stupid. Like, I've encountered people that are dumb and you can kind of educate them, but people like you are willfully stupid, so it's hard to educate you. I mean, I could attempt to tell you that, like, this is what I do for a job, so sitting here and discussing and debating and dialoguing with people for almost 7 hours straight, it's quite literally what I do for a living. Now, again, you're being willfully stupid, like you're choosing to be stupid, so it's hard to educate you. You'll refuse to be, informed about something. No one's whining. I'm dialoguing, debating, discussing, arguing. That's something that I do. It's enjoyable. A lot of people have tuned in throughout this day and have enjoyed it. or enjoyed yelling at me and then getting banned. Like, varying degrees of enjoyment throughout the day. Close to 40,000 views. Like, this is what we do. This is what we do, bro. Creature says, I see people implying that PlayStation Japan, PlayStation being a Japanese company, had the settings on the PlayStation wrong. Oh, I'm sure they did. You're spewing the same nonsense you've been spewing for hours with the same footage? No, I've been analyzing the footage and educating people about how the game looks on the base console versus how the game looks in the marketing. I'm helping people make an informed decision. You do understand there's 700 people here, but throughout the course of the day, this video and stream has been viewed 37,000 times. We're closing in on 40,000 views. So I'm informing people about the game. Like I said, you are willfully stupid. You choose to be stupid. I'm informing people, lots of people, thousands of people throughout this day. I've been showing, here's the footage, here's a comparison. I think you should hold off on pre-ordering. I think that that's important. I think that is far more important than to just like defend it and to make excuses. Just make a YouTube short. I mean, if I was going to come to you for business advice, I'd be in a pretty bad spot, I think. You know? I'd be in a pretty bad spot if I was coming to you for business advice. Yo, thank you, Drew, for doing a Member Plus. Let me add you to the total. Member Pluses count as 2. Outside of performance, what are your predictions for this, the core game reviews? Could it still be a great 90-plus score here? You mean from Metacritic? I mean, I think the issue with Metacritic is going to be today, it will only be PC scores, so it will be heavily slanted. I mean, it's we're not going to get any bearing on what it's even like for people who have played the game to completion, right, on console. Like, plenty of people have pointed out that a lot of the abilities that we're seeing, like a lot of the particle effects and the attacks and stuff are like late game. Well, think about what that means. It's going to take a really long time for the game to get into the hands of the critics and the review circuit on console, and for them to play the game in its entirety all the way so that they can talk about the game, in a substantive way. That'll take a while. So, like, the scores today are going to be heavily slanted. Like, it'll be like, oh, it's great. Because I think about what people experienced at the preview event. It was largely positive. There were some people that said that it doesn't do a good job in the beginning. It doesn't really hold your hand. And some of the puzzles were, like, really confusing. And they had to have somebody kind of behind them, like telling them what to do, right? And then there were some issues that people had with, like, the controls. Like, they said that the combat got a little clumsy and confusing. But it seemed like the longer they played, the more they enjoyed the combat. Like, they got their footing, right? So I just don't know where PC scores are going to land. If somebody really felt like all those things I just outlined were, diminished their enjoyment of the game, then it won't get a very good score. But it sounds like one of those games where the further you get, the more adept you become, and then you're having a much better time. Like, those early hours are going to be rough. I think it was like Black Hokage that was like, it doesn't hold your hand at all. Like, it can actually be kind of tough to get your footing in those early hours. So if they go the distance and they get good and they enjoy the combat, I feel like the score is going to trend in the mid to high 80s. It seems like a good game. It seems like a good game that I think has been marketed in a very misleading way, and I think it's going to run very poorly on the consoles. So, the PC scores are going to be, I don't think, the best representation of the product, because if you're trying to play a game that's consistently had trailers out there where they've showcased the game where you're fighting like 10 people at a time, and it's like these big villages and towns and stuff and fortresses. Well, if those are the instances where performance is really bad, I think that'll really hurt the score with people that are playing on console. They'll be like, this feels terrible. Like, I don't think it'll be something that people brush off as like, oh, you're being nitpicky if it's affecting all those fights. Those fights are like a centerpiece of the game's marketing and value. The problem is not the game. The problem is not the game. The problem is not the game, says Zubair. The problem is the marketing. The marketing, the marketing. That's right. Did someone say compression? Yeah, somehow, compression doesn't affect any of the marketing videos. These are immune. These look great. You know what I mean? These are great. Yeah, that's more than a timeout. Gangs. Let's just do a perma. If they hold true to normal Asian game standards, then super early game will be easy and you'll get gear checked brick wall. No, people have said that it's really hard at the beginning. I think there was a couple people at the preview event that said one of the early boss fights is like a skill check. Like, it's going to be really hard. Like, people are going to have a hard time with it. Is anyone surprised the game looks better on PC? The issue isn't that the game looks better on PC. The issue is that the marketing made the game look incredible, and the console footage arguably looks bad. I think that's the issue. Also, I've played plenty of open world games with combat that maintain 60 FPS. If it can't maintain 60 FPS, then that's going to be miserable for any of the combat sections. Crimson Desert looks to be a mix of Assassin's Creed, Witcher 3, Zelda Breath of the Wild, Dragon's Dogma 2, Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a lot of games that I've enjoyed. It'll look worse. Just expect it. Save yourself the trouble. Again, it's not about looking worse. Like, I'm trying to think of an example of another game recently that Resident Evil 9's a perfect example. Resident Evil 9. Resident Evil 9 on a base PS5 doesn't look as good as somebody on like a $3,000 PC. But does Resident Evil 9 look bad on the base PS5? Does it look like a completely different game? No, it doesn't. Do you see the difference? Yes, Resident Evil 9 on a very high level PC will look better. This is true. This is an accepted thing that I think we all know. Does Resident Evil 9 look bad on a base PlayStation 5? Does it not perform well? No, it doesn't. It's a multi-plat game that hit all the platforms, and Capcom's even said, like, their primary target's PC. Okay? Sold really well on PC. Right? Arguably, on a really high-level PC, going to look better on PC. So that's the issue. Yes, you're not saying anything worth saying when you're like, oh, but the game's going to look better on PC. Yeah? What are you going to tell me next? Where the sun rises and sets? Do you have any other obvious token things to say to me? Like, we know that. Like, we know that it's going to look better on a high-level PC. The issue isn't that. That's an understood, accepted thing. The issue is they marketed the game to look a certain way. It looks nothing like that on console. Arguably, it looks bad and performs poorly on console. Other multi-plat games have pulled this off. So don't act like this is some unreasonable expectation that, well, console users should just get used to that. No, they shouldn't get used to that. Because this entire gen, people on console have been able to purchase multi-plat releases that look and run just fine on console. Assassin's Creed Shadows looks better on a high-level PC. It also looks perfectly fine on the base PS5 and runs at 60 FPS. Do you see how that works? Like, the pattern in the market right now is not, anytime a multi-plat game comes out, it doesn't just look better on PC, it arguably looks terrible on console and runs terrible. That's not a thing. That's not a thing right now. All the multi-plat games I played this gen, whether it was AC Shadows or Resident Evil 9, like I'm trying to think of some of the other multi-plat games that I've played this gen. Helldivers 2, they all ran fine. They all looked fine. I wasn't like, oh man, I'm just getting crap on console. Try being a bit excited, my man, and hope they nail the base consoles. No. My job is not to be excited and to pump you up. That's not my job. I call it how I see it. I understand the point you're making and agree with you. That wasn't my argument. I'm not sure. I don't even remember what it was that you said. I'm kind of discussing everything with chat kind of at the same time, Cloudburst. What did you say? You missed my earlier messages providing context. I'm not necessarily arguing that the crux of the issue is that it will look worse. The argument from Cope on base PS5 is that it looks different and worse because of compression, rather than accepting the fact that it will look worse. Oh, right, but it looking worse, I think I understand what you're saying. You're on my side. You were just arguing from a different perspective. But again, the problem is nobody should... There's no pattern in the market right now that justifies that as an expectation. It's not like, yeah, this entire time when multi-plat games come out, they're great on PC and crap on console. The opposite has been true. We've gotten very consistent multi-plat releases. I mean, outside of like Dragon's Dogma 2, Monhun Wilds maybe, that was kind of ugly on PC too. But I think in general, the pattern this gen has been very good. I feel like we've gotten very good versions of multi-plat games on console. They're good at fixing issues quickly. I don't think you have anything to worry about. If they're good at fixing things quickly, why isn't the game in a state where they can show it to us and have gameplay? Why didn't they send review copies to the press to have console review copies? Like, I don't understand. If they're so good at fixing things so quickly, then wouldn't that stand to reason that they'd have the game ready to go right now or ready to go a week or two ago? Just wait an extra day to be sure you're getting what you expect. That's the only ask. I'm glad you covered all the Crimson Desert so diligently and educating people, says the Unseen Avenger. There are casual gamers out there who are expecting the game to look amazing and will definitely be disappointed. What about a day one patch? Okay, so day one patches. Fair question. The issue with day one patches is this seems to be like a far-reaching problem. So it doesn't seem like... So day one patches, typically, this has just been my experience, they come in and they fix like bugs. This quest is bugged out. This NPC keeps glitching in this one mission. You know, this section of the map, people are falling through the map or something. Day one patches typically are targeting, you know, your more egregious bugs and glitches. Everything we've seen from this game, it seems like it's sort of endemic to the experience that if there's a lot of NPCs, it gets CPU bottlenecked, and then there's a bunch of performance problems. That's not something a day one patch is going to like swoop in and fix. They're going to have to do quite a bit of work to probably figure out how in the world they can address that. They're not going to drop Crimson Desert 2.0 in a day one patch. That's right. Like, think about Dragon's Dogma 2, right? So Dragon's Dogma 2, I don't know how long it took, but it seemed like it took a while for them to figure out that, like, when you would go to a town or a village and the frame rate would plummet, it's because all the NPCs were thinking and it was gobbling up CPU. So the question would be, what is it that's causing the performance issues that we're seeing? Not only that, I mean, just flying around in that one sequence with the dragon, it's just like, it noticeably just does not look anything like what they've been marketing. I just don't think that level of draw distance, shadow detail, world detail, and even performance, I don't think that gets typically fixed in a day one patch. Day one patches are usually bugs, like, you know, quest breaking bugs and glitches and things like that. It's like they're coming in and bringing polish. This seems to be like a pretty far reaching performance issue within the game. Your eyes can't see that fast. If you're noticing a difference, it's not the image quality, Lumfao. You're noticing artifacting when you turn fast. That's not the same. What are you even talking about? What are you talking about? Lords of the Fallen took a while as well. Yeah, Lords of the Fallen had to do a lot. Yeah. You just want a cowbell in the game? You're curious to see if it runs on a Steam Deck? I'm not even going to argue. I'm dumber. Oh, here's another thing to consider that I just saw. This is another cool thing that they're doing. So, you know, he launches into this fortress, right? And look at the destructible. Like, it's not just that there's lots of NPCs. Like, there's destructible environments, which means it just happened there too with those logs and those boxes. That just adds more things that have to be, you know, kind of tracked and monitored and processed. Like, whether it's grass or boxes breaking, because they're going to take, like, maybe they don't break, maybe they do break, maybe only some of them break, and then they land in different places. That's just more, you know, for the game to be, you know, dealing with. Apparently, I can't see a difference between 80 and 240. It's some trick of the Illuminati or something. Oh, wait, it's compression. When you have more than 80 FPS, your eyes can't notice the difference unless you turn your character fast. People who think they can tell the difference in frames don't know what they're talking about. What? What did you just say? What did you just say? So, you think this, you believe this, that people can't see the difference beyond 80 frames? Huh? Okay. The bro is actually Helen Keller and just doesn't have eyes. That's the secret. Stop. It's pretty simple. I think your claim's not just simple. I think it's like incorrect. I know for a fact that people can tell the difference. People can't see much faster than 60 FPS, dude. Okay. I'm out of gas, chat. I can't anymore. I can't do it anymore, dudes. Actually, your channel is trash. Who gave me a membership to this crap? There it is. I knew. I was like, they're not gonna last very long here. It's like, anybody who says you can tell the difference past 80 frames doesn't know what they're talking about. Oh. Okay. Joke's on you. Someone gifted you the member. Now you can't chat, and I still got the money. Joke's on you, sucker. You know what I mean? People just gift members to support me. Now you can't talk. Congratulations. Guys, maybe it's too soon and maybe I'm out of line, but I missed the 80 FPS guy. Jiminy Christmas. Oh my Lord. No, Lito, I'm not saying that word, brother. I might say it goofing around in like the Discord or something, but no. I can't tell the difference really, or maybe I just don't care. Well, everybody is different. I mean, we obviously have different eyes and brains. So like there's going to be folks that are just like being genuine and honest. They're not making things up. And they're like, "Yeah, I can't tell the difference." Yo, Metal Matt gifts one to replace the sucker we walked out the door. Thank you very much, Metal Matt. So everybody is different. So I do think there are people that are like, they swear they can't see a difference. Now, in my experience, a lot of the people that have claimed that they can't tell the difference between 30 FPS and 60 FPS, do you want to know what happens after they play some games at 60 for a while? They come back and they tell me, I can see a difference now. Without fail. Without fail. I've been doing this a long, long time. And there were guys, man, they would insist. Lono, I don't know what you're talking about. 30 FPS is fine. It doesn't bother me. I can't even really see a difference between 30 and 60. Without fail, in my career, I've had so many people come back and they're like, I've been playing games at 60, and yes, I see the difference now. I can't unsee it, right? It's happened to me so many times over the years. Because I always tell people, and a 5-bomb comes in from Siege Master and gets us to 193. Thank you so much, Siege. It's one of those things where I've told people before, I'm like, if you are able to enjoy 30 FPS, God bless you, man. Keep enjoying 30 FPS. Enjoy it for as long as you can. Because that means when a game comes out and has performance problems in performance mode, but quality mode runs fine, you can just run quality mode and have a ball. You could have run quality mode in Final Fantasy 16 and had a ball. I was frustrated trying to play performance mode. I mean it. I mean that when I say that to people. I'm like, if you can enjoy 30 FPS, just enjoy for as long as you can. Because once you play a couple of games at 60, it's impossible to go back. You just can't do it. You can't. It's kind of like, I would come home. We had a brand new plasma television. You know, my wife and I had been married for, 5 years or so. And we had a brand new plasma television. And I would come home from work and she would be watching the standard definition channel. And I'm like, babe, if you're watching channel 32, go to 1032 and it'll be the high def version of the channel. It'll look better. It'll fill the screen. It'll look awesome. I kept coming home and I'm like, Mama, what are you doing? Why are you watching it like this? It drove me nuts. It's kind of like that. It's like once you get used to the TV and the image looking like that, going backwards is so difficult. You're like, 60 FPS is definitely like that. Like once you get used to 60, you'll watch 30 and be like, ooh, it looks blurry. Like what's going on? You just got accustomed to 60. So I mean it. I tell people all the time, I'm like, man, if you're enjoying 30 FPS, dude, you go, girl. You enjoy 30 FPS for as long as you can. I don't think you're a very large group anymore. 30 FPS in 2026 literally feels like lag. Yes, exactly. That's exactly right. It's almost like it's stuttering. It's like it's like somebody's like shaking the game. It's almost like I feel like the game's vibrating. You know? I feel like the game's vibrating. I can't take it. I can tell the difference between 30 and 60, 60 and 120, but I can't really see much of a difference between 120 and 240. You get diminishing returns because it's just so fast. You're not really, it's harder to notice. That is definitely true. It's like increasing the resolution. It's like you go from 4K to 8K, you can see a difference. But go from like 1080 to 4K, and you're like, whoa! Then go from 4K to 8K, and you're like the jumps just never feel as severe the higher you go. It's why like photorealism and resolution and all that, we're getting diminishing returns because like we can go outside and see real grass and trees. Like you can only get so realistic. Then you start to get diminishing returns. You're like, well, yeah, I mean, that looks a little bit more real than last time, but I'm maybe playing glorious 30 FPS fidelity. Spoken like a fan of Concord. Oh, Wooly. I'm going to be playing glorious 30 FPS fidelity. Yes, Wooly. Yes. Spoken like a fan of Concord. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. I love giving Wooly crap about Concord, dude. He says, you bastard. I miss being able to do that with Donnie about Diablo. When Donnie from Pure Dead Gaming would come around, I would always give him crap about Diablo. Oh, I'd give it to him every time. Oh, gosh. It's good to laugh, isn't it, brother? Good to see you, Wooly. Oh, it's good to laugh. I think the other thing is games used to be made for 30. Now they're optimized for 30, but made for higher targets ideally, especially multi-plat. So they definitely feel much more jarring at 30 than games back. I think you typoed there. Greg, did you mean optimized for 60? I don't know what you mean by optimized for 30. Oh, optimized versus built for. So what you're saying is like, oh, well, they'll optimize. So like, yeah, it can run 30, but it's not really what it's supposed to be running at. I think to me that's what you mean. Okay, got it. Yeah, I think that's well stated, Greg. There was, man, that's actually a really good point I never considered. There is a big difference between games back then where like everything's 30. This is one of the reasons that like Bloodborne can't just be raised to 60. The whole game is built around 30. The enemy animations, the iframes, your character movement, it's all built within 30 and for 30. So there's a huge difference between a game like built for that and games now where they're like, well, yeah, we'll optimize for 30, but like we can easily give you 60, and it just feels better. It feels better to move and to roll around and to dodge and to run. Like it does. It just feels better. Like imagine some of your favorite games, like fast-paced games. Imagine playing Returnal at 30 FPS. It just would feel awful. All those projectiles and the dodging and the iframes, it would feel terrible. It really, truly would. Zelda Breath of the Wild was 30. Game of the year, by the way. That's just an era of time that we're not in anymore, brother. That was almost 10 years ago. You know what year that was, right? Brother, that was 2017. That was 9 years ago, man. We're not there anymore. And it was also on the Nintendo Switch, which was like, that was a pretty weak piece of hardware. The Switch 1, come on. Do consoles break 30? I'm not sure what you're asking. The original Switch? But Breath of the Wild 1 in 2017. It was 2017, wasn't it? It was the same year that Horizon Zero Dawn came out. That was almost 10 years ago. Just saying. Well, you know what? I think it's important that you brought it up because I think we've just absolutely left that time period behind us. I just think 60 FPS is a very fair expectation now. Lona, what's the roundtable channel you participate in? I want to listen to that later. It's Ginger's, one of Ginger Prime's channels. The original Super Mario Brothers on NES runs at approximately 60 frames per second. That's funny. I didn't know that. I've always found 30 FPS works with certain games, especially third-person, high FOV like Spider-Man. Not games like Control, which require precision aiming, but cinematic games. Yeah, I can't do it, Wooly. I get headaches. I think it looks awful. It literally looks like the game is vibrating. It's like it's stuttering. I can't. It looks laggy to me. Can't do it. Mate, kudos for you keeping on through all this for 4 hours. Marvelous. Homie, I've been streaming for 7 hours and 20 minutes. We've got a little bit more time to go. I'll schedule the next stream. I'll schedule it in like 15 minutes or so. We'll go over to the new stream at 5:30. We'll have like a 30-minute countdown for the reviews. I want to have a new stream because this stream has gotten so long. I don't want to make somebody have to use timestamps to see the reviews. We'll do a review roundup as a brand new stream. This guy says, "You didn't answer me. Who are you talking to?" You wet lettuce, I get headaches. Precious much? Wooly. What do you mean? No, I genuinely do. I get headaches from 30 FPS. I mean it. Back when I had been playing Destiny and Fortnite on my PC and I got really used to 60 FPS, I bought a PS4 Pro so I could play Spider-Man 1 and God of War 2018. And every day I would end my streams, I was like, man, I got a headache. Like, what in the world? And when I finished those games and stopped playing those games, it was those games. It 100% gives me like it's like a weird headache, like right in here on like the sides. I'm telling you, it's awful. Typical PC Master Race convert. I'm everything, Wooly. I'm a PC Master Race. I'm a pony. I'm a grifter. I'm everything. I'm whatever people that don't like me want me to be, I guess. I can't play 60 FPS anymore, says Zuby. Ironically, I need at least 80. That's funny. You think 120 will ever be the expectation? I don't know. I don't know if 120 will be the expectation because it'll probably depend on the PlayStation 6 and refresh rates on TVs. I just don't think so. Not in the near future. Maybe a PlayStation 7 era, there'd be such a saturation of 120 hertz refresh rate televisions, it wouldn't be really a thought anymore. It'd be like, oh yeah, plenty of games are 120. And then you also have your 60 options. I mean, by then 30 wouldn't even be a thing. I think by then 30 wouldn't even be a discussion point. It'd be like, what did you say? 30? Like, that wouldn't be even a discussion point. The fact that 30 is still a thing today is primarily because of quality modes. Like, at some level, I think quality modes are because the developers want to use things like ray tracing and like higher resolution. And the only way to get there is through 30 FPS. If right now, if you could wave a magic wand where you could force, I would never want to do this, but let's just imagine for a thought experiment. If you could force developers to only do one mode, I think most of them would land on performance mode because they know it just makes the game look and run better. They wouldn't ship with quality. They wouldn't. 8K60 is happening. With upscaling, yeah, upscalers are going to get better and better. Yes. I won't be surprised to see. I don't want devs to strain at 8K. I think it's a fool's errand. Give me 4K with an upscaler and then use some of that GPU power for cooler things like lighting, path tracing, physics systems. I don't know, innovate on other things. Like, what the frick? Why 8K? You know what I mean? Like, why waste the processing power on it? 8K TVs are basically dead. Yeah, I just don't think 8K is worth it. You know? Give me a denser and fuller world. Right. Give me like more foliage or, weather effects or dynamic snow. I don't know. I don't need 8K. Like, it just seems pointless. 4K looks ridiculous. It looks 4K 60? Like, that's fine. What are we talking about? It's almost like coming to me and saying, we got you a perfect ribeye, asparagus, mashed potato, right? Mashed potatoes, a nice cold beer, right? And they come back and they're like, you know what? Actually, we were thinking about it. And since you like that so much, we've got you another ribeye. I'd be like, why? Like, yeah, I guess I could Ziploc it and take it home, but like, why? You know what I mean? It's like, more for what? I'm not going to be able to eat all of this in one sitting, Now, I know some of you would do it and regret it later, but like, you know what I mean? It's like 4K 60, I'm good. 4K 120, I'm good. We don't need to go any higher than that. Focus on other things, Is there any cool stuff you can do with lighting, path tracing, shadows, reflections, the environments, the physics systems? Like, there's so many things you could do. Do you see? Thank you for the $5 super chat, Broken Earth. 4K on a QD OLED looks insane. We don't need 8K. Here's why I think we don't need 8K. We've seen it. We've seen it, and it's like, okay, it's fine. It's not worth it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if you'd go back in time, we probably would have thought, we don't need anything more than this, dude. 1080 is pretty awesome. 1080 is crazy, right? I don't think we're speaking out of turn. I don't think we're like, oh, yeah, we don't need it. No. We've seen 8K. We've seen 8K. We're like, it's not that impressive. I don't need that. Just give me 4K. Give me 4K upscaled, by the way. I don't even need native 4K. Get the frick out of here with this native stuff. I don't need that. It's fine. Upscale. Upscale from 1440. I'm good. You give me solid performance. Dude, I'm there. It's diminishing returns. Even the gap between 1440 and 4K isn't as big as 1080 to 1440. Right. 8K TV's like 10,000. Sorry, I need 20K, says Water Bears on Mars. That's right. The Gaming Roundtable is the show and channel. That's right. It's called the Gaming Roundtable. 1080's fine. Sure. Sure it is. All the devs or industry insider techs all want that box art screenshot or highly edited sizzle reel to get the purchase, but I'm not willing to sacrifice playability for a glamour shot. That's well stated. That is well stated. I want the game to run well. Let's go back to 720, guys. Come on. Every iteration on resolution will continue to have diminishing simply due to pixel pinch. Yep. Yeah, it can only look so much more sharper than it is. Eventually you just get to like, it looks like the real world, like a photograph or like just going outside. You know what I mean? Okay. Like, once you get to that level of fidelity and lighting, it's like, what are we doing? All right, let me throw this away. I'll be right back, y'all. Make sure hit that like button. We're close to 800 likes. You guys are amazing. I'll be scheduling the next stream shortly. We'll go over to the new stream in like 45 minutes or so. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back, all you chatters and chats. Okay, let's get the we need to get the new stream scheduled. Oh, let's see. Okay, my stream holding room. Saving the jazz. I'll save that. Review roundup. Oh, I don't like that title. I'm going to change that slightly. Give me one second here. Whenever we do a waiting room, we'll do a new stream, and we'll redirect. We'll redirect. That way we here, I'll let you guys can watch this while I do this. That way when someone comes later to like watch the review roundup, it's just in one spot as a nice short stream, not some like 10-hour ridiculous tour de force. Does that make sense? Where it's like, oh my gosh, like why is this so, huge as a stream? Okay. We're going to do the same thing tomorrow, by the way. I hope y'all are ready. We're going to do a gameplay waiting room tomorrow. And then we're going to jump in. I'm going to play the game on PS5 Pro, the base PS5, and the Xbox Series X. That way you guys can basically see it on every platform that you won't be able to see it on tonight, because no one has console footage. It'll all be PC footage. Okay, there we go. Okay, scheduled. Another long stream tomorrow. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Here's the difficulty. Here's why we do this. Let me kind of maybe explain it to some of you that have been here a long time. The difficulty when something like this is going on, there's nothing else to talk about. Like trying to do a talk show when one of the biggest and most anticipated games, we're all like in a holding pattern for the reviews, and then we're in a holding pattern for the gameplay, right? There's nothing else to talk about. There's no news. There's nothing breaking. And the other thing is nobody really wants to talk about much else, right? So we've just found that waiting room is a great opportunity. Like today, we probably spent, 2 or 3 hours off topic, just talking about other stuff. And then we kind of came back and, we were just recently talking about it again and looking at footage, while I was eating my dinner. Well, it's more like a late lunch. But so just those of you that are like super loyal and here all the time, I just want you to understand our thought process there. It's like we don't have much of a choice. And plus, it's fun. Like, we've had a great time today. We really have. We've met a bunch of dope people. We've banned a bunch of people that were being mean and insulting. And, we've had a great time. And my hope is, I think the performance issues are pretty much undeniable at this point on base level consoles. The hope would be that they can spend some time in the coming weeks and months fixing it, because I do think there's a good game here. I just think it's going to have a lot of issues on console. So Siege Master is going to bump the line with the gifted member. Every 25, I owe you guys a member. And he's probably going to bump it one more time and bait the 5 bomb. There it is. Who's going to slam this home? A 5 bomb of members, and I owe you guys another member. You guys have been stellar today, by the way. Vibes have just been amazing. I know it got a little spicy and a little contentious, and people were being kind of nasty. I think we've had a great time. Will it be like Elden Ring on steroids? I think it's going to be more like medieval Red Dead Redemption. That's what I think. You just noticed the timer? Yep, no worries. Right here's the timer to the countdown, to the review embargo. This is helpful because I don't know what time zone you're in. So that you can just kind of, adjust your expectations for how long you got to wait. And Sorcerer drops the 5 bomb, and there it is, 200. Now, for those of you that don't know what this is over here in the corner, this is our weekly member goal. When this hits 500, I do a stream every Saturday when we hit the goal with my wife, right? She joins me on stream, and we react to gaming news. It's a blast, right? And then if you hit stretch goal of 750, we're going to make her play Crimson Desert. So you guys can help us with that goal right now. You can gift a member. You can sign up brand new for your own membership. $5 a month goes a long way if a bunch of you do it. We are trying to get to 600 paying members on the channel. Most of the number over here is gifted because we have such a generous community. So you can help us with the goal. We're trying to get to 600 people paying for their own membership. And we're currently at like 530, so it's moving. And thank you to everybody who has helped with that. That has been awesome. Let me actually see where we are on that, on the member count. We're at 530. Okay, yep, still 530. That was from, I think we had 2 added today. I think we started the day at like 528. Twitch is not winning? No, currently Twitch is not winning. It's 88-22. So, let me make sure that redirect is set up here. There we go. A medieval brutal world of Red Dead Redemption sounds good to me. Yeah. I think it sounds great. I just this is my hope. I mean this. People are like, he's such a hater. He's been hating on the game. I hope it ends up being like Jedi Survivor, and like a couple of months in, they've absolutely nailed performance on console. I'm not gonna hold my breath, but I'm hoping for that. I am. I'm hoping for that. So. Funny DM from somebody. My favorite are the bots, the OnlyFans bots that are like, did you forget me? Why are you leaving me on read? Or red, or whatever the frick. Mom, I'm on TV? Huh? $30 is still the standard for a lot of Japanese devs, Asian devs. Huh? What makes you say that? Jedi still isn't great on PC. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating because it's such a good game. Jedi Survivor. It's like it's not just a good game. It's good Star Wars. It's good Star Wars, man. It's frustrating. So to be clear, you think they're straight out lying about base console performance? What do you mean? They haven't shown it. Like, targets don't mean that you're going to get that experience all the time. Like, I think when you're in, like, low demanding areas, yeah, it'll probably run fine. It's the problem is when there's lots of NPCs and fights going on. Joe Raptor side by side was brutal. We did our own today. I think that was the thing that surprised me the most, Holler Rage, when people were like on Twitter being like, "Oh, it looks fine. It looks great on console." I'm like, "What?" I was like, "Are we looking at the same footage?" Wasn't there an Asian account showing some console gameplay? Yeah, we've looked at it multiple times. The Japanese PlayStation account. It does not look very good. It's a 1080 30 FPS upload. That's why I am going to review the game for you, or play the game for you tomorrow on as many consoles as I own. I'll make sure and get it all ordered and installed tonight. I'm going to buy the game twice so you guys can see it. I'm going to buy the game on Xbox and I'm going to buy the game on PlayStation. I'm going to install it on my Series X, my base PS5, and my PS5 Pro. So I saw the stream posted on a forum and people were taking the piss. I have just watched the first couple of hours of this stream and I think it makes some valid points. I don't get the backlash. There is a concerted effort of Defense Force for this game and I don't understand it at all. I don't understand it at all. The people that are actively doing that, like targeting me and overlooking the clear efforts by the company to keep people in the dark and to mislead people, I just think it's honestly crazy to me. It's honestly crazy. The upload was botched, yeah. Two uploads, Mikey Moo. 2 different uploads. Why the negative outlook though? Because they haven't been honest in the marketing. They've been very misleading. That's why. They show more than Ubisoft. Here's what's interesting about Ubisoft. I was actually thinking about this while we were having this debate today. It kind of came to my mind, and I didn't bring it up. You know what's interesting and kind of funny about Star Wars Outlaws? Do you guys remember Star Wars Outlaws? And how every time they showed the game, it looked worse? And eventually I told people, I was like, wow, they're literally showing us footage. It just looks worse and worse and worse, right? Now, I'm not defending Star Wars Outlaws, but at the very least, it was clear before it came out that like we were going to get a game that was going to not look great and be rough around the edges and have performance issues. Like they weren't hiding it. Like every time they showcase footage of Star Wars Outlaws, it was visibly like getting worse, not looking great. The first showing of Star Wars Outlaws looked amazing, right? And then it just got worse with time. This game, on the other hand, just has consistently been like, here's amazing footage, here's amazing footage, here's amazing footage. And then you finally get a peek at console and you're like, what did Hollow Rage say about an apology? Few people owe you an apology over Starfield on PS5, that's for sure. I mean, I don't expect apologies from people like that. I don't expect it. I'm going to assume Series X will be worse because we have zero footage of that. It's hard to know. Sometimes games will perform better on the Series X than the PS5. It's not a long list of games, but you never know. Sometimes it's just how the game is built. So there's no way to know. PSSR 2 might make Crimson Desert playable for PS5 Pro owners. Well, if you've watched any of the coverage of PSSR 2, if you've watched like Digital Foundry's video, I wouldn't have that level of confidence in it because PSSR 2 is just kind of cleaning things up. It's getting rid of some of that shimmer and some of that shake. It's not going to fix like frame rate issues and performance issues. It's just not. Did you just post a different vid? You probably got a 30-minute notification for my review roundup. We're going to be going over to that in 30 minutes. I want to have a separate live stream for the review roundup. I don't want somebody to have to pull open an 8-hour to 10-hour long stream to look at my review roundup of like pulling open Metacritic and OpenCritic and like reading through people's reviews. Typically when we do a waiting room like this, I will redirect you all and give you guys a link to the new stream, and we'll go to the new stream. So you probably got the 30-minute notification for that stream that we're going to be going to at 5:30. Metacritic prediction for the PS5 base below 80%. There will not be Metacritic reviews today for console. It'll just be for PC. So it's hard to know when we're even going to get the PS5 and like Xbox reviews, because people are going to basically have to buy the game and do it on their own. So, article on IGN said they will not show Xbox. Dev said, huh? The dev said that? I thought the reviews were released earlier. No, the reviews drop in 1 hour. Only for PC. What relevance for a console gamer? I mean, you can still listen to them. The reviews talk about combat story, world systems, trading, farming. Like, how well does that play? You know what I mean? Even though you won't get any bearing on console performance, everything else you can still get a bearing on from reviews. Here, let me fix the timer. It's a little, I feel like it's a little bit off. There we go. I've seen reports that the base PS5 version is on par with the Series S version. I hope that's a lie. Who would be reporting that? We don't have any idea. The fact of the matter is the Series S version won't even have ray tracing, so that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, the fact that the Series S won't have ray tracing, well, I mean that. This is weird to say. It'll probably help. It'll probably help the Series S. You can't turn off ray tracing on Series X, the PS5, or the PS5 Pro. You can't turn off ray tracing. Like, that might actually help the Series S. Wouldn't that be wild? Like, the best place to play Crimson Desert. I'm kidding. We've seen enough on the Pro to know that a lot of the sections on the Pro run fine. It's just when there's lots of NPCs and, you know, the fast-moving combat's probably going to be pretty rough. That would be such a wild... all the Series S owners would be like, oh, man, we finally have our day. It took a while. It's 6 years in. Joke's on you, PS5 Pro owners. Oh, man. Oh, that'd be funny. I'd want it for him, you know? Give him a win. The Xbox strategy finally pays off. The entire generation changes tomorrow. All of a sudden, Series S's are flying off the shelves. PlayStation's in an absolute tragedy. What are we gonna do? Identity Crisis will be the main talking point, but this game is going to be worth it just for exploration and how alive the world is. Jason Ronald, he goes and relists the Project Scarlet video. Oh, it wasn't the Project Scarlet video that got unlisted. It was an Xbox Series S video. Xbox unlisted the video a long time ago. They set the video to private, I should say. It's not unlisted. It's private. You can't even watch it. Yeah. The marketing for the Series S was just so ridiculous. They literally set the video to private. You ever seen that before? You ever seen somebody set their own marketing to private? I get the S for my kids back when it was $180 at Target. Came with a gift card and 3 months of Game Pass. Good gaming box, especially for smaller displays and travel. Oh, yeah. It's great for a Game Pass box for your kiddos, for sure. For sure. If you guys are waiting for reviews, they drop in about 50 minutes. We're going to switch to a new stream in a little bit, so I'll give you guys a link and I'll redirect you, okay? I know a lot of you guys are probably coming to Google and YouTube and you're searching for Crimson Desert reviews. We're going to look at them as soon as they go live. Fair warning, they will only be PC reviews. So, yeah. And then we're going to do a similar thing tomorrow. We're going to do a Crimson Desert gameplay waiting room. We'll hang out all day. And then I will be playing the game on PS5 Pro, my base PS5, and an Xbox Series X. I do not have a Series S. Sorry. And I'm not going to go to the store and buy one. It would be pretty funny, but that would be a waste of money because I would never use it again. The game combat's janky looking. I like the combat, and the previews have largely praised the combat. People have said that it's a little clunky and clumsy and kind of hard to learn because it's just a lot to remember. But people say that it gets, once you kind of get your footing, it's really, really good. I like your shirt. Thank you. What's more likely scenario? PC Metascore of 80 or below 92? I think on PC they can pull a mid to high 80s. I've said that many times. I don't think it's going to score that poorly on PC because I think, as far as we can tell, it looks like a good game. I've never said that it looks like a bad game. It looks like a fun game. It looks like a good game. It just looks like they did not do a great job with, how it's going to run on console. So this is just a channel that's negative. I mean, if that's how you want to describe the last few minutes that you've been here, I feel like you're forcing a narrative. Probably came from somewhere to Brigade. Just said that I see it getting a pretty good score on PC and that it looks like a good game. If you interpret that as negative, I think you're either maybe have the stream on mute or you're just a dishonest person. That's not negative. Being concerned about the game's performance on console, I don't know. People are really getting in their fifis and bedwetting over somebody who's advising caution. Don't pre-order the game. We don't have enough footage. It looks like it might run poorly on console. This guy sure is negative. He's just hating. Goodness gracious. Hopefully you got rubber sheets, man. You wet the bed really easily. Gee, burrs. Some people are so sensitive. So weird. Some of the weirdest vibes covering this game. Like adults getting all tangled up. Because I'm like, guys, this marketing has been a little misleading. We've been here before when studios do this. I wouldn't pre-order. I wouldn't pre-order on console. You know what I mean? Coming in and being negative, saying you're being negative is insane. Oh, yeah. Rubber sheets aren't good for a guy with a hair. You speaking firsthand? You speaking firsthand, Bogger? Oh, he's like, hey, you don't want rubber sheets if you're hairy. Gemini. Resident Evil Requiem sold the best on PS5 in the US, even beating Steam. It's looking like PS5 was the number one platform for Requiem. I thought Capcom was saying that PC was the primary audience. Why is the embargo only for PC? Because they only sent PC codes. It's really hateful and negative for me to point that out to people as a red flag. Look at me hate. They only sent PC codes. They did not let anybody have access to the console version of the game for reviews. Because, you know, juicing your Metacritic score is totally a good sign. Most PC games play at 1440 or 1080. That gives them a big advantage over the consoles. If you're on the fence and own a console, I'd say wait a few months. That is something that people have consistently pointed out about this developer, that they'll commit and fix the game and improve it. They've said that that's kind of their track record. Not brigading, I'm not dishonest. Just seen 2 streams of your channel, and yes, I'm an adult. You're seemingly not excited at all. Well, I'm tempering my excitement. I've been here before. I've had a game that I'm really excited about and really looking forward to, and then the red flags start to stack up, and I'm like, oh, ugh. You know, like I was super looking forward to Black Myth Wukong, and then it ran like caca on the console. You know what I mean? Like, that was really disappointing. I was really looking forward to Jedi Survivor. I had to wait 5 months to play it because they had to fix performance mode. Like, come on. It's weird. It's like short-term memory. It's like short-term memory loss. It's like people just don't remember. They're like, we've been through this with so many games. We've been through this so many times. I remember the first time we saw footage of this game. It was like the Viking-like guy fight. He kicks the guy down the stairs, and then he walks down the stairs slowly, and there's like snow, and they fight. I remember the first time I saw that fight, I was like, what the heck is this game? I was immediately intrigued, and I've followed the game and watched the trailers ever since. And the first couple times they showed trailers, and there were like 20 to 30 NPCs around, I said, I don't know, this is making my spidey sense tingle. Something's off here. This, you know, something's off. It's not going to look that good and run that well on console. And I remember people telling me, oh no, these guys are wizards. They have their own proprietary engine, Lono. They're going to be able to pull it off. You know, they had like a dragon flying around, like burning a village, and like there's just NPCs running everywhere. And I remember every time they showed the game, I just felt like it was too good to be true. I was like, the lighting and the shadow detail and the draw distance just seems ridiculous. Like, how are they going to pull that off on console? And then I started noticing in the last month, they were putting videos on the PlayStation channel, and it was all PC footage. It's all this footage here, like super juiced. The visuals are absolutely cranked. And I was like, that's really dishonest. You've got 3 million views worth of content and, 30-something minutes worth of gameplay on the PlayStation channel, and it's all PC footage. And so I was like, are we ever going to get to see base console footage? Right? And Fighting Cowboy went to the preview, and he asked, because up to that point, it was like everybody was saying the same thing. They were like, are we ever going to get to see this thing on console? Because go look on YouTube, one of the most common thumbnails you'll see about Crimson Desert is this too good to be true? Everybody kept saying, is it too good to be true? Is it too good to be true? It seemed insane, right? It seemed like, wow, this game looks crazy. So we kept asking for console footage. So Fighting Cowboy goes to the preview event, and he says, hey, everybody keeps asking about console footage. Good on him for asking. He is told that the console footage is so good, like nobody will believe us. So we're going to send it to Digital Foundry. Right? The exact time it's up, countdown right next to me for the embargo. So they didn't even send the game to Digital Foundry. A lot of people have learned this today. I've repeated it many times, but I think it bears repeating. They did not send the game to Digital Foundry so that we could see console footage before release. They showed up to John Linneman's home. Somebody from Pearl Abyss showed up to John Linneman's home with the PlayStation 5 Pro and the game pre-installed. We have no idea what that was. We don't know if it was the full game, the retail release, was it a vertical slice? We don't know. So we went from hearing, oh, they're going to be wizards, it's a proprietary engine, it's going to look amazing and run amazing, to, oh, it's so good you won't believe us, to, well, we're going to send the game to Digital Foundry. What we really mean is we're going to send a pre-installed PlayStation 5 Pro to John Linneman's home so that you can see the game. And then when we finally see the Digital Foundry footage, the footage, there's almost none of the big, huge fights, none of the big, huge areas with 20-something NPCs running around. The few times he does have footage with lots of NPCs around, the performance tanks. It drops from 60 frames per second to like 30s and 40s. Then, this video drops on PlayStation Japan, and this is base PS5 footage running at 30 FPS. And people keep saying, oh, it's compression, it's low resolution. You can visibly see enormous differences here. You can see that if you go here, this is marketing right here. This is a marketing trailer. So this is dealing with YouTube compression. It's set to 1080. I've got the resolution set to 1080, right? Look at the fidelity and the detail, especially compare the dragons. Like, look at this dragon sequence here, and then look at this. It's night and day. The shadows are gone. The world detail's gone. Do you want to know why they won't show us base level console footage? Because it looks like this. This isn't even maintaining 30 FPS, by the way. Watch right here. There's a huge frame stutter right there. It can't even maintain 30 FPS, boys. This is quality mode 30 FPS. Shadows are popping in and jittering and coming in and out in weird ways. Like, this is base level console footage a day or two before it comes out, visibly and dramatically different than what they've been showing us in the marketing. This doesn't look next gen or impressive. This looks like a PlayStation 4 game. Like, we went from this right here. This is a YouTube video. This is a YouTube video. So this is dealing with the same compression. Look at the world detail and everything. And then this. It's like night and day. So when they said, oh, you wouldn't believe us. What? And I've been skipping ahead to this boss fight. See him coming out here? I've been skipping ahead to this. Watch. I'll freeze frame it when it's nice and still. Okay? There's no compression going on here. There's no fast motion, no nothing. Compare it to this guy. Look at this. Look at the detail, the shine, the metal, the fidelity, right? Here's the game on base PlayStation 5. So, am I hating? I'm just trying to show people the game. I want you to get an honest look at the game before you give them your money. They couldn't be bothered to do that. They want your money, but they didn't want you to see that this is what it's going to look like on base console. This doesn't look like some amazing next-gen graphical tour de force. It looks like a very dated game. It seems very much like an old AC or Valhalla or something. You're expecting too much? I don't see why I'm expecting too much. Assassin's Creed Shadows looked incredible on the base PS5, even better on the Pro. I don't know what you're talking about. Spider-Man 2 on a base PS5, Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2. These are all games that looked fantastic on the base level console. What are you seeing in this game that is so demanding that it would look like that? I don't understand. The map is big? Okay. There's lots of NPCs? Oh, okay. There are castles. Sorry, I'm allergic to BS. There are castles in Assassin's Creed Shadows where there's 20-something people around. AC Shadows sucks. I'm not saying you had to like Assassin's Creed Shadows. I got burned out on AC Shadows myself. I thought the map was too dense. And I hated playing as Yasuke. But graphically and technically, it did a great job, and there were lots of NPCs, and there were castles, you know, with 20-something people trying to find you and track you. You know what I mean? A super chat from Mr. Negative says, if this really is 100% when it releases, then don't. Well, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. You have a nice PC, why not play there? You've been here a bunch and you know the answer to that. So you're asking a question that you've heard me answer plenty of times. I don't play video games in here. I play on my couch. I love playing on my PS5 Pro. I got a rig sitting right there with the 5070 Ti on it. And, you know, just prefer not to. Shadows was better than Valhalla and Odyssey. You could go watch footage right now of AC Valhalla. Huge environments, huge map, tons of NPCs on the screen. Game runs totally fine. I don't see anything in this game that is that revolutionary that justifies it looking the way that it does and being marketed in the way that it does. All we wanted was the truth. Yeah, I just wanted people to have an accurate depiction of the game before they gave the company their money. Pearl Abyss doesn't respect you enough to do that. They don't. The idea of people coming into my chat all today, all this week, all last week, every time I've covered this, and yelling at me, calling me a hater, calling me a grifter, it's amazing to me that you just welcome the disrespect and the dishonesty of some company, and you'll attack me for trying to let people know, like, hey, I wouldn't pre-order the game. I don't think they're giving you a great look at the game. I don't think they're giving you an honest representation of the product. But so I'll get attacked as a hater and a grifter, and you guys will just like willingly take up for a company. It's like some of you guys are acting like you're on the payroll. It's insane to me. You know, people have brigaded my channel with comments and hate, and they stormed in here. They got me posted on some forum somewhere for being like, hey, I'd hold off on pre-orders, boys. You know, I'd hold off on pre-orders if you're on console. They can't be bothered to show you the dadgum game. More transparent than Ubisoft, but okay. Is that our line? Like, do you compare the honesty of like a person to a pathological liar and be like, well, this person seems pretty honest? Like, what are we even talking about? Like, so Ubisoft has used, you know, misleading marketing in the past, and that makes this okay? What's interesting to me, this is what's really interesting to me, is gamers, of all people, we should be the most prone to suspicion and caution. We should be the most prone to that. Whether it was Mind's Eye or The Day Before or Cyberpunk or Watch Dogs, like, we should be so prone to suspicion and being like, yo, something not right here. The propensity to attack somebody sitting in a chair that's just like advising caution, that's weird, man. That's weird. Studios have pulled this kind of nonsense for a long, long time. It's weird. My final score, 83 for PC, 78 for console. The PC reviews may give us a clue, though, if they speak of performance. I mean, that's kind of true, Zubair. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, if they're having issues on, like, you know, maybe rigs or sections that you really wouldn't expect. You know what I mean? We asked the chat earlier. This was actually pretty interesting. If you guys are coming in, we're going to be switching gears to a new stream in a little bit. We'll be doing a review roundup. We'll pull up Metacritic, OpenCritic, all of the things, and we'll try to get you a bearing on the score. Keep in mind, the reviews will only be on PC, okay? Which we asked chat earlier, when was the last time that happened? And apparently the last time a major game, released and only had review copies for PC was Cyberpunk. So, yeah. Hasn't Nintendo proven that graphics don't have to be the most important thing to make a game fun? Well, I think that's correct, but not applicable here. Like, at some level, I think you're right. Like, you can play a game on the Switch too, and as long as you're having a good time. I do think there's a certain point, though, where people are starting to not want to play a game at 30 FPS. I mean, hence why some people waited to play Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild until they could play with the updates that you buy. But the nature of this game and how it was marketed, they didn't market it in that way, homie. They didn't market it as like, yeah, we kind of lowered the graphics and really focused on gameplay. They have marketed this game as like a graphical showcase, as this big, huge open world with like crazy draw distance. Like, they've not marketed it as a game that's like, oh yeah, graphics will be so. We don't think that's very important. They've been showing crazy graphics and draw distance and world detail and lighting and shadows. I mean, what? Do you see what I mean? They were signaling. The PS5 channel has no PS5 footage. Yeah, like they uploaded 3 different videos to the PlayStation channel. It's all PC footage. Like, and then you're only going to get a PC reviews today. They've got 3 million views worth of marketing on the PlayStation channel, and it's all PC footage that's like cranked and looks amazing. They were signaling that like that was something you were going to enjoy in the game. Like, imagine if Nintendo would have done that. Imagine if Nintendo would have done that with Zelda. Showed you trailers and performance and graphics were like, oh my gosh, like lighting and shadows and like, oh. And then it comes out and it's like a 30 FPS game and the art style and the graphical fidelity's been toned way down. Wouldn't you be like upset about that? You wouldn't say, oh, graphics don't matter, it's a fun game. You'd say, you marketed the game in a way that seemed like that was going to be a big focal point of the game. Do you see? It's like when an enemy telegraphs and they signal something to you, like, what am I going to do, right? Boom. They signaled something. They were telegraphing. High fidelity, like graphics and lighting. Thank you, Sneaky Wolf, with the 5 bomb. We do need to shift gears. Guys, do me a big, big favor. I need your help. Right? I need your help. You're just ranting stuff at this point? Sure. Yeah. You misspelled raptor, by the way. So I think I'll get my criticism from elsewhere. Anyway, so I need your guys' help with something. I need you to hit the like button like crazy right now on YouTube. Okay? I need you to hit the like button like crazy. And then I am going to switch us to a new stream. Okay? Now, the way this works is I will put a link in chat. Okay? I'm going to put a link in chat. And when I put that link in chat, you guys can click it to go to the new stream. Twitch, you don't have to do anything. You just stay put. Okay? You guys just stay put. I'm going to switch the thumbnail on this one so it no longer shows live. Yo, what Lonos Alive? Yo, what's good, C-Lou? And help us with the member goal. So go crazy on the like button. All right? Go crazy on the like button. And then I'm going to give you guys a link and we're going to redirect and we're going to start all the way over with a brand new stream. So the new stream is going to need likes as well. Okay? All right, here comes the link. Thank you so much for checking out this video. This is going to be a Crimson Desert review roundup. There's 28 minutes until I can do that, so if you're watching this later, skip ahead to when the review embargo drops. Keep in mind, it will only be PC reviews. I have been cautioning people to hold off on pre-ordering on console. We don't have great looks at console footage. We've got 2 videos on PlayStation Japan. They're not the greatest quality. It's really hard to gauge. And we will only get PC reviews when this embargo drops, okay? It's probably going to land mid-80s or high 80s. That's what I've been saying, because I think it's probably a good game with performance problems that'll run, mileage dependent on your PC. I'm going to end the previous stream where we did a waiting room, and I'm going to bring people over with Redirect. And thank you guys so much for hanging with me the entire